too good for you. Everyone wants a piece of this. Watch me drive up to the Hollywood Hills, always dressed up in my high heels. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. Everyone wants to follow me, follow, but they can't beat me. The original, sensational, could be too good for you. Everyone wants a piece of this. Watch me drive up to the Hollywood Hills, always dressed up in my high heels. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. Wanna move like I move, wanna step in my shoes. Gonna need to bring your A game if you step in my lane. 'Cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. The original, sensational. Everyone wants a piece of this. So beautiful, incredible. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. This is my life. Yeah, this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. This is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. My life. Yeah, this is my life.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning 'cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going. left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster.
I got the Lambo car, house in the hills with the stars. Told you I'd raise the bar, told you that I'd go far. Oh, what we could have been if you weren't arrogant. Oh, baby, what we could have been. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. 'Cause now I like the fireplace. 20K gold ring. Don't need a man 'cause I'm not okay. I'm dripping icy diamond everything. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. Come and check me out now. Come and check me out now. Oh. Rather get up in the sky, baby, that's just how I fly. Yeah, I told you one day I'd be living this way. You could have had it all, but you went and dropped the ball. Oh yeah, you could have had it all. Yeah, 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 yeah. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. 'Cause now I like the fireplace. 20K gold ring. Don't need a man 'cause I'm not okay. I'm dripping icy diamond everything. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now. Come and check me out now. Come and check me out now. Oh. Baby, it's crystal clear. I'm not a souvenir. I'm not an accessory. I'm a necessity. So come and check me out now.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good. I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good.
Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Hello everyone and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where today is the day that all of our teams have been working towards all challenge season long. It is the challenge finals, where today one team will be crowned the best in North America for Call of Duty Mobile. It's going to be a very exciting day here today of competition. I can't wait to dive into all of the action. My name is Glitter Explosion and I am your host. So we've got to bring our fantastic casters in as well. We made it through EU this morning. It's time to look at North America. Tan, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm ready to go. The coffee is just starting to kick in at the right time. I've timed it wonderfully. Ready for game one. I'll report back on games 2 and 3 though, but I'm sure I'll be okay.
Brody, lots of storylines we've been following here today, and now we're going to watch it all culminate in crowning a champion. This is an exciting day.
Yeah, it is exciting for a multitude of reasons, a multitude of different storylines coming into today. RNA Falloff's going to perform well. Who knows? There's always a coin flipped on the day. Are we going to see a resurgence from Undream, who stormed through their group and then kind of fell flat on their face in the first round of play here on playoffs? Maybe we're going to see something special out of Mythic or Nexus. I don't know. It's been a really exciting region to watch throughout the entirety of the season. Excited to get going with the final day.
Well, Chad, we hope you're excited as well. Before we dive into all of the action, though, a little reminder, if you missed anything that happened yesterday, all season long, or you just want to keep up to date with what we've got coming throughout the rest of the calendar year, just follow us on social media, okay? We've got X, Insta, and Facebook for all updates related to the Snapdragon Pro Series, or we have a Discord. You can join it at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. That way you can hang out with our community, talk all things Call of Duty Mobile, and of course, continue getting all of those updates, because we have a lot lot coming down the pipeline for competitive Call of Duty Mobile. You're not going to want to miss any of it. And of course, at the end of the year, we have champs. So we still have lots in store. But before we get into all of our action here today, let's talk about how all of this works. Of course, you guys should know the format by now. We made it through our challenge season and we are in our challenge finals. Now, today will be our best of 7 grand finals. We've made it here. One team already there in NA fall-offs, and now we're just waiting to see who will be facing off against them. This is going to be an exciting matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible. Whoever gets there, I think, can give them a run for their money. But that's kind of the question that we've been asking. Are NA fall-offs the real deal, or is it going to be a case of someone really shoving them all the way? But we're going to find that out today.
Yeah, and probably going to shed a lot of light on what we have here in the region. And that's going to be compounded with a prize pool, Brody, all right? A new stage, more money on the line on top of the title and the trophy.
Always a little bit of cheddar to play for, and boy oh boy is that a lot of dough. I got to stop with the food metaphors. $7,000 to first place. I absolutely love food, mate. $7,000 to first place. That's if you walk away with the grand prize. Second through fourth, though, even if you get into this stage of the competition, you walk away with something. So it's nice to have $1,000, but hey, $7,000, that sounds pretty good, you know? I want to win the whole damn thing.
Right, not too shabby. Maybe you'll be on Bobby's team next time around, Brody. You know, we never know what's going to happen on any given day. But let's take a look back at everything that went down yesterday, because this is how we got to where we are. This is how NA Falls made their way through to be the first team in the grand finals. It was a quick day, to say the least.
It was a surprisingly quick day for the side of NA Fall-Offs, at least anyway. I mean, look, you managed to squeeze through here very, very quickly. We've seen a really good performance from them across the board, but I mean, it wasn't necessarily as clean cut as they maybe would have liked it in their second game, but they got themselves over the line nonetheless. But they are now the team to beat. They're the team that are waiting there with that advantage as well. That's definitely going to help them over the line. But whether or not somebody can kind of compete with that, we're going to figure that out today, and who exactly that's going to be very, very quickly. I think a lot of people would kind of be presuming it's going to be on Mythic again, but whether or not that is going to be the case or not, we'll figure out pretty quickly. But yeah, I think still, if you look at NA Fall-Offs on paper, it is their tournament to lose, but at the same time, they have made some questionable players every now and then. So let's see how it's going to play out.
I mean, Birdie, I feel like with how close on Mythic was to NA Fall-Offs, they are going to come back today ready to make sure they end up in the grand finals.
Yeah, I think yesterday was kind of a legitimization of On Mythic, if anything. Like, I know they ended up losing their rematch with NA Fall-Offs, but I think we walk away from that kind of saying, all right, look, I mean, On Mythic are the real deal. They're a team that can really push NA Fall-Offs to a game 5 to the limit. And I know, obviously, there's that whole kind of rhetoric about, you know, are NA Fall-Offs a legitimate team? I know, you know, a couple of those players have retired a couple of times. Got vague on the bench, for heaven's sake. But still, I mean, it's a real achievement, I think, to push them as far as they have done and to take them down in the past. I think On Mythic are not to be taken lightly, and they are a threat, I think, moving forward, because whoever faces them in that losers bracket final, either Undream or Nexus, are going to have their work out of them. I think we kind of all have an idea of which matchup it's going to be in that lower bracket final, and I think it's probably going to be a good one if it does end up being Undream facing off against On Mythic.
All right. And just a reminder, too, for everybody home, you saw it in that format and you just saw it in the bracket as well. NA Fall-Offs being the team out of the upper bracket into the grand finals means they do have that one map advantage. So that's something to keep in mind as well when we finally get to the grand finals. But before we do that, we have to find which other team is going to be in there with them. So this is how it's going to work here today. We have to get through our first lower bracket match. That'll be between Undream and Nexus, the two teams that lost their matchups yesterday. Whoever wins that match will move on to face off against On Mythic. And then whoever wins that lower bracket final will be the second team in our best of 7 grand finals. Okay, so pretty simple, quick, and clean cut here. We're going to start talking about the first match, Undream versus Nexus. Let's talk about what they could potentially bring to the table based off of what we saw yesterday, starting with Undream.
Yeah, for Undream, I think probably a disappointing performance from them yesterday. They had a tough matchup, absolutely, but I think they would have liked to have shown a little bit more of themselves in their series. But this is now a good opportunity for them to bounce back. They are undoubtedly the stronger team on paper here up against Nexus. You would expect them to come into this with a lot of confidence, and is that going to inspire them to then march on? I mean, we've seen it today in the European side of things. A bad performance on one day, you get some better performances in the second day, so that has to to be the objective now for Undream. You have to bring a lot more to the table than what we've seen yesterday, but a perfect opposition to potentially bounce back with.
And then the flip side, Brody, we have Nexus here who, need to kind of pick things up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, like the things of Nexus, right, is that they've made these market improvements over the course of the season. They started off the season, getting totally trashed by Zittle Alex. Then they made that phenomenal reverse sweep versus Rebels. Then they made those improvements. I think they brought excellence onto the roster, and that made a big difference in that final challenge season matchup versus Zittle Alex. But versus on Mythic in the first matchup of challenge finals, just a lot to be desired, a lot left on the table. They got decimated in the respawns and even in Search and Destroy, where the scoreline was relatively close. I think it never really felt like they were in control of the game. I think we were kind of working out in the middle of the match time whether or not it was like 3 rounds on the bounce for Nexus. They gave from on Mythic, they gave one away to Nexus. Then there was another 3 coming through from on Mythic. Like, it was a very back and forth game, but on Mythic were constantly the ones leading the charge. And that's something Nexus have to change today.
All right, well, let's see what they were able to decide on when it comes to their picks and bans, because this will give us a little bit more info here when it comes to this Undream versus Nexus series, starting things off with the Hacienda Hardpoint done.
Yeah, Hacienda coming in pretty standard across the board for both these two teams. They've all played it multiple times. I think for me, it looks like a very standard COD Mobile map set, to be honest with you. We get Slums coming in there for map number 4 as well. Raid Control, very definitive. I think for both these two teams, it's kind of coming in. This feels comfortable to a certain degree for both of them. So they're going into it not necessarily picking up against each other or anything along those lines. This is a comfort pick series if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I'll say the Hacienda isn't a surprise. Obviously, we see it in like every single Call of Duty map set. With that said, though, it isn't a surprise just because of what we see from both Undream and Nexus this season. Hacienda has been a solid hardpoint pick for Undream. They've played it once, they've won it once. And for Nexus, you look at it and it's like they have a 2-0 record on this map mode combination. So for that to be the opening hardpoint, I think is actually a solid throw-in for both of these two teams. I'm also pretty happy with Raid Control. If I'm Nexus, that's proven to be their best control map, so for that to be in there, I'm happy. I think if you're looking at Nexus here, they are kind of the underdogs in this situation. I think we can all agree on that. So they're looking at any way they can get into this series versus Undream. And I look at that map set and I say, I think they could probably do it just based off the maps that we see a lot.
All right, well, we're about to find out because it's time. Match number 1 is ready. Our players are locked and loaded, ready to go as well. So let's kick off day 2 of the challenge finals.
Well, here we go, the final day of the challenge finals here in North America, Brody, and it should be interesting. You look at this series and you sort of presume, okay, for the side of Undream, this has to be theirs to lose, but Nexus are not going to be easy to get through. Absolutely not. Undream will have to make some market improvements from yesterday, absolutely, but with the team that they have on paper, you would expect them to be able to do so.
Yeah, Undream, I think yesterday just got kind of a tough start, right? I mean, NA Falloffs came out firing on all cylinders. They did something that which normally, even versus on Mythic, arguably, they were not doing, which is coming out totally hot into the series, right? Everybody was playing super damn well. So I think for Undream, it's just a case of just brushing that aside, being like, look, that first matchup didn't go well. We expected a lot more out of them, yes, but ultimately not able to pull off what was ultimately a pretty close series, right? It was a 238-250 hardpoint. It was a round 5 control. Again, asterisk on that because pretty much every single control should always go to round 5 as long as you're playing your defenses properly. Really, the only separating factor for me was the search and destroy. So Undream didn't play terribly. I think they are going to come into this series with a modicum of confidence.
Let's see if they can bring something to the table here today. I think, I just expected maybe a little bit more. I thought when they were heading into that game against NA Falloffs, if we kind of had the same standard of NA Falloffs that we have seen, then it could have been a good one. But we definitely have seen big improvements from them, and that is currently why they are waiting in the grand final. So one of these 3 teams who have to battle their way through, who's it going to be that meets them there in that grand final will decide over these next 2 games before heading to that best of 7. Of course, for the side of NA Falloffs, you will have that map advantage heading into that. That will give them so much confidence. But as mentioned, we need to figure out who's going there first. And Hacienda Hardpoint will be the one that's kicking things off here in this first series of deep into the night for us already, Brody. It's going to be a long old night. We feel this is such a hotly contested region at this moment in time. Nobody really knows who's going to come out on top. And if it's NA Falloffs, it wouldn't necessarily surprise anyone, but it could still be any of the others.
Yeah, I think the thing about Hacienda starting off any series as well, right, is the fact that it always feels like the great equalizer in a way. I don't know what it is, but it's always the hardpoint map that for whatever reason, it takes a while for the dominant team to settle into it. Like it always ends up being, unless you're really dominant over the opposition, unless you're looking at like an NA fall-offs versus, I don't know, like Rebels matchup. I know we didn't get that, but that's just something I'm throwing out there. You know, it always feels like the first set of rotations are always super close, right? We always end the first set of rotations, you know, generally speaking, a neck and neck game. And then for whatever reason, it's in the second set of rotations towards even potential third that we see the team that ends up winning the game start to walk away with the lead here. So I think for me, Nexus, if you know that you're going to go into this one and you know that Hacienda Hardpoint is one of those maps where you're likely to go toe-to-toe with Undream for an extended period of time into this first map, use that time to settle into the series, right? I mean, try and get a feel for Undream, try and get a feel for what their strategies look like. I've no doubt they're going to put the work in here to figure out what the strategies are going to look like, just full stop, right? What does hardpoint play from Undream look like? But still, just, I guess, spend some time trying to vibe out what's going on with Undream here. Through the first set, what do their holds look like? What players are they going to have outside of the hardpoint, and learn to play around it? Because I think just throwing yourselves at Undream, it's not going to be a good idea. These guys are pretty damn good at the game.
Let's see how good they are at the game. With this performance here up against the Nexus, can they find something to really get themselves going today? I think Nexus, you know, it's going to take something special for them to get over the line up against Undream, and then would have to go a step even further in their second game up against Mythic if they can get past Undream. But good start enough for them. The kills are starting to head their way. A few points to the board, 35 seconds here remaining over towards P1. That fight for P2 will be incoming in around 10-15 seconds.
We'll see. Nexus are looking for some kind of early control here. P1 is always super duper mixy. Undream, I think, not too bothered by it for the moment here. 15 seconds worth fighting over if you're Undream, but you're not actually winning the fights here. Early on, this is a pretty solid start from Nexus, right? You're winning the vast majority of the gunfights, and now you're looking for control over P2 rotation as well. This is about as solid a start as you can ask for.
That's exactly what you want. Nexus over towards P2 now. If you're Undream, you need to wake up pretty quickly here. You cannot allow this free time to go over towards the side of Undream. And it's going to be free big time as well if Blair and Nathan can combine together this well. Fabuloso and Co trying to find a way back through if they potentially can. But right now, Nexus in full control of this point. It's going to be a hit up towards the ramp side. Zyrex Puertas combining well. T-Football and Blair are the ones who can answer back. T-Football will find another. But eventually, it's looking like Undream are going to find a way through. They brute force their way in.
All right. Undream now fighting their way through the front of this hard point. Football almost immediately getting rid of Predator missile down from the heavens. And now I don't think that's maybe the best utilization of a Predator missile on this map. If you're trying to use it to try and take out spawn control, fine, but you're not really finding anything for it. There was no follow-up from Nexus, and now Undream can continue to hold on towards this time. It's a bit of a wayward approach back towards the hard point, and Nexus now having to kind of settle for a rotation again. Considering they were the first team to touch on that hill turn, that is really not the best hard point from them.
Yeah, you would expect it a little bit more. First push that comes through, you find the break if you're Undream, and that will give you confidence heading into a lot more of these hills that we'll have to play here on Hacienda. Because if it was that easy that time around on one of the hills, that is notoriously one of the easier ones to hold, or one of the easier ones to find a good amount of time at least. And what's the story going to be over towards these other ones, which are maybe just a little easier to break? Well, not that easy this time around with the claw in hand. Big plays coming out from Blair. He can find not two, but three. And with the equalizers, the fourth not going to be found because Shisu has his own equalizers out as well. Operators coming in across the board from both these two squads. Who's going to come out better on top of this situation? Mausin can just find three out of nothing though with the war machine. Make it the fourth, looking for the ace just to lock it in. There it is. Finds all five. Big plays from Mausin.
Yeah, Mausin was the player, I think, in the past here for Nexus that has been going off for this roster, even pre-adding excellence to the main lineup. So, not a surprise to see him be the player step up right now for Nexus. He's currently leading the lobby in kills as well at 17 to his name. Blay not that far behind at 14. So those are the guys you want to watch out for if you're a Nexus. Nexus now, off the back of those plays, will be 40 points or so to the good over Undream. We're moving towards rotation, and now starting to see the operators come into play as well. Excellence with a Sparrow, an opportunity to go huge, but Fabuloso comes through and denies here a ton. Undream now finding these kills, now in control.
Yeah, massive plays. coming from the side of Undream to find a way through, and they needed to. 45 seconds remaining here. Excellence, of course, will be in that contest spot just to try and ease that pressure. You don't want points freely going over towards the opposition if you can prevent it. Fabuloso will find 3, though, and that may well be a case of giving up a little bit of time. Nexus trying to find a way through, and it's just 1 by 1. It's too easy for the side of Undream to find these kills, and they'll continue to soak some time up here over towards P4.
Yeah, Nexus just aren't really doing that much and kind of way a variety of getting that hard point right. That little play that we just saw there, I think it was from Mountain trying to get the outside, is probably I guess the most unique look we've seen from Nexus in terms of trying to break on towards that hard point. But this is just one of those situations in which the Undream have just read the spawns pretty much perfectly every single time that Nexus have tried to escape. And this is not a good transition from Nexus towards P1 as well. It is a full blue kill feed, and albeit Nexus were the team to get the majority of time away from P1 last time around. I got a feeling Undream starting to heat up now in this game turn. I'm not sure they'll let the same thing happen again.
Second rotation is usually where you see these teams start to come into it. The top opposition really do start to punish you when they've figured you out. And Undream figured out that last time. Nexus put a lot of investment over towards this P1. They fought tooth and nail down low to try and keep a hold of it. Undream going to be able to match that passion somewhat, though, as Puedes will find a few all on his own, so that should be some good time over towards the side of Undream. But Mausen and Blake can't answer back. A few kills starting to go their way. Nexus actually finding more than a few kills. That's momentarily a wipe. P2 going to be coming up in a second as well, around 20 of them. Nexus are holding the keys to the garage right now. Undream will try to find a breakthrough if they can, and they are going to be able to find the final 15 seconds or so, because the wipe will come through. Not if T-Football has anything to say about it. Will eventually drop, so Undream get a little bit of scrap time. They would have liked a little bit more.
Now starting to maybe have a look at the rotation as well. Fabuloso sandwiched between players here. If you can find any value whatsoever in people that spawns, that's huge. Getting that frag has done exactly that. Undream now close spawns towards the hard point. Puedes able to double up. Undream now in control early on. Going to start social utility at this hard point. We were also seeing that from Nexus on the other side.
Difficulty now for Nexus. Can you find a break back through? Can you force the issue? Mausen was able to find 1 with the War Machine before he did 4. Puedes, though, finds absolutely nothing with the Death Machine. Fabuloso killing himself as well with his own War Machine. So big wastages from both sides. And ultimately, who's going to come out on top? It's looking more like Nexus. Shizu can find 2, but Excellence answers back with 2 of his own. Gunfights coming through from the side of Nexus that are working out wonderfully for them. Noisy getting aggressive. Can he find T-Football as well? Already very, very weak, but it's a to and fro over towards P2. And both these two teams will kind of be kicking themselves with this scenario, because you find some decent value out of your operators, and you have a full, decent hold opportunity there. In the end, it's going to be Undream picking up that little bit of scrap time. Spawns for Nexus are not great either for P3. It will be Undream ultimately the winners from this hill, Brody, but it could have been cleaner.
Yeah, definitely, and this kind of harkens back to what we saw in that matchup versus NA Falloffs, right? There were moments where Undream probably could have had a little bit more value out of their operators, albeit it doesn't really matter too much when you get the advantage, but back then it most certainly did when they were down versus NA Falloffs. So now they want to have a solid hold this time around. Last time it was Mausen that came through for 3 with the operator, completely turned the value on its head. Apham the one to find 2 this time around. Gives Nexus an opportunity in towards this hard point now. Spawns on both sides of the kill here for Undream and Nexus, but Undream now trying to hold.
This is the kind of moment in a game that can start to flip it in one direction. Undream, 20 points in the lead now, managing to find a break. They've got a decent read on the spawns by the looks of things. It's from the well side. Can they continue to find the kills? Not quite, as Ethan will start to get something rolling with the Tempest. Can find something. Mausen up top as well, doing a really good job. That was an important break from Nexus. That would have been the first influential lead that we would have seen in quite some time. Undream still trying to fight back though, and they will manage to find a way through. That's going to be 15 seconds or so of scrap time. They're going to just about extend that lead that they did have. Over towards P4 we go. Nobody quite there yet, but Undream definitely getting that scrap time.
Undream still only 30 points to the good here in this game. Nexus now trying to hold on towards this rotation. They got broken pretty quickly last time around, and it led to Undream holding for the majority of time here. Early investment. Noisy going to get shut down. Fabuloso now needs to go huge as Blade finds 3 kills. Fabuloso trying to fire from long range. He's doing a good job at the moment. Actually going to find more kills here. Is it enough to actually let Undream in towards the hard point, though? I don't know just yet. There's still more fights to be had.
Shizu and Zyrax find a couple of kills through the middle of the map, and that is what solidifies it for Undream, if only momentarily. Nathan can find something through the middle of the map, and everybody else from Nexus now starting to filter through. Ethan will start to make his moves. The rest of the teammates will find their way through. Excellent, of course. Out with the Sparrow is not able to find a great deal. Operator is being used on either side of things, but the big one's coming through from Shisu. Equalizes out, just trying to keep this pressure over towards the top side, and that significant lead, the first one of the game that we have had, is starting to get extended here by the side of Undream. Shisu coming back, cleaning up shop, and that is the final few seconds for Undream going their way. It's about a 45-second lead as we head into a third rotation of hills, and it's the most significant lead we've had all game.
Honestly, I know it's significant. Still, yeah, you're absolutely right. 40 points is the biggest difference we have between these two teams, but for whole, I mean, it doesn't really feel like Undream have solidly been able to lock this game away just yet. One with the gunfights and a bit more of lock-in from Undream, and they will. P1 again, one of those hard points where you can get a deceptive amount of time. Nexus have to fight their way back in, and at the moment they're having to do it from not the best of positions. They don't have much topside control. They need to start finding some gunfights.
Gunfight from Atham is going to be one his way. Over towards the middle of the map, Nexus had a little bit of luck on P1, and they need to be able to find that little bit of magic again. If they want to try and close that gap, Undream already broken the 200-point mark. Nexus are starting to find some decent time over towards the side. 15 seconds to go on this hill in particular. P2 going to be coming up, and Undream aren't going to have potential to set up yet. Final 10 seconds is going to go Nexus' way. Setup is there for Undream over towards P2. They've got to hold this down, and if they do, they'll win map number 1.
I'm not keen on this push from Atham. Has to find some value for it. We'll actually find a couple of kills. And I was going to say the reason I wasn't keen on that was because I would have preferred him go for those back spawns, but he ends up getting them anyway by finding those kills. So Nexus now able to hold here. They've done the early job of breaking in towards this hard point. Now they've got to stop Undream from hitting from the front.
Can they find a way through? Trying to get themselves back in, but it's Nexus who need this time a lot more. They are going to be able to find the kills and find a way through. Bit of a pinch was potentially being set up there, as Fabuloso is the only one who can answer with anything. And Nexus starting to find a way back into this game, but if only momentarily. Look at all that utility that works so well for Undream. Now the claw is out with a one-dimensional push going to be coming from the ramp. You take these moments all day long if you're Zyrex, you ringing that claw out and just slowing them down. They can surely not push through this without being battered by everybody else on the Undream roster. Investment coming in from Noisy. The Purifier is out. This is some good time, and some time that's only going to put Undream 15 seconds away if they can hold the rest of this scrap. It's looking like they're going to. Nexus are going to go for a challenge for this scrap time. They find absolutely nothing. Over towards P3 we go, but Undream are within touching distance of the game.
Undream just had operators on both sides of the hard point there, able to hold for the vast majority of the time. And the problem now for Nexus is they're rotating towards a hard point that does not generally lend itself to a solid hold. It's super duper mixy, not just in terms of control, but in terms of the way the spawns work on this hill. Shisu needs to go big with the equalizers, needs to find some value here to close this game out for Undream, and cannot do it. That's a big shutdown.
Nexus need to keep themselves inside of the point here. Atham, he will fall. Mausen and Co. Pinstripe kill feed. This is good enough for the side of Undream. The contestation works out just well enough. 10 seconds to go from them, and now they know exactly where they're spawning, or do they? Shisu looking the opposite direction. Fabuloso ringing out his war machine, and that might have just called game because he finds 3 with it. Mausen and Blair can't answer back with something, and that something is more than enough to find a little bit more contestation time. Noisy inside the point, just trying to stay alive as well. 45 seconds, 245 seconds found by Undream. They only need 5 seconds more. They can still get it done here over towards fences, and that clean wipe may well just secure it. Nexus, are you close enough? The answer is no. Undream will get the job done. It was a slow, meticulous way to get it done. It wasn't like they blew them out the water by any stretch, but as soon as they got that comfortable lead, they never let it go. They closed out map number 1.
Yeah, and towards the closing moments there, you could kind of feel the way that they were like, right, let's just chuck some smokes towards the hard point, hit a contest spot, and hope that we can extend this towards the rock hard point, because that is, generally speaking, just how mixy Fences is on Hacienda hard point. But in the end, it wasn't to be, and you're right. I kind of mentioned it towards the beginning of the third set, I think it was, and even, you know, we kind of talked about it every so briefly at the end of the first set as well. In that it never really felt like Undream were totally dominating Nexus, right? There's a couple of moments where, granted, you know, their team play does look totally superior to Nexus, but I mean, what? It was a 40-point advantage going into that third and final set, and that was an advantage that, yeah, Nexus could never bring it back for them despite having the opportunities, but it wasn't a dominant game, I would say. It's not like Undream came out and totally battered Nexus, and I think, you know, Nexus will be happy with that. They didn't just come in as hot as they would like. But I kind of very briefly mentioned it there. Undream, they do have a couple of hard points in this game where just their team play was above and beyond what we saw from Nexus, and I think, you know, it look back to, for me, it is the rock hard point on the end of the second set where they basically get, what was it, I think it was 40 to 50 seconds and don't really give any time away. The rest of that is just contention versus Nexus. And then we get into the final set and we do see that garage hard point and we do see some excellent operator utilization coming out from, I think it was Fabuloso and Noisy with the War Machine and the Purifier respectively, and just having operators on both sides of the hill. Nexus could never quite get in. So on the whole, it only ever takes a couple of hills here, a couple of solid holds, especially on the way the Hacienda works, of how 50-50 this map can be to split the difference between yourselves and your opposition, and it did take a couple of hills there for Undream to cater.
Pretty even across the Slaying side of things. I mean, for the most part, I mean, everybody on the side of Undream pulling their way excellence, and T-Football struggling just a little bit around the majority of that game. And I think that's probably a good tip of the hat towards Nexus, to be honest with you. They were able to hang whilst the same battle wasn't really going their way, especially for the bottom two. But a 70-point game in the end is still a 70-point game. Undream relatively comfortable in the end, but it was very back and forth until they did start to stretch that lead, and when they did, they never let it go. But now we're going to be heading into a map number 2 here, which is going to be coming up on Fire and Range. We'll see a raid for map number 3, and if we need to, we'll see Slums and then Tunisia. Based on what we've seen in map number 1, do we believe we'll be seeing all 5 here, Brody? I like that performance from Undream in a certain kind of way. You know, it was hard fought, but they managed to get it over the line.
Yeah, I think, you know, I would go into this map number 2 and say, hey, look, I mean, you go back to the matchup versus NA Full-Offs, and while both of the respawns for Undream were pretty damn close, the Search and Destroy wasn't. And so that's one of those situations you go, well, maybe that's the way in to this best of 5 for Nexus. Maybe they win this Search and Destroy, they tie the series up 1-1, you know, right back into it. The problem is they also were struggling in their Search and Destroys versus on Mythic, and so I think this is kind of feeling a little bit like the Battle of Mid in Search and Destroy, right, where it's just like who can fix up and patch up their errors the best. On Fire and Range Search and Destroy, this is all going to come down to who has the best sniper presence. For Undream, their sniper presence for the most part here, looking over towards the likes of Puedes and Fabuloso, those are the guys you're going to watch out for if you're Nexus. You have to take those guys out of the play.
Let's blood over towards the side of Undream, no. Puedes, oh, he just finds 2 as well. Yeah, he's done it all on his own. And now, boy, what's the answer? Well, the answer is a really well-placed grenade by Mausen, who can stop that bomb going down. So, 2 versus 5 now turns into a 2 versus 4. Which I wouldn't like to wait on the potential of a round going in a different direction when you find one like that, but Mausen can find 2 more. One being the Bobby Carrier. Blaze just sitting inside a tin. He's like, yeah, cool, Mausen, you do your thing. Everybody towards the bomb just gets wiped, and Mausen just done wonderfully. Blaze will get traded 1 versus 1. Mausen, he's been undominable through the round, but Puedes will find for himself. Undream, 1 to the good, but not through any ease whatsoever. Really good job from Mausen to extend that as long as it did, because it wasn't looking likely for Nexus throughout the majority of it until he started pulling off 3 pieces out of nowhere.
Mausen went huge for Nexus there, but not huge enough. Puedes had to get it done with a kill in the end as well. Not confident anywhere near enough that they had site control to get that rock down. That was the right call in the end. I said this was going to come down to the snipers here on Fire and Range. I didn't quite literally mean it like that off the start of this one. Both Mausen and Puedes deciding the way the round went. First round of play. Undream here already being matched though from Nexus on the defense. I love the adaptations that we're seeing. They're getting players deep in towards that A site to ensure that Undream can't get early site control like they've already done, but they are checking Blay.
Oh, Blay. Oh, he's done well enough to help Noisy find one. I'll find them. Well, Blay found one. Blay's on the other team. Come on, Chris, lock in. It's early in the day yet. Fabuloso here for cover. Mausen is once again watching over towards this side. 4 versus 2 again. It just feels as if Nexus are bleeding some of these initial kills out. Mausen's doing a good enough job from inside of American, but I mean, easier said than done, right? When you're at a disadvantage. 25 seconds to go, still trying to find a way through. Puedes is just going to just completely shut this down. Puedes, 8 kills already. It's 4 kills in the first 2 rounds apiece. And Undream in a very, very solid position here after 2.
What more can you say? Who the hell gets 8 kills through 2 rounds of Search and Destroy? Puedes, apparently.
Yeah.
I guess.
We've seen it from Fahim, I suppose.
I guess, yeah, that's true. That's true, yeah. Puedes is the NA Fahim, confirmed. Will be a totally different player. Like, literal totally different role, by the way. Poitus, you disgusting man. Football down for the count. First blood looking pretty good, and this opens up a lot of options here for Undream as far as how they want to play this round. Nexus, they don't look that phased by it. They've still got players in all the right positions, but losing Blade towards A now, I think that's going to give them the onus to be like, yep, let's just try and get that bomb down on A.
I mean, Mausen and Blair are the only ones on the board here for Nexus. Precarious spot to be in. Positioning of Aetham, though, should catch Undream off guard. That bomb's going to go down. He's actually just going to hold Tin entirely. Now the push will start to come through. Yeah, Zyrex, everybody starts to charge through it. They expected somebody to be there. And now is anybody watching the flank? It's going to be Puertas, who will find his 10th of the game already. Looking for his 11th. One more player on the flank is not going to be able to shut him down from this position. But Puertas has just been an absolute reaper on the map so far. Shots are going to be put in. Puertas will just feel uber confident to go for that challenge. Does 11 kills to his name and 3 rounds to Undream because of it.
Well, he's starting to slow down. I mean, yeah, he's 4 kills each of the first 2 rounds, only 3 by logic there. I mean, he'll have 3 for the next round, then obviously 2 in the round after that, and 2 in the round after that, you know, so he'll slow down eventually. Poitus is having a phenomenal start of this search and destroy, and you were right to call out the fact that Blay and Mountain are the only ones doing anything of note right now for Nexus. Everybody else has to step things up. If they don't, I don't really know if they'll be able to get out of the hole that Undream have slowly been putting them through the first couple of rounds of Search and Destroy. Undream, once again, dealing with a heavy A stack here on the defense from Nexus. Just one player to contend with towards the back of the B site. He's very much tucked into the corner. Aetham, off the back of that, actually able to find a couple of kills here. Puertas is still here for the trade. Whiffs the shot. Surely will be able to get the kill. Eventually does so. And will get away with his life. Puertas, though, not done just yet. There's still kills on the plate.
And if Puertas is alive, anything is possible. Shot's going to ring out from Mauser, not quite able to get it timed with the jump. Fabuloso was, well, potentially going to be waiting on the flank coming back through, but Puertas will be the one to try and find a pick, and he might find one here. Oh, the fuck. I mean, that is just so close, isn't it? To finding something, the shot that will go through. Almost caught me swearing in the middle of broadcast there. That is just the sand. I was annoyed for him. Could you hear it? Nelly slipped.
I heard it, mate.
Nelly.
I think you're allowed like 1 per season, aren't you?
Bomb has been planted.
I wonder if you get 1 per in and amongst it. If so, I suppose I've got a couple left available. Here we go. The bombers went down. 3 versus 3.
Trying to find a way through. Late flank from Fabuloso could still play this wide open. Puertas goes down. That's the big head he needs to take off. Noisy needs to try and play his life here, or perhaps even find some value. Fabuloso going to activate and play as well out of this play. Will not even be able to find the kill on towards Noisy. And yeah, I mean, Undream there, just you lose Puertas in the play, but Fabuloso's flank, I think, is the factor that Nexus aren't really necessarily anticipating in that situation. They thought they'd already cleared that side of the map out. And no, shut down. Undream just look like the better team right now, and that is despite the heroics of Aetham at the start of that round, by the way. Aetham picking up those first 2 kills, it really feels like that should have been around for Nexus, and the fact it wasn't is really unfortunate.
It's damning.
Yeah.
That's what it is. I think when you're in this kind of scenario, you need to take some rounds when you get that advantage. The advantage has not been offered up towards Nexus, well, at all. Throughout this entirety of the Search and Destroy, it has been well and truly Undream's to lose. Every single round has felt, well, apart from the previous, like an Undream one. And they're playing this one a little slower. Nades over towards the side where we did, of course, just see Aetham pick up a couple of kills. Now the position has changed, but the outcome has not. Zyrex will find one onto him, and now B is wide open, but it's the old switcheroo. They'll go back over towards A side. I think that might be something to do with the fact that they don't have the bomb. Fabuloso will find Blade, though, in a 5 versus 3. This is men against boys right now.
Yeah, Nexus are being bullied on fire in Search and Destroy. They're basically like the paper targets around the map at the moment. Excellence will at the very least find one, but Shisu continues with his aggression and his dominance. Undream now 1 man to the good, and Nexus have to kind of split themselves up here. They're not entirely certain of what's going to happen in terms of site control. Mausen will win the opening snipe on towards A, though, and that's okay. The immediate reaction here from Cyrax is good enough. He's going to go straight for the kill here.
Oh, Cyrax. Oh, he's going to get shot from his right-hand side, but he will just about spin over towards Excellence. And Shisu knows where Mausen is. Charles is inevitably going to come through. Is the gunfight going to go his way? Absolutely it is. Undream can do nothing wrong right now. 5-0 up here in this search and destroy. They're looking to make mincemeat of Nexus.
And I will say, I think Nexus have been steadily gaining traction in this search and destroy. I think for the last 3 rounds in particular, we've seen Nexus getting much, much closer to winning a round against Undream. Again, the problem is there's only so many of those rounds where they're getting close to winning rounds you can throw away before you're like, oh God, we're 1 round away from losing this S&D. And you're going to get there very quickly if Undream win this one. They swarm straight on towards B. Check the back. That's not where Apham is located, though. He's adjusted his position ever so slightly and will catch Puedes off guard. Trades are brilliant, though, from Undream. Now they're just looking for the one remaining player hanging about the joint.
Can they get him off this mid push? That's the problem. When they do want to try and get the bomb down over towards the side. Well, there's your answer. C4 dealt with Fabuloso. Well, I thought for a second he was faking. I didn't actually check who had the bomb. It was Shisu who had it over towards the other side. So it's down and safe. Playing excellence. Going to try and find a way through. This is a very, very difficult retake at the best of times and with the number disadvantage. It needs to be a big player. Blay here with the R9 is just 0 help until he can get up close and personal. And Zyrex has one to answer back himself. The Type 63 may well be the route through for Nexus, but with 15 seconds to go, Type 63 needs to start ringing out bullets very, very quickly. 12 seconds. You start making the move. Blay trying to find an angle, but 9 seconds to go. This one should all but be done. And just far too long it was taking Nexus to get themselves in a position, and they can't get it done. Undream 6 to the good after 6 attacking rounds.
Just perfect from Undream. And I will say, I don't think until that round were Undream doing anything particularly special, right? I mean, that round was more of a, didn't even bother clearing out the back of the B site. They just full sent it through the site itself and kind of only caught Apham by, like, they had the trades. Nexus needs to be aggressive in towards this round. That is a solid first start here on the defense here. Player number 4 is kind of stuck on site, putting a lot of bullets through. Zyrex is just lining them all up there now, just down to excellence here, Tom.
Excellence left in the 1 versus 2. They know exactly where he is. Fabuloso will end this search and destroy so fast. How many 7-0s have we had today? We are flying through search and destroys in Europe and in North America, apparently. A dominant win from the side of Undream, and the search and destroy now sets them up in a wonderful position heading into this raid control. They're 2-0 up in the series, and that was fairly one-sided, Brody. That's all there is to say about it.
Yeah, I agree. 7-0. There you go. I mean, what else is there to say that, honestly? I think, you know, just the way in which Undream were constantly taking map control, the first bloods. I think for the first 3 rounds, I think it's quite easily explainable as Puedes just doing Puedes things. And he did actually slow up, right? For the last 3 rounds, Puedes did not have as significant of an effect as he did through the first 3. And yet still the rest of Undream were able to significantly step it up. They all got some kind of modicum of map control. They were all constantly trading out against Nexus. And I said it, like, Nexus were doing the right things. I'm going to give a shout out to Apham, I think, in particular, because his defense of B-site, even though he never really had any help, he was throwing a couple of different unique looks at Undream to unseat them, but he can only do so much. And I think the entirety of Nexus just need to step it up there in terms of map control, in terms of being a little bit more reactive to Undream. I will say, small little nugget information here, actually. You know how I said Puedes did slow up? He actually did, like, factually slow up. I think in round number 4, he finished with 12 kills. Didn't do anything for the last 3 rounds. So Puedes basically carried Undream through the first 3. After that, wasn't even really in the game.
Did his job, though, didn't he, over the first few, to say the least. But yeah, did definitely slow up, so maybe needs to just try and keep it a bit more consistent, Puedes. We'd like to see the 24 kills there. Realistically speaking, it's a bit disappointing we didn't. Anyway, raid control is going to be coming up next for map number 3. I struggle to offer much of a route back there for Nexus after that one in particular. I think it's easy to fall into that trap, and I will fall into that trap. After a search and destroy like that, how do you bounce back in a control? You're 2-0 down, you're going into a fundamental map. Okay, maybe you can find something, but realistically speaking, is there race ran here, Nexus? Because it definitely feels that way.
I mean, I'll say this much. It's like I said, you know, when we first sort of saw the map set. If you're going to choose a control map to try and come back into the series on, it's probably going to be Raid. The problem I will say is that Undream are also pretty damn proficient at Raid. And this was a map that we saw yesterday between Undream and NA Falloffs. It went all the way to a round 5. So Undream literally pushed NA fall-offs to their limit on this map mode combination. If they can do that against them, you got to imagine they're going to have a relatively easy time versus Nexus. Of course, it has to be a Nexus victory. If not, they'll be done. Their tournament lives will finish in 4th place, which is not bad by any stretch of the imagination. You walk away with, if my knowledge, if my memory doesn't serve me incorrectly, was it $1,000? I think it was for 4th place. Not too bad, but you want to go further. You want to win this control.
Let's see if we can get something going, but Fabuloso with the SKS, yeah. It's going to make things very, very difficult. Oh, Blay, you're going to find those shots, and eventually does. So inroads made from Nexus and then some over towards B, and that's already ticking in their favor. In 2 minutes and 18 full seconds to get yourself over towards that A side. Puedes? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, did eventually find it. Is this the Puedes from the last few rounds in the Search and Destroy as opposed to the first 3? Find out more as we continue. Right now, Nexus doing a really good job here on this attacking side. Getting a lot of pressure over towards this. I'm loving this from Excellence, just staying alive. I think he should be dead to rights. No, he isn't. Guns Fabuloso, and will continue to stay alive in the basketball court. If you're Undream, you kind of need to deal with that. Blay on a bit of a spree here as well. He's going to get something going. Nexus with a really good start to this raid control.
You need to be more reactive there. Blay is giving you the call that there are players. I mean, Blay literally was the person with it, and you know where Puedes is, and you still died to him. 3 kills for Puedes. He doesn't find 4. He does not find 4. That is absolutely disgusting for Puedes. You can't let him completely clear off the back of a Predator missile as well. That is a total failure in communication for Nexus to not be reactive to what the Predator missile gave them in terms of raw information. Because now Nexus sent back towards the respawn point. They've got to work back from square one. They've got to work up the pool.
They've done well to get as far as they have, though. Fabuloso, yeah, you'll find a pick with the SKS. Pistol out now, Blade not going to be able to take him down, but Zyrax in this position. Oh my god! I mean, he's being spun on by Mausen. Shisu will be there to pick it up, but ultimately, you want to be able to find that and keep that pressure on. He wasn't able to do it. So now through the middle of the map, Nexus are going to try and find a way through. They just seem to be winning a lot more gunfights than they have been over the last couple of maps, Brody. White is trying to find an angle to get something going. Mausen will find him. The trade's working in the favor of Nexus. Mausen will just slow things down. 6v9 with 40 seconds to go. Make it 6v8. Is it about to be 6v7? No, 5v7. Gunfights eventually go Undream's way, but they cannot die any further.
And the one thing I will say for Undream right now is they don't have any mid-map presence, right? They've got no mid-map presence, they've got no presence towards that bedroom side, and that's given Nexus closer spawns than they otherwise really should have. Time also not on Nexus' side though, 20 seconds, and that might cause some unforced errors in the gameplay. Looking over to player number 5, Football almost gives himself away for freedom towards Noisy, but that doesn't happen. Nexus pushing through Kitchen.
2 players holding down the laundry side. And Mausen's going to invest the War Machine here. It's going to find presence. Zyrax can find one into the point, but does eventually drop. Good gunfight win coming in from Shiso. Fabuloso going to call in his own War Machine. Doesn't find it. Mausen ounces back with his 4 versus 3. Excellence will find another, but Puedes can shut that down. 2 versus 3 now. That A-tick is coming in very, very slowly. Oh, Atham. He needed to be found by Puedes. Now Shisu left in a 1 versus 3. Mixed in a 1 versus 2. Has time on his side. That time is ticking though. And he must find a way onto the point. Does he use the equalizers here?
I don't want to. I don't think it's the right play call. He's got to go for it now.
He's got to go for it. Spots one. Goes go for the first one. Mausen will find him. In Nexus. Find a round in the control. A round they couldn't find in the search and destroy. Or kickoff control. 1-0 up.
Yeah, I think that's the right call. Not to use those equalizers in that situation. There's no real reason to do so. Especially if you lose that round, then what? You've just wasted equalizers on a 1 versus 2. I will say, I think double thinking himself in that situation by going back through elbow. If he would have just straight pushed through the smoke, through basketball, might have had a better shot of pulling off that 1 versus 2, because it's not something they necessarily expect. But off the start of this round, off the back of losing an offense, you're going to need to try and have a solid offense yourselves. And you will take the trades here for the moment, but this is very far from convincing. I was going to say, time to pull out an operator of some kind.
And there it is. The equalizers are out. Gonna get aggressive here through laundry. Difficult fight, yeah, over the top. And see Football will deal with Shisu. Now the rest of Nexus can start to put some pressure on over towards this B side, because Undream's still inside the point and Undream still finding gunfights. You don't necessarily need the operators with the way that they're shooting the Odins and the USS. Working on 2 different fronts here. Nexus are going to have to lick their wounds and head over towards A. And giving up the Ghost over towards B. They've got no other option. Blay will eventually find a gunfight over here, but Undream getting everything done over towards this A side. This round might be done. I think it's done. They've stacked it. Yeah, it's done. Already Undream have run through this round. My word.
2 minutes and 13 on the clock. By the way, just casual, 2 minutes and 13 on the clock. That shouldn't happen. And I think it does happen because Nexus put a bit more resources, I think, into defending B than they probably should have done there in that situation. Undream able to convert across the middle of the map here and almost immediately swing from B in towards A. That's not how you should be playing your defenses. So Nexus will be kind of kicking themselves that they've allowed Undream back in towards this one. They want to have a solid start on their offense. And last time around, they were able to capture B pretty much immediately. They're winning the trades to do so, but job is not done yet. Noisy being a proper nuisance on this point. He'll finally get shut down. And now Nexus can get this capture through.
Taking up B very, very quickly again. What was it? 2 minutes and 18 seconds of the previous round. They're going to have the opportunity to do that again, but not if Undream have got anything to say about it. Shisu and Ko can find a couple of kills, and they found them quite advanced up the map. Death Machine's out. Puedes is going to have a few targets to line up here. Aether Messi, the first on the chopping block. Not quite. The bullet's not quite hitting, but he's going to slow them down at worst. Zyrax is here to support if he can, but finding nothing there with the Death Machine is going to open up the door over towards this A side for Nexus to just stroll on through. Play here. Equalizers out over towards the kitchen side. Kills now being found, though, by the side of Undream on the other. Play still doing damage here with the equalizer. Is going to come behind. Oh my god, but Puedes just shuts it down almost immediately. No way he finds a shot on excellence. It was nearly there. Undream are doing some decent work, though, on the actual point here. First tick over towards A, second on its way through. Nexus, sorry, doing the work, I should say, as Undream have to answer back, and they do.
I think Undream were really preoccupied with making sure that Nexus didn't immediately transition straight up the driveway and towards B. They realized pretty quickly, though, that they do actually need to try and defend A in that situation. They really shouldn't be giving it away for free. Now looking to convert for B control. Fabuloso has been quiet for an extended period of time. Now will get loud for at least one kill. As he goes down, you take those trades, though. Nexus now on towards this point ton. Shisu goes big for 3 kills, and that's going to be it here. Undream now full control. They've got a 6-life advantage. This is going to be difficult to come back from now.
You can see the angle that he was coming in from, just nobody from the side of Nexus turning around to him. It's the freest 3-piece that Shisu will find all day long. Still in the middle of the map as the rest of the team trying to do their job over towards this B side, still ticking for the side of Nexus. But a 9 versus 3, you need plenty of action to go your way. 8 versus 3 now. 7 versus 3 now. Starting to get a little bit tempting for the side of Nexus that this might well be possible. 3 versus 5. Undream just throwing bodies in here to try and stop that B capture coming through, and have suffered because of it. They now are in a 5 versus 2. Make it now a 4 versus 1. But that could have been a hell of a lot cleaner. And Blaze still has potential to do something here, but Undream are collapsing towards him. They will find it in the end, but not as clean as Undream would have liked it to be.
Yeah, I think Shisu's 3-piece there really did save Undream because, I mean, again, like their setup, it was pretty tentative, I want to say. Like, they kind of, to be fair, fair play to Nexus for forcing it, was that way because of the fact that they had to kind of send reinforcements over by A, and in doing so weakened their defensive setup over by B. Fabuloso could only do so much in that situation, so Undream do allow Nexus in towards the point. But big clutch coming through from Shisu off the start of this round. Fabuloso going to get a posthumous kill with the Death Machine here. Undream now starting to make this B capture through, but they haven't fully cleared out players in around this point. Mausin still alive, by the way. Puedes, you probably got to go kill him.
Still going inside of the point. Mausin doing a really good job. Just trying to hold down over towards this B side, but Undream making some more progress over towards A. Shisu equalizes it out. Excellent. Aware of it and will find him. Finds the pick. Really nicely played. Slowed it down and made it difficult. Mausin just dodging bullets in the middle of the map. Undream yet to really establish much here. They are eventually going to get some progress over towards this A side. Nexus are threatening to collapse, but they're just kind of watching from around the point. Blake are surely going to be dealt with here. It feels as if they are not being aggressive enough when they need to be. A is ticking in, and okay, well, I best get over towards B and defend that. Oh, you can't, because Shisu, I mean, what is the spray transfer? It's incredible to do that with your 2 thumbs, mate. Ridiculous.
You just shouldn't do that. I mean, that's kind of partly the USS 9, partly down to Shisu. Either way, getting those kills through, that is not okay. Undream now potential for a translation over towards B. Last remaining player here, Zyrax, will get traded out. So there should be a bit of a stabilization period for Nexus. They're going to invest a couple of operators to ensuring they hold on. Aethan finding these kills is everything. He's going to force the issue.
One thing is, these close ones may well be coming. If you can find the kill, T-Football finds absolutely nothing with the operator coming out. Noisy will find another kill on the play, and Zyrax is just maybe trying to get in on a spawn kill here. You can see they're just trying to keep people away from it. They do have a life advantage. They're looking to try and add to that as well. Puedes is spraying into absolutely nothing here. They do need to make a push over towards this B side. Nexus currently defending it well enough. 11 versus 10 in favor of Undream, but the map is split in a weird kind of way at the moment.
2 life advantage for Undream. Nexus pushed all the way back in towards Laundry here. They're reliant on sniper and long-range pressure from the ARs. That's not going to work out because Undream are the kind of roster to get right up in your faces. Nice double kill coming through from Football. Potential flanking play. Keep an eye on player number 5 from Noisy. Could blow this entire play wide open, or maybe they're just going to do it from Fabuloso up front with the War Machine. They're winning all the gunfights ton. Feels like a foregone conclusion at this point. The Nexus do end up losing this round in this control.
Around the control and the series on top of it. Excellence. You can find something with the Sparrow, but Football would have to provide some sort of miracle here for the side of Nexus. He will be dealt with. Undream run through them. That's a 3-0 comfortable victory in the end to set up another day with Undream. I mean, look, can they do something here against on Mythic? That's going to be the question, but they start off the day is exactly the kind of way that they wanted to, with a 3-0 comfortable win against Nexus. And now, can they find their tournament going any further? That's the question.
Ah, man, just super weird control, I think, from Nexus, really. I think Undream offered them a lot of different opportunities for Nexus to get into that control and just kind of shut them out straight afterwards, right? As soon as Nexus tried to capitalize on said opportunities, there was always a clutch-up moment here and there for Undream. I don't know why, it's always Buddy Shisu, mate. He's always pretty much the one to do those clutch-up situations with the USS-9. That spray, I think was it round number 3 or round number 4 that he managed to pull that one off. It just ridiculous stuff like that is so darn annoying to deal with. Even in the round number 1 that we saw Nexus take away, like, they almost clutch up. Like, Shisu almost does that. If he goes a different direction, he would have done so. And yet still, I think Nexus just maybe, I guess just not the best map control from them, right? On losing a point, they wouldn't position themselves correctly for the transition on the defense over towards the next point. Like, they were never really prepared for what Undream were putting in their direction. And to be fair about it, can you ever really be prepared for the likes of Shisa and Puedes? When those guys are going off, you're really going to feel it.
Problems for Nexus all the way through, wasn't there? I mean, the 7-0 Search and Destroy for me was the nail. As soon as that happened, I'm not too sure we found a way back into the series for them. And Shisu, multiple different occasions, finding 3 pieces just to shut down anything that Nexus had going their way. But yeah, a really comfortable series for Undream now. It's a nice way to start their night. Really good performance across the board. Everybody chipping in. Puedes, well, I mean, ever since those first 3 rounds of Search and Destroy, it's just started slowing down a little bit. Maybe we need to see a little more from him in the second series of the day. Maybe I'm asking a little bit too much. Really good performance in overall from the side of Undream, I should say. They get the job done. Nexus will fall there, Lauren, and that was convincing to say the least.
I mean, I don't know what it is about day 2 of the challenge finals in these regions, but we're getting lots of 7-0s in our S&Ds.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very strange.
Right? What's in the water today?
Terrible Search and Destroy play.
Yeah.
Is that the answer you wanted to hear?
Or attack. Yeah. It's not hot.
I mean, we'll have to see what that does, though, because the teams that were getting the 7-0s in EU were able to then come strong into their next series. So that could bode well for Undream going against on Mythic, although it is a very formidable opponent in on Mythic for this next lower bracket match. But while we are giving commiserations to Nexus, who are now knocked out of the competition, congratulations to Undream for moving on and at least clinching bare minimum now that 3rd place spot. It all comes down to this next match to determine which team will make their way through to the grand finals and face off against NA Falloffs, Brody.
Yeah, this, I think, is going to be legitimately a close one. I think these are 2 very closely matched teams just on paper. On Mythic, I think, have surprised a lot of different people, and they are going to want revenge against NA Falloffs. And if I had to look at just purely based on the gameplay that we've seen from on Mythic and Undream so far, I would argue they are proficient enough to get revenge against NA Falloffs. Undream, given their performance yesterday, maybe not so much. They seem to have stepped it up a gear. They probably need to step it up another one if they want to take on Mythic down.
All right. Well, they only have a little bit of time to do that. So It's time for us to send to a short break. While we do that, our players are going to be getting themselves set up and ready to go in the second match of the day. And when we return, the team that will be making their way through to the grand finals will be determined. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never to lose. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Ooh la la. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster.
don't check me out now.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now at whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light down at whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are preparing for match number 2 of our lower bracket before we head into the grand finals here for Call of Duty Mobile in North America. Only one more match away before we start determining who the champion, the best of the best in the region is going to be. But before we get there, we have to talk about on Mythic and Undream. Undream just had a decisive 3-0 against Nexus to move forward to the next stage of the competition into our lower bracket final against on Mythic. It's so decisive, it included a 7-0 in the S&D. So they are warmed up and ready to go, Brody. But now they have to face off against on Mythic.
Now, those ever exciting 7-0s in Search and Destroy, about as exciting as a cucumber sandwich. Just not that great, ultimately. On Mythic here, I feel like we're going to see something special out of them, right? I think on Mythic have been waiting in the wings for an extended period of time. They looked really good yesterday versus NA Falloffs. And this is what we've been talking about quite a bit, right? I think on Mythic coming into playoffs, I think we were kind of like, are they that good? Did they manage to catch NA Falloffs off guard? Yesterday, I think they proved without a shadow of a doubt that they are just that good of a team. They are a really solid team. They are kind of, I would almost describe them as NA's like SSS, but just even better than that. Like they're just a really solid, well put together team. And I think Undream are going to be fighting an uphill battle here because I think they're going to be coming in off that back of that series versus Nexus thinking, yeah, we're great. We're going to absolutely breathe through this next one. And Mythic are just like a totally different force.
I like that regional comparison there, Brody. I can agree with that there. Let's see, though, what they picked. I'm getting told the picks and bans already. So let's start that conversation here, Tom, because now we know what both of these teams are going to want to be playing. And we're starting off with Undream's pick on the Summit Hardpoint.
Okay. I think, again, we have a couple of different things here. We haven't actually seen a whole lot of takeoff, actually. In fairness, I think we've seen most of it over on the European side of things. Hacienda coming in from map number 4, Summit to kick things off, so that's not too bad for either one of these two teams. I actually don't mind this for on Mythic, though, to a certain degree. I quite like the Summit for them, but again, I think it's hard to say between these two teams. On Mythic coming through, of course, just from the loser side of things and having to wait, I think that is a bit of a bearing onto this. Undream having that warm-up games to a certain degree as well is going to help them, especially in the early stages of this series. But I'm curious. It's a map set that for me doesn't necessarily lean in one direction.
Yeah, the only thing I will say is looking towards this one is probably just the Hacienda. That's literally it. And the only thing I'd say is that just like Undream look really good on Hacienda. I mean, everyone should look on Hacienda, to be frank about it. But yeah, maybe that's the only thing here where maybe it's like, maybe that wasn't the best pick from Mythic. On the whole, though, it is very difficult to say if there is an easy map set to take out Undream on. So we'll see how this one's going to go. But I think Summit is going to be an interesting one. I think it's going to be an interesting kind of barometer to see what these teams are like in Hardpoint. I think specifically for Mythic, who have held NA Falloffs close in Hardpoint, how are they going to fare versus Undream?
All right. We'll chat before we get into the match. Let us know your thoughts as well. Which of these two teams do you think is going to be the one to join NA Falloffs in our grand finals? Will it be on Mythic or will it be Undream? This is definitely going to be a close back and forth for sure. Will the warm-up Undream have end up being advantageous for them? On Mythic, being able to watch it, will that help them? Are they ready to go? I mean, they played well against NA Falloffs last time. This is going to be great. I'm excited for match number 2. Our players are almost ready to load in. So let's just kick off match 2 and see how things go.
This should be a very interesting game. I agree. I think, we had Nexus within these last 4 teams. We kind of knew that they were probably going to be brushed to the side, but now we have our final 3 teams, and questions are going to be raised over every single series after this, which way this game plays out as well. I know Undream lost convincingly yesterday to the side. Undream lost convincingly to the side of NA Falloffs. On Mythic, though, obviously pushing them very, very close. This would lean towards an on-Mythic win on paper, but as mentioned, I think in that loser bracket, that momentum does make it a bit of a difference. Undream, can you come into this with a little bit of strength, I wonder, from that previous series? Or, like you said, has it kind of set them up for failure and given them that false sense of security heading into it? Well, we're going to find out the answer to all these questions very, very shortly. But I think on paper, this is on Mythic's one to lose, but we sometimes know that is never usually the case to indicate whichever way the series is going to go.
Yeah, I think the upper bracket final can be kind of deceptive in a way, because the thing is with any matchup versus NA fall-offs, and we've seen this multiple times throughout the season now, is that NA fall-offs are a very hot and cold team. Like when they want to turn up, when they want to full send it in a series, they absolutely can. And we saw that in the final couple of maps where, yeah, all right, Mythic was still being competitive, right? It was an 80-point hardpoint or so. It was an 8-6 coastal search and destroy victory that did get NA fall-offs through to the upper bracket final. But like, it's like, is that just NA fall-offs being lax? Like, is that game 5? Is it going all the distance down to not just Mythic playing well, which they did, but also down to a certain kind of modicum of maybe NA fall-offs were not hitting 100% of their capacity. And so it kind of leads you into this situation where it's just like, all right, even still, where do kind of Mythic and Undream kind of, how do they match up against one another? Are we expecting to see Undream come out here with momentum and actually kind of surprise Mythic? I don't know. I mean, honestly, I think you look across to the season so far, Mythic have done a stellar job at surprising a lot of teams. It wasn't just NA fall-offs. You've got to remember that even before that, they took out ARP Gaming in their first round of play. I think it was the first match that they played in challenge season. Even go as far back to the open finals. And Mythic, I think, are a team that a lot of people maybe just hadn't really kept an eye on. I believe this is the roster that, like, back in season 5, they did end up qualifying and then didn't end up playing. So we kind of were in a situation where we could have have had this team last season surprise a lot, but just didn't manage to play. Either way, I'm curious to see how these guys match up in Hardpoint, because this is the one I think kind of knew we would get this matchup at the start of the day. This is the one that I was looking forward to.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting one. I think for both these two squads as well, heading up against NA fall-offs, you never know what could potentially happen in that grand finals. So for either one of these two teams, if they can make it there, then all of a sudden we're in it could go either way. You have nothing to lose at this stage for these squads, apart from, well, a couple of G's if you don't make it into the next round. We should be loading into map number 1 momentarily. It's going to be a summit. The map set is... It's not deferred away from normality, I want to say, for COD Mobile, but of course we are seeing something a little bit different. We're getting a Kurahana, we're getting a summit to kick things off, we're seeing a takeoff, we're seeing a coastal on map number 5, but of course there isn't Mahasi and a Hardpoint in there as well, as expected. So look, it's somewhat a little different, but not too far out from the ordinary.
Yeah, I mean, like... I think teams do just generally prefer to play the maps they've been playing for a very long time. It's very easy to default. And the other thing I'll say is, I think with the way that the formatting works here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, right, ever since I think it was season 4 where we did have that round robin stage where you could get a lot more information, I think it's very difficult to veto against teams nowadays, right? Because I mean, even when we're sitting here doing our research and we're always looking at, all right, cool, so is there any kind of trends in XYZ team is very clearly good at this map mode combination? You don't really see those trends until like the final couple of matches in the season, because of how few matches you actually play now comparatively to when we were seeing the round robin stage. And that doesn't just affect us, it also affects the teams when they are strategizing around vetoes, because vetoing around opposition, you have to go deeper than that. You can't just look at what is your performance, what are your records in actual SPS matches. You have to go, what was your records in past SPS seasons, if they have played in past SPS seasons? What do you look like in scrims? How good are these teams, just on maps? It's very, very difficult now, I think, to veto against the opposing teams. And that's why you can't really read too much into it until you get to the grand final, where it is like, know that teams are very strong at certain maps because we've seen enough of it, but really don't get to that point until the very final couple of matches.
No, of course, I'm with you on that one. It's been hard to really judge where teams are kind of lying with these vetoes, but we are going to get to find out very, very shortly. Summit is about to kick off here in map number 1 of our losers bracket final. We got here very quickly, considering the first game started merely an hour ago. That one is done. We're already into the second one with a little bit of an extended break, so good work from the admin, solid job from the teams. Picks and bans done, we're into it, and here we go. On Mythic, are you going to come into this one hot? Are you going to be able to stop the momentum that Undream, well, we clearly have after a nice 3-0 in their previous series? Are Undream going to come in absolutely swinging and blow On Mythic out of the water? We'll find that out over the next 5 potential maps, or could it just be 3? Undream trying to get something going over towards the initial couple of points. But On Mythic here to fight over it as well. It's a mixy P1.
P1s are always super mixy. on this Hardpoint map, so I'm not expecting either of these two teams particularly to get a wealth of time, although we always talk about the fact that some at Hardpoint, I think of all the P1s that you have here on Call of Duty Mobile, this is the one that you can actually steal a fair amount of time away from. But right now, early on in this game, both teams just kind of position and jostle around each other for that top side positioning. Undream now feel confident enough with the kills that they get to actually get in towards the time, but on Mythic, no, 5 seconds left. You can still push in towards this time. You can still steal some time away from Undream, but that just does not happen.
Good job from Undream. Those transitional kills can make a difference, but Dakota is sliding through. Is he going to find a second as well? There was potential for it. Pildora and Salami doing very well, though, as this transition over towards P2 starting to come into effect now. Zyrax finding 2 through the middle of the map, though. It's going to be answered back momentarily by the side of on Mythic. They've got to hold the spawns if they want to get a hold of those P3 rotations, but it's going to be 45 seconds before we head there.
On the right side of the map for here for the moment. When the majority of the gunfights, you've got Indra in a position where perhaps Undream can be caught off guard. Now going to push further and further out towards this hard point as well. They're going to abandon Kim there, though. Really rely on the fact that Indra or perhaps Dakota can find these gunfights. Neither of those two things happen. Now they have to pick up the slack from their teammates who die, and Salome and Pildora do exactly that. That is a good wave of gunfights here from Mythic in terms of this hill control, Tom. But in terms of the next, they've let players from Undream filter through. That route taken by Puedes should put the map in their favor now, and Undream for a good opportunity here, looking towards P2 spawns to get some control.
You can see a couple of players from on Mythic were retreating back to try and get a hold of it. Undream win the gunfights, but on Mythic get a lot of time over towards P2. If Undream are even able to find a full 60 here, they will only have themselves about a 20-point lead, and that's going to be a difficult thing to do with the pressure that's coming in here from the side of on Mythic. Fabuloso was able to get a War Machine shot off before he does get taken down by Indra, but still, you find the player with the War Machine, you're taken down quickly. It's a big win. Dakota can find one on the Shizu, struggling to try and break these lines that have been drawn by the side of Undream. Puedes just trying to fire through the smoke. Right now, the break is not coming for on Mythic. They're trying their hardest to take their time, but Undream will soak up plenty of time on their own at the same time.
Undream, it's just so easy to hold this hard point down unless on Mythic can get players in behind enemy lines, and they've just not been able to do that. You hit the 25-second mark as well, and with the amount of operators invested in towards this hard point, I don't necessarily think on Mythic will want to throw too much at this anymore. You do have to be somewhat careful as well, because it is very easy to fly in towards this hard point and kind of incidentally flip out players from Undream further out towards that rotation. Fair play to Badu, as he just managed to contest for about 10 seconds of time, but really doesn't do all that much. Undream, they knew how important that P2 rotation was, and they do manage to hold a full 64, and now this is going to be a fly up the snow ramp here to try and take on Mythic out of this hard point.
Oh, Indra is just ready and waiting with a Gatling gun, though, so maybe not the best decision we've ever made. It's probably what's going through the comms on the Undream side, on Mythic. Starting to find some time. Indra actually killing himself there at one stage. I'm not sure how that went down, but irrelevant. Be back up and spawning towards this backside. Dakota with the HSO has been so influential with this gun. He can find one, pops out, doesn't find the second. Zyrax should be able to follow because Pildora is here with the equalizers. On Mythic trying to get something back from what they lost over towards P3, and it's been a wonderful hold so far. Salami can find 3. Equalizers here in this moment should be able to hold this door at least. Pildora will continue to thrive, but Fabuloso and Co towards this backside with the ARs doing a really good job. Undream though have potential to find a break here. On Mythic still in the lead.
Yeah, those smokes being a real nuisance right now. It's allowing Undream, and look at this hard point. Indra is isolated inside, so it's super easy for Undream to overwhelm those players in towards the hard point, and they're also going one by one on the retake here. Salame has to go big. Will find the first kill, not able to produce the second. Would have been nice if Salame could get it done, but Undream are overwhelming right now. That is a fair amount of time that they do steal away from on Mythic, despite the fact that on Mythic do get that rotation. So as going to the second set, they're only ahead by 20 seconds right now, by owing to the fact that their rotations have been ever so slightly better. The only rotation we've seen really from this first set that Undream had commanded was that rotation towards P3. That's where they got that full 60, and that's why they're in this game right now.
On Mythic though, I think, you know, you look at their lead and what they found, it was a good 40 at P2 and P4. Well, very well finding the 60s at 3, but you need to be competitive throughout the rest. And well, Undream have been competitive here over towards P1. Good scrap going on between these two squads. Pildora trying to find something. You've got Indra for company, but Shizu and Zyrax getting the better of the SMG Joe on side of the point. Really good job from Zyrax. Actually 7 in a row out of absolutely nothing, by the way. And keeping things rolling here. Can he find the 8? Koda's the next on the chopping block. He can find it before falling. But Akilla finds Badu as well. On top of it, Zyrax going massive for Undream. 24 and 15 to kick things off. He was having a pretty pedestrian game up until that stage and goes on an absolute tear. Rotation coming in over towards P2 though, and it is going to be on Mythic, who are going to have to try and find that push through. Right now, Undream in complete control.
Undream know how important getting hill time here on this hardpoint is. That's why we're seeing investment starting to come out from Fabuloso and Shisu. Hugh is picking up gunfights now, clears out the top side. Now Undream can rotate towards this hard point. Claw now starting to come into play from Zyrax as well. Undream are sending everything at this hard point. Mythic also find back some operators of their own, and Badu coming through with 3. That is unfortunate. Given the amount that Undream invested in towards this time, you really would have liked to have seen a little bit more fight out of Undream. Now they're being pushed out for potential rotation as well. They've got to be careful about how much they invested in this one. 20 seconds left. Undream will find the kills, and so should be able to get this time away. Mythic now going to start to focus on filtering players through for rotation.
One big player going up the ice side is going to be the side of Badu. Isn't going to be able to find anything, and once again, Undream are going to have this rotation, but this time they've got a lead on top of it. If they can find the full 60 here, it's a difficult position for Mythic to be in. Puedes finds nothing though. Indra through the front door, and all of a sudden some presence here for the side of Mythic, and I'm just scratching my head at how Undream do not have a little bit more presence inside of the point there. They've held on to the spawns. They still have those spawns, but they are not necessarily beneficial if you start getting pinned into them either. Dakota Pildora working well. Shiso can find something with the SMG, but Mythic have somehow found a way through here, bro.
Yeah, this is dangerous now. You can really fight this one from the front. Mythic, excuse me, you're going to have to find a way through. That's a big flank from Badu, and that should influence the spawns. Yeah, it is ever so slightly. Pueda spawns out, so Undream will continue to get those split spawns through here. It's weak. Undream looking to find their way through. Badu has played his absolute mind out towards this hard point, but there's still more to be done. Mythic not able to certifiably win enough gunfights to actually get control. So Undream here should be able to get the back 20 seconds. There'll be one last little hit from Mythic, but you got to give Badu some props for making that play happen. Wow. Take some time away from Mythic that they otherwise would have gotten 3 kills from Pildora, and that's even more time that you're stealing away now.
Yeah, that's a really good job from Mythic. I think they were down 30 or so by the time they headed over towards P2. If anything, they have closed that gap with the break that they found, and the rotation belongs to them as well. They were not able to hold this as proficiently as they maybe would have liked on the last rotation, and Undream are going to try and test that resolve once more. But there's a Noisy combining well, but the rest of the Mythic squad doing their job. They are finding those kills. Shiso towards the back. He will get traded. Spawns though, where they're going to lie. Zyrax heading towards this backside, looking to just try and stay alive. The rest of the team now starting to filter in through the front if they can. Mythic all the way up. Ice are going to be holding on the back foot. Fabuloso not finding a great deal. Maybe they'll need one onto Indra. Looking for a second at the Pildora. Can find it, but the rest of the team not finding a great deal. Even though Fabuloso with the War Machine, doing sensational with the War Machine, but still it's on Mythic inside of the point.
Yeah, despite all that, despite the form flip, you still haven't managed to get full control this year. Mythic a chance to play hero here. Salome not going to get all of the value out of the Sparrow that you otherwise would have wanted here. But all in all, Mythic have done a stellar job at playing neck and neck with Undream here in this game. This last 10 seconds, it might actually be worth sending a couple of players in towards that time, but I don't think they're going to. Instead, they're going to be focusing on making sure they rotate properly towards P1. Already starting to use the gunfights up top, though. You have to be careful about this one. Puedes and Fabuloso will combine for 3, and because of that, Undream should be the first team to touch, but they still have not cleared out on Mythic. This team is being so annoying right now.
They're hard to get rid of. Undream come into this one fairly warm, and have used that momentum from their previous game to really force themselves at this stage. Just about 30-point lead heading into a third rotation, and you take those leads all day long. Noisy cannot find another. Finds 2. Indra and Co trying to find a way inside of the point, and they are very much there. Pildora has the equalizers up and running, and what can he do with them? Zyrax over towards this backside is just going to keep farming, finds another 3. He's having so much fun over towards P1 time and time again. Undream get inside of the point, 25 seconds to play for, and it could be a massive 25 seconds.
Undream, opportunity here to steal away this game on this hard point. Shiso and Puedes finding kills here, Mythic on the left side of the minimap, starting to lose some of the gunfights as well. Wraparound from Fabuloso is going to be shut down, so now Shiso needs to go huge. No equalizers ready for it, but you're winning the gunfights regardless. Undream, they just need 20 seconds here. Mythic split spawns. That might surprise Undream.
It has done. Look at the kill feed. It's went mostly in the way of Mythic. Players coming over from the top side are now being dealt with as well. Salami trying to find something over towards this backside. Can only find one, but Puedes finds 2. And could that be a nice, comfortable break for the side of Undream? Everything being brought to the table here by on Mythic. The Claw is going to find 3 from Dakota, though, and he will start to get aggressive with it. Fabuloso can answer back pretty much immediately with not 1, but 2, but 3 kills from Fabuloso. The fault is there as well. Undream have found a way through. Zyrax is there to pick up the pieces, and they can absolutely win it here. They are 10 seconds away by the time on Mythic are even going to be anywhere near Undream in the ascendancy.
They're trying to hold on. Trying to send some long-range shots in to potentially get an opportunity towards the hard point. Badu's War Machine is landing, and you've got to be careful now because they're going to play number 1. Pildora's just spawning towards New. Badu is clearing out house as well. That should be a spawn manipulation for on Mythic. You can no longer finish things here if you're Undream, and all of a sudden, you're staring down the barrel of potentially losing P3 rotation. This is not the hard point you want to lose.
And look where Salami's not kind of sitting now. They will have a little bit of control, but they've actually been gunned out of it. Shisu and Co can work so well. Hill's going to be popping in 3 seconds. Undream need only the 5. Salami going to pull out the Sparrow. Will find absolutely nothing now. It has to be from the front from on Mythic. They have to hold this down. They have to do absolutely everything in their power to get this one going. The smoke will confuse it. Undream inside the point, though. On Mythic cannot get there. And Undream will close it out. It gets scary with the spawns, but ultimately they get the job done. A really, really solid job from Undream. I think if you're on Mythic, if you win at least one of those P2 rotations, you're in a really, really different spot in that game. For the side of Undream, they just did so well over towards that point. Found so many times, for so many seconds, and found so much value, and we'll find map number 1 as well. Really, really good job from Undream.
Yeah, and towards the closing moment, I mean, there was a situation there where Mythic could well have actually won that game, right? It's the fact that they do manage to have that final rotation in their favor. They just lose the gunfights towards the front of P3, and you can't really afford to do that. I'd have liked to have seen maybe a little bit of reinforcement from on Mythic in terms of actually solidifying that P3 control, because we know what a money hill that can be. But what a back and forth hardpoint. We're wondering how these two teams would match up in hardpoint, and well, there we just got an absolute treat of a game to kick off this best of 5 ton. Again, I mean, such a back and forth affair. Undream holding for a 40-20 split on the hard point. Next hard point, it'll be on Mythic, doing exactly that, constantly training control, constantly training hard points. And in the end, it did just come down to a couple of key rotations in the closing moments of the game. On Mythic, they tried to hold on, but they just could not get it done. And, you know, one thing I will say is on Mythic, they do such a good job at kind of breaking in towards hard points as a team. But just getting yourselves in positions where you don't have to do that, I think that's what Mythic really want to be looking at moving forward past this hard point, because ultimately it was just a position where they lost those final couple of rotations, and that's the thing that hurt them in the end. Undream, they go big, they go home, and they will take map number 1.
Oh, we've very much got a series on our hands here, don't we? This is going to be an absolute banger all the way through. It is about a 25-point game in the end. Make it exactly 28 for Undream, who get the job done. And again, that P2 so influential towards a P3, I should say. I always get it mixed up. I don't know why I always call it P2, Brody. I don't know why.
It feels like a P2, doesn't it?
It does. It almost feels like, you know, the one that is actually P2 is kind of just the prequel to P3, right? I mean, I know that sounds a bit strange, and I know it kind of makes sense in your brain with what I'm saying here, though, at the same time. Kurahana is going to be coming up for map number 2, which is going to be the prequel to Take Off Control. And if we need to see it, we'll see Hacienda and Coastal as the final 2 in the series. But that's a good start for Undream, right? You get a hold of the first map, you go into this hard point, you're feeling good off the back of a 3-0. You just had a cracking Search and Destroy, a 7-0 one fall your way up against Nexus. I can't imagine Undream will let that one happen, though.
I don't know, dude. At this point, I think the expectations have been set that we're going to be seeing a pretty close series between these two teams. So I'm expecting that to continue in towards this Search and Destroy. You're absolutely right. This is not going to be a 7-0 Search and Destroy. Touch wood, because, well, I expect Undream to actually have some competition to play here. On Mythic, off the start here, getting super aggressive. Nobody down long from Undream. This is all through mid-cut. Shisu has a lot to do.
Can you find anything? Noisy has already done his job, though. He's found 2. Shiso will find 1. Shiso will find a second. I think of coming to this Search and Destroy the same way they left that first map entirely, and that is flat. Hildora dealt with. That is a clean round from Undream to kick things off on Mythic. Shocked into that one. Zyrax and Portes don't find anything, but Shisu, Fabuloso, and Noisy combining well for all 5 kills. Great start for Undream.
Solid one for Undream. Just great A control from Shisu and Noisy. And I think Mythic had kind of hoped that starting aggressive play was going to throw Undream off guard. That doesn't happen. Towards this round, though, they are going to draw first blood, and crucially, and his presence over towards A. So Undream now going to be reinforcing the B site. Salome looking for yet another blood, and actually going to get a free look, but Noisy, well, he's going to trade things out, and now that's the advantage for Mythic down the toilet.
Undream trying to make sure they solidify this one on the defensive side. Don't love the positioning here for Mythic at all. They really do feel pinned back into their spawn, but is there an angle there? Pildora is trying to find it. Is it a protractor you use to measure angles? Well, that's what he's got out to try and find one here. I mean, he knows something's going on. Was I right there? Am I going back to school? That was a while ago.
Yeah, you just throw me back about 8 years. Maybe longer, 10 years.
Oh, God. I mean, now that's making me feel old. I mean, I was thinking more like 18, but here we are. No Shisu is there. Pildora will challenge the corner. He does have a little bit of backup. I wouldn't be surprised if Shisu just kicks into gear here. Zyrax can find one. Doesn't find the second. Shisu just baiting his teammates out, apparently. Are we not challenging that? Are we getting any...
Nope. He's still not moving.
I am bewildered.
He's still not moving. He's finally going to move. Shisu's like, yeah, I guess I'll go now. Not even the gunfight as well. Shisu, that's poor, mate. Oh, God, we've given him a lot of gas. We'll give him a lot of stick for this round because that is not great. You cannot let your teammates die in that situation and continue to not do anything as well. Leaves a lot to be decided there. Noisy looking for some freebies in this round to try and pull off a 1 versus 3, but Mythic, they're not going to give it to him.
I just thought that the positioning there from Zyrax was to cover over Shisu, and when the gunfights eventually start to, well, transpire, maybe we could get something going, but yeah, Shisu doesn't kick into gear, and, well, Mythic will get themselves around. Strange one. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that round, I mean, it's not like guaranteed victory by any stretch of the imagination, right? But Mythic are stuck. Like, first of all, I would say there's no real reason to get aggressive in the way that Undream did. And then secondly, if you are going to do it, you probably want to trade a little bit more efficiently. You want to have Shishu actually doing something in that situation. So that definitely, I feel like a fumble at multiple different points in that round from Undream. And they are going to play things significantly more passively in this one. Fabuloso in that same spot over by B. First blood. I believe it was Salome that got it last time around. So it is still important towards this round. Steady as you like from Salome. There's the peak, and there's the kill coming out from Fabuloso now for Mythic. Back to that same situation before. Last time they had to play so passively. Fabuloso, what are you doing? I appreciate it. I appreciate how aggressive he's going to be, but Dakota, I mean, he is very, very lucky there. That's a freebie for Dakota.
And Zyrax and Tob, so maybe they thought they could just get a little bit more presence. Well, they do that and keep their lives, so I suppose it's not the end of the world. Shisu and Kill trying to get very, very aggressive. Seen Badu as well. Oh, he's very tagged up. Is there going to be a child coming around yet? They're scared of it. The nade wasn't able to connect for a kill, but information gained. But what do they do with that info? Nothing at this moment in time. Both these two players from each team just posturing. Pildora will find one. Is the trade going to be there? Not quite. But this doesn't make the move. And now all of a sudden everything can try to start coming over towards this B side for the side of Undream. Mythic defending well, but Pildora is left on his own. Noisy will find Dakota. And what can Pildora do from here? It's looking like absolutely nothing. Can find Noisy. Now in a 1 versus 2.
Oh, immediate trade as well. Pildora's going to get the regen. This is still possible. 10 seconds on the clock, though. Time on Undream's side. Pildora is not going to find either of these 2 kills now, and now will not find the plant. Zyrax will close out that round. That is a nasty read, by the way, from Undream, right? Given the amount of aggression we saw from Mythic, from a couple of players trying to hit over towards the A site, you would immediately imagine that, hey, this is going to be an A hit. Like, there's nothing really much that Undream can do, but they stick to their guns. They still have an inkling that those players are going to try and hit down B long. And it is a perfect play call from Undream. Do not give that round away. That is a perfect Kurahana search and destroy round from them. Off the start of these rounds, Mythic have really struggled with these first bloods. They're going to get aggressive to try and win one hit.
And they managed to find a way through over towards the safe side. It's a passive setup from Undream, which may well have just worked out perfectly in this round. Shisu can find a kill, but not before Indra and Salami can find something else themselves. Salami will find another. Now Undream backs against the wall a little bit in this round. Fabuloso very, very close, but cannot do much about this. Does have some backup though. You see Zyrax firing over the top of this bomb will go down irrelevant. Fabuloso trying to find an angle. Couldn't see one. Bomb goes down. 3 versus 2 in the favor of Mythic here. First kill needs to go Undream's way if they want a chance. Not going to happen. Fabuloso will fall, and Zyrax is nowhere near for the trade. Feels like a sloppy search and destroy from these squads. Pushes coming in without talking to your teammates. Is the communication there as much as it would need to be for the both of them to excel? Not at the moment. Mythic will find it. 2-2.
Yeah, I think you're right. It does feel a little bit like we could see better search and destroy play from both of these two teams at this point. And that was one of those rounds where Undream Protocode just a little bit better, backed up a little bit more, played as a team a little bit more on Mythic. I'm going to trade this one out. 2 for 2 now we go. Utility over the top straight towards B. And no Fabuloso watching the long kit. Instead he's backed up towards the middle of the map. So this is going to be full B-side control from Mythic. And they've kind of just been given a freebie. They didn't even really earn this.
I'm going down. Eldora finds a kill as well onto Zyrax. Badu onto Fabuloso. They've waltzed into the site and taken what they want. Noisy and Code, this is a stupidly tough retake now. Everybody from Mythic sitting very tight inside of the site. Noisy can find something with the grenade because of the positioning. Mythic with 24 seconds surely will do well to lose this defense of this bomb. Badu can find something. Shisu will be there for the trade, but that's fine for the team defending it. Noisy now left in a 1 versus 2. The trade's working out, the time on their side, and another round goes over towards Mythic. After a bit of a shaky start, they are well and truly back into this game.
Yeah, that was an unnecessary adjustment from Undream. They've had success in having Fabuloso watching that cross. There's no real reason to make an adjustment. There's nothing that I think Mythic have shown them in the first 4 rounds of Search and Destroy that says that Fabuloso can't be there, that he hasn't finding success on those first picks, and changing things up is effectively giving that round away for free. Difficult to retake B at the best of times. Now this round feels like it's all down to Noisy, and he gets shut out right off the rip. Undream have pushed so far in the middle of the map that they're going to have to pull back if they want to hold on towards A.
A lot of aggression through the middle of the map. It might just be a full wrap round. Fabuloso is just sitting tight here. I knows there potentially could be a lot going on his left or right hand side, but he ain't making the move. But to be honest, Mythic are just reading this. Yeah. At least one player spotted over towards that backside. It was Zyrax who took the shot. Now everybody makes their move over towards A, and Fabuloso has to at least find something or just slow them down. If you can find a pick and survive, a pinch is set up. He is going to be the player that makes the move. Everybody else is falling in from behind. But the question is do Mythic know that there's 3 players on the flank?
Yeah, I don't think they fully are aware. I think given the fact that they got Son to 8 so easily, they might not be. Fabuloso on the other side, though, constant nuisance. Reposition from Sisu is going to make this a 2-2 hit now on the pinch, and you're winning the gunfights as well. Pildora will trade out now, and it's all just down Salome.
16 seconds. Just needs to find a couple of kills, but they've spotted him. He can find one onto Shisu. Now all of a sudden, this gets a little bit scary, but Salome will get taken down. Fabuloso does his job. Fabuloso just surviving all of that time towards the backside. Zyrax will be there for the defensive defuse. And after 6 rounds of defense, the side of Undream, we're all tied up.
And to be honest with you, it's not even just Fabuloso, right? It's the little minor adjustment. I think it was from Shisu that actually helped Fabuloso out in that play. Fabuloso was on a zone sim for the longest period of time. They recognized that, hey, we probably don't need 3 players hitting this one through that mid-cart, so let's just kind of send another player on the wrap. It's a good adjustment from Undream in the moment here as they 2 tie things up. 3 in towards the offense now for Undream. They're trying to play aggressive off the start of this round, looking to overwhelm players on towards B. It ends up being a trade-for-trade situation. Noisy and Shisu left alive on this site, and they're being aggressed.
Shisu. Big kill to be found. Now puts himself in a 1 versus 2. Oh, can he find this one? The initial. Oh, it was nearly falling his way, but now he can continue to try and fry. Does have the bomb, and yeah, he can waltz over towards A and get this down. He knows they're probably not going to be channeling around this side. This is a free plant. And it would be a 1 versus 3 for Shisu to pull off, and it could be a big one.
How on earth Shisu's got out of this situation is beyond me.
No idea.
Totally slipped the net. I don't think even Pildora or Salome expected that. He's going to meet him. No way. No way is Shisu going aggressive for this one. Salome will hit the pre-nade, but he's not expecting an up-close personal gunfight like this. Shisu not shots on towards the second. could not get it done. How about that? And Odin beating a USS 9 at that range. Pildora will be the player to do it, and it doesn't make really much of a surprise here considering the game that he has had so far. But I'll say it again, the fact that we even see Shisu get into that position is not okay.
Just a bit of miscommunication, a little bit of bad timing.
Defend the objectives.
But Mythic are the ones with the lead now. Looking to try and tie this series up, but it's been such a close search and destroy. Kind of reeks of overtime to a certain degree, doesn't it? Nobody able to really establish that control, establish a good solid lead. Salami's toe has been spotted, but Zyrox, you were seen first. Salami can find one. And Mythic now is trying to start this charge towards the latter stages of this search and destroy. They want to pull away quickly and solidify the map to get us at 1 apiece, but still plenty of search and destroy left to be played.
It's so difficult when you've lost a man advantage here for a team on the offense to actually do anything on Kurahana. Again, it's one of the situations where I think the reactionary play in this instance would, generally speaking, be to play together and try and hit a site, because that's where you're going to find yourselves in an advantageous position. You can play the trades and get the rock down, but Undream trying to settle for any potential freebies from Mythic. And Mythic, to be fair, I mean, you look at the way they're pushing up the map around, they are giving it to him. Wadas almost has a second here in this round. Aggression coming out from Badu here. You got to be very careful. Badu might give away a freebie and does exactly that. And that kind of advanced position is just not really necessary.
And that's 2 kills over towards the A side. It was Fabuloso who was able to find Salami down that side. Sniper fight went down. Undream came out on top. Indra's getting so much information here. It's a freebie onto Puedes. All of a sudden, Undream. I mean, they're taking their time. They haven't really committed to anything. It's been very tentative. They're going to go through the middle of the window by the looks of things here. Indra needs to be taken down very, very quickly. He's got a little bit of support from Dakota. And now Undream are playing with a fight that they don't have time to play. Fabuloso will fall. Noisy will find 1 and 2, though. The flank comes in. They knew he was there. But in 1 versus 2 now for the side of Pildora. It's been a fumbly round of search and destroy. It's been a strange game of search and destroy. Wouldn't surprise me if Pildora pulls this one off.
Just as down low, saw the barrel of Shisu's gun. Oh, the snap from Pildora. Brings it down to a 1 versus 1. Noisy trying to get an immediate trade-off hit. Gonna back away, though. Knows all you got to do is just shoulder peek that bomb as long as you're in a position to do so. Is it planted for him? Yes, it is. Got to see aggression from Pildora now on the hunt. Noisy just going to back away, get shot put into him, just run away in this situation, and now go check the bomb. Player on it. You got to go. Pildora on the fuse, and Noisy has the time to get it done. Will win that 1 versus 1. But my, oh my, that's closer than it needs to be. And to be honest with you, I mean, that is just a fumble on all sides there. Mythic fumbled, I think, on the defense by giving away a lot of freebies to Undream where they probably shouldn't have done. Undream almost messed the entire round up by hitting through the middle of the map when they probably could have just hit one of the bomb sites. They had the information, I think it was from Fabuloso, that it was a bomb site free. Either way, comes down to a 1v1. Noisy wins it.
Scary round for both squads. In over the top, that's going to land somewhere near. Yeah, Zyrax weak. Passive setup from Undream on this attack. We're going to try and find some picks, and there's one. Pildora will walk straight into the clutches. I mean, you play over towards A and C and anything. You play over towards B, A and C and anything. You walk up the mountain to try and find some information through the middle of it, and you get dealt with almost immediately. Undream have a little bit of an advantage now. Utility is starting to come out. It's going to go in there, coordinated over towards the B side. 4 grenades over the top, and good luck surviving all of that. Is that even going to tag anybody? Indra gets tagged up just a little bit, but they're going to have to back on down momentarily. Indra just holds his irons, can find 2. Noisy will be able to answer back, but the reinforcements on their way. 3 versus 3.
Undream have fully given up here as well. Trying to wrap around here. Salome watching the cross. He's not going to find any more than 1, though. So, right decision being made here in this instance. Get that rock down over by 8. Badu picking up Noisy is not good. Little reposition from Sisu here, though. Should be good enough to get away. Yeah, not going to go immediately for the reach out here. Just trying to play on Mythic straight into him.
Shizu again. Can he find the 1 versus 2 this time? He can find the first gunfight once more. Badu has so much work to do here, though. With the HSO, it's going to come down to one moment in this gunfight, but he's found Shisu. It's the wrap all the way around, and Badu lets him know. Entirely outbrained. Finds the gunfight, will find the kill and the round and the defuse. 5-4 now for Mythic. Looking more and more likely that they're going to tie this series up, but it's been so back and forth, but it feels like the onus maybe is just with Mythic a little bit here.
I think they're just better at adapting to situations right now. Undream do feel like maybe not as fast and aggressive in rounds where we otherwise would expect them to be. Snipers haven't been that great as well. Bladus has been so quiet through this search and destroy so far. Salome, big kill against Zyrax. Now immediate trade as well. Fabuloso has taken so long, and the fact that that gunfight takes even longer, it allows Mythic to react. Look at them now, 3 bodies on the A site. Undream stopped dead in their tracks.
Mythic have the numbers here, or did. Eldora will fall.
Somebody checks this. Somebody checks this, right?
No, they don't. Indra will find one. It'd be disaster if he finds 2. It'll be an unmitigated one if he can find 3. There's Noisy who will fall on Mythic. Indra just finds them all. Disgusting play from Indra. And Mythic find themselves a round away.
I would love to give Indra all the credit in the world, and he deserves it, I think, for mechanically winning those 4 fights. At the same time, questions have to be asked. What are Undream doing? You know that Mythic are going to try and equalize the situation. Going to have somebody at liver release in the middle of the map. Be a little bit more cautious. Check those corners. That's a free round for Mythic. They'll take that all day long. Undream now. Got to be perfect in the next 2 rounds to force overtime. Mythic, I think, have kind of grown accustomed to not giving freebies away. The closest they're going to get is either player number 2, Badu, who is in that kind of mid-cut, or potentially Dakota, who's watching mid towards B. Either way, Undream have to kind of pick and prod at this defense somewhere, and I got a feeling it might be Salome that goes down first.
Undream trying to find a way through. Need to find 2 attacking rounds here just to send it to overtime. And Mythic are just offering absolutely nothing up. Apart from Indra's head, Fabuloso can find it and just backs down straight away. Pandora will find a way through the middle of the map, can find one before falling. And there's also other players getting aggressive here. Shisu having to watch what's going on as Badu was pushed up very, very far as well. B is going to be the option on the cards here. It's momentarily going to be a 4 versus 2 on site, just with the number advantage that you have here if you're Undream. Can you find anything if you're on Mythic?
Just don't overthink it. Just try and hit the site. Badu converts for a double, though. Trade's not that great. Now down to a 2 versus 2. Somebody's got to take a Dakota out, and Poetus does exactly that. Salome left up. Brings us down to a 1 versus 1. 20 seconds. Zyrax doesn't have much time to calculate this round.
He faked it.
Salome's going to immediately hit here. Does he have time to make this rotation? No, he doesn't.
Going round. Zyrax finds the gunfight in Undream. He'll find the round. It was a strange one again. I think a lot of these rounds are playing out in a different kind of way to what we're usually expecting. While Mythic still have that lead, they are still 1 round away, but Undream are 1 round away from sending us to overtime. It's on the attacking side. Looks like they're getting pretty aggressive over towards that B side of the map if they can, but on Mythic right now still keeping things alive. Need 1 round to tie the series up here, and they'd love to do it as soon as they can to get into this control.
It's the same kind of situation we've been in before, right? Undream looking for that first blood, whatever way they could get it. I think more often than not, it has come down by way of maybe Fabuloso picking up a player like Indra towards that B side. Or something over by A. Perhaps Salome could be the way into the round. Either way, Undream starting to burn some time off the clock here. Got to pick and prod at the defense. Nade over the top. That should be caught by the trophies on B side. That's not going to get anywhere. Undream, you're waiting for Mythic to move forward. That's not going to happen. You need to start making the moves yourselves.
I mean, the pick in the previous round was found towards that B side. Oh, Badu, he threatened maybe more than a shoulder there, and Poetus will find him. No answer on the other side. Fabuloso's got aggressive, though. Indra should find him and does. Just pushes up on his own, and he is a free kill for Indra. But the onus for Undream is over towards this A side. Look at this aggression coming out as well. Salame's got aggressive himself, can't find anything, has to go for the challenge. It's going to be Zyrax who picks up the pieces. Pildora will be there to answer with one back. 3 versus 3.
Advantage here for Undream. You get that bombed out. Mythic are the ones that are going to have to hit this from the back line. No sniper in play now. So we're going to have to be up close and personal gunfights. Undream going to know that by the fact you've taken Salome out of the play. You've got to play around that. Instead, they're playing in towards the cut, and that's going to give Mythic an advantage in terms of actually taking these fights.
It's an advantage that Mythic don't know they have yet, though. Pildora just waiting for a moment. They're waiting for a child to come through. They're waiting to see someone. Jisoo, he's going to be the first one to find something, but kill started to fall their way. He was the only one to find something. Pildora falls. Puedes, he will find it, and all of a sudden, it's Pildora and co who can manage to find the round and find the map. A big clutch up comes through for all on Mythic, and Undream crumble again towards that last stage. That one could have went either way, and I don't think we would have argued against it, but it was a sloppy search and destroy for both teams, but ultimately it will be on Mythic who take it away.
Yeah, I will say, I think the thing that I think separates those two rosters there is ultimately that I never really felt convinced that Undream were ever wanting to capitalize on an advantage. They were never the ones wanting to be proactive in that search and destroy, where we saw multiple occasions where they either kind of be an individual play from the likes of Indra, who I think got that 4K later on in the round that definitely should not have happened, or it be kind of from the team play. Mythic were always willing to throw themselves out there just a little bit more versus Undream, and it was pretty much constant throughout the search and destroy. They stole those 3 offensive rounds away, and it never really felt like Undream recovered from that. You go towards Undream on the offense, and it's just, I think it was the same thing over and over again, where Undream were looking for freebies from Mythic, and granted they got that a couple of times, but for the most part, not successful. This play is bad. Like, that is bad. That should not be happening in the losers bracket final of the North American Challengers finals. It should not happen. Plays like that. And Undream, I think, will be watching the VOD thinking, yeah, we probably could have done better. In a couple of situations, we are 2-0 up in the series. Not the case. That is a big, big search and destroy from Mythic, and even bigger search and destroy from Pildora.
Big game from him, 15-8. You will find it on Mythic, get it done in regulation. 7-5, not like the 7-0s we have been seeing, which there's been plenty of. We head into a map number 3 with these two teams all tied up now, and a control, I believe, on takeoff coming up. So for both these two teams, it's very defensive heavy. Which way is that going to lie? You do kind of, I don't want to throw you say maybe a little bit of luck into it, but you throw some randomness into it to a certain degree. If you all hold your defenses, it's going to come down who can maybe find a little bit more on those attacks. That's usually how it does play out between two evenly matched teams, but that's if we get there. Some team might be able to excel, might be able to find that flurry of kills on an attacking round that can put you in a good position to either spawn trap yourself or find the round via the objective. We'll find out how that's going to go down very, very shortly, but this series has kind of offered up what we expected so far. Two teams battling their way through. But what I will say is, if both these two teams turn up in the way that they have over these first two maps up against NA fall-offs, it could be a short-lived grand finals. They'll have to step it up in the grand finals.
Honestly, I'll actually go ahead and say, not necessarily the opposite, but no, well, I'm not necessarily, I wouldn't ever disagree with you, mate, right? But I will say, I think, but I would. But I'll say, I think that NA fall-offs are not like an insurmountable task for any team.
No, of course not.
Right? We've seen that, right? I mean, we saw the fact that Mythic were able to take them down. We saw the NA fall-offs. I mean, they even struggled at times versus ARP in their qualification match out of Challenge season, right, into Challenge finals. So I think both of these teams, you know, if they do manage to step things up just a little bit, they will be fine versus NA fall-offs. Right now, though, they got to get through each other to get to that point. They both want a shot at revenge. And, well, they've got to earn it. Right now, 1-1 in the series, and we know that Control is the ever-great equalizer here. It's going to be the swing game between these two teams. Brilliant start for Mythic here. They're winning pretty much every single fight. And, well, now they're going to start to get players moving forward.
And fourth we went. Undream already down to 23 on their side of things. Not necessarily the most ideal on Mythic, doing some really good work on this attacking side, and Undream being pinned back very, very quickly. Sniper out here from Pildora, who's influential for the squad last game and is continuing to be influential for them here as well. Shot's not quite going to land though. Shisu can find 2. He's been probably the most impressive player from Undream for me. I mean, the guy is just consistently up in your grill. Indra can find him this time, though, and Mythic still have that advantage on this attacking side as far as lives go. So a rare opportunity to find an attacking ground.
Arguably, I think one of the better players on status quo last season, right? I mean, Shisu is just a phenomenal SMG, and the amount of times we've seen him pull off ridiculous 3 pieces, I think shows exactly that so far in this control. Right now, though, Mythic will be happy with the amount of progress they've got through this one. A 3-life advantage on offense, by the way. Second tick now about to be through over by A. They will have to get back on towards the point if they want to do so. Already starting to see progress over by B as well. Look at Pildora creating a lot of space for the roster right now here. Ton on Mythic doing such a good job as a team, but they still need to capitalize on that. 36 seconds on the clock. Finally, they're going to put a stop to it, and finally, they're going to jump on towards A. But look at the amount of damage they've done in lives.
The life damage done, but again, just even finding those 3 ticks over towards A could be damning. Here in this control, 10 versus 7, it's by no means solidified, especially with those flurry of kills that are going to go through for the side of Undream, but that's kind of the caveat I was alluding to there. Even if Mythic don't find this round, the fact that they found 3 full ticks over towards A is massive, but they haven't been able to find a kill in quite some time. It was 7 versus 10. All of a sudden, it's 7 versus 5. Undream had pulled this one back from the brink. That's mentioned on Mythic will, okay, maybe disappointed considering the situation they were in, but they have done a lot of damage as far as the objective goes. 6 versus 2. Undream really switched it on.
Yeah, that's not going to be a very happy round for Mythic. Yeah, you get control of A, so you do get 3 ticks of progression in total. That's more than some teams are able to get in the entirety of their own offense, or entirety on a take of control with their offensive efforts, but still... the fact that you lose that life advantage that you had, that you basically held throughout the entirety of that round, is disappointing for Mythic. That was an opportunity to really make your mark early on in this control. You do not win it owing to the heroics of Undream. Now Undream can start their round of control here on the offense off pretty strong. War Machines coming out from both Shisu, Fabuloso, and Badu, and well, Badu's is still in the play as well. On Mythic, an opportunity to really put the screws in early on the defense.
Getting aggressive. I think if they can have a clean defense here, yeah. Then looking towards that round number 5 as a potential way to victory. Still a lot of Call of Duty to be played, though, between these two squads. Shisu caught the grenade in his hands. Or Shisu catching with the grenade in his hands. Irrelevant of that. Somebody gets caught on Mythic. Trying to put the pain down. They couldn't quite find the opening when it did seem to present itself. Noisy, though. Trying to find a way out for his team. We'll find one onto Badu. Should be able to find the second one on Padola as well. Yeah, just lines up. It's like a shotgun up close. This Annihilator. So easy to hit, and all of a sudden, for Undream, that's now a potential opportunity to get aggressive on the spawns, or do you go for the capture? If I was them, I was just making sure to try and get A locked in here. Even the odds that Mythic were able to present in their first attacking round, they have a good opportunity to do so here now.
She's just spotted out one player. We'll make the comm. Hey, somebody needs to deal with that player before they get into control. And they will. Salome. On the other side, though, we'll find some value with the Sparrow on Mythic starting to find the kills here. And if you're Undream, I think you do need to just focus on getting the extra 60 seconds on the board right now. Try and find your way through, either through control or through lounge side. That seems to be the game plan for Undream. Get yourselves in some positions where you can maybe catch Mythic behind enemy lines. 20 seconds, though. You're starting to run out of time to pull this one off. Kills coming through from Proedison, Fabuloso now. And here is the claps coming through from Undream. That third tick about to be theirs.
Their tick should be in. And this is now where, if you're on Mythic, you're kicking yourselves after the life advantage that you had in this same position that Undream are now in. 8 versus 9. Gotta get aggressive. There's 3 operators on the table here for Undream. An attacking round would go some way to re-establishing a lead in this series, buddy.
Frag out.
Mythic couldn't do it last round. Undream, we'll see if they can. They are making headway in towards lounge. I think Shisu is probably going to be the key to this play. You've just lost Fabuloso up top. They're taking a little bit too much time to make this move forward. Noisy will finally draw that first blood, though. Shisu still hasn't activated. You need to trade out your teams right now. Finally, you do so, but by the time that Shisu can actually do anything of note, you've lost all the pressure from lounge side, and now anything that happens over by B has to be down to the heroics of Zyrax.
Zyrax can find 2, and we'll have absolutely nothing. 3 versus 5 now. In favor of Mythic, looking to try and tie this one up if they can. Fabuloso will find Indra. Zyrax, he's actually pulled out the claw, finds absolutely nothing for it, but Pildora with the Annihilator. respecting the call in. Oh, Pandora will find that shot on Shisu, and that will pretty much solidify the round. If that gunfight goes the other way, it's doable, but on Mythic, not going to let that one happen. Again, though, I suppose for Undream, damage done as far as the ticks go. You even things up on that front. I don't think they got anything over towards that B side. So both attacks have actually been able to find some sort of value, but not enough value to close out the round.
And we do go 1 for 1. Neither team able to secure B off the back of securing A. I will say, I think for both teams, really, you'll be happy that you did actually manage to get A control early on. It's not something that, generally speaking, you see happen. Defense is just that strong. Here on takeoff control, I think a lot of it is down to the fact that neither team has really been able to solidly take control of both the launch center and control at the same time. Dakota starting to really piece up, though, and on Mythic now at the spawn trap once again. Now, once again, looking to get A control. Inja finding a couple of kills here. They can actually split their offense and get both points at the same time.
Fabulous has found absolutely nothing with the War Machine as well. Next couple of gunfights, if they go the way of on Mythic, then all of a sudden this attacking round is looking more and more possible. Not quite gone yet. Shisu with a big long-range gunfight with the USS-9. Noisy can now find himself in a position to shut this down as well. Dakota just trying to survive on the point, but pressure's going to be put in on him, but A is gone. You're going to have to head over towards B again, but on Mythic are finding success in these attacking rounds. It feels like they're the more likely team. It felt like Undream really scrapped their way through. It felt like on Mythic, if anything, threw away round number 1. SKS from Fabuloso could not finish up the kill there, but Pandora with the Sparrow out actually finds nothing either. So Undream just about holding on to their defense very, very well at the moment.
6 life advantage. I just get that feeling back towards round number 1, though, where Mythic had the life advantage and kind of threw it in the bin. Wadus is doing 360s at the moment to pick up Pandora, not able to do so. Shisu on the other side with the equalizers, trying to match all of the operators that we're seeing right now from Mythic. This is a heavy investment. Mythic know that this is the opportunity for them to win this round, take an offense, and take a serious advantage in this control.
The claw was out, and it was really putting a lot of pressure on the Undream players. Right now, though, Dakota has very little help, and he would need it. Zarek can find one with the claw. He can find a second there as well. Mythic still in a 12 versus 7 with a minute to go. Undream holding tight. Everybody on the point waiting for something to happen, but there's still plenty of time for Mythic to be able to find a route through. 50 seconds or so.
Yeah, it's just a 5 versus 10. This is a lot to ask for Undream here on the defense. Hunter killer drone in the air as well. That's going to force all of these players inside. It doesn't connect to anything. Undream now having to hold on. 35 seconds. This might actually become more of a time issue than a lives problem. Mythic taking a really long time to cross the middle of the map, and Puedes is doing damage to the players moving forward here. You want some trades to move forward. You do exactly that. Noisy gonna bring out the Annihilator. They know how important hold on towards this round is, and Noisy finds one. 3 versus 6 is possible.
28 seconds as well is what was making it possible, but onto the point we go. Noisy can find something else. Ooh. Oh my god, Noisy just popping off. He finds 2. 2 versus 4 now. Mythic are the ones that actually have to make the move here. Shisu holding the corner. Will they be able to find him as well? The killer drone is out, and that is going to slow them down. 12 seconds. This 2 versus 4 is more than doable. Pandora will find Shisu, though, and Noisy has to survive towards the backside, and it felt like it was inevitable that Mythic would eventually get that round, but Undream made a really good job of trying to hold it.
Yeah, but you could just tell Undream were trying to claw their way back into that round with the final few moments there, right? It was the Annihilator from Noisy. They were hoping that was their kind of surprise moment, comeback versus Mythic. They were hoping the Hunter Killer Drone would keep them away from the point, but neither of those two things worked. And now you're staring down the barrel of a potential 3-1 loss here on takeoff control. Mythic have done a very difficult thing to do, which is to take an offense. They got closer first time around. This time, they've actually done it. And off the start of this round as well, they seem to be winning the vast majority of their trades. If they lose lounge control, it is done. Right now, that is the one benefit for Undream. They're not dealing with pressure from that side of the map just yet.
Salami, though, finding the kill up top, can now transition. Those couple of kills falling. It's going to be difficult potentially for Undream to deal with. That was a momentary 5 dead, or at least very close to. Balu can find two. The Sparrows out. They're pushing into the spawn. This is dangerous, and this should be a map now for the side of Mythic. They're starting to form them in off the respawn. Pildora can find one, but dude just trying to stay alive. If anything, Undream have done really, really well to find a way out, but then they've got another gauntlet to run through. Indra can't find a great deal either. And to be honest, that spawn trap, yes, it's done a lot of damage, but it wasn't necessarily as good as it could have been. Undream survive, if almost a little fortunately.
This is the life differential now. This is insurmountable. If it's not the lives, it's the time. 15 seconds for Undream to break out of the spawn trap. They will give it one shot. Shisu doubles up. I think that's actually 3 from Shisu. Keeps him in the conversation. Hunter killer drone in the air. Going to be a nuisance. We'll find 1 kill. Undream, 15 seconds on the clock. First tick through. They are winning the trades, but again, trades are not necessarily good enough. You need to have a dominant hold over this point, and it just doesn't look like it's happening. They're finding the trades, but they're now down to the final 5 lives.
Well, the call was out. Actually finds nothing. 5 versus 10. Eldora finds one, though, and Zyrax will no longer be on the map. 8 versus 3, and that's every single kill that comes through from Mythic, the more the chance dwindles. Puedes can find another anti-salami, but 2 versus 7 is going to be difficult. They may well be able to get a hold of it. They can extend this time. Oh, can they? As Puedes and Fabuloso are dealt with on Mythic in the lead in this series for the very first time. Control goes their way after a really good attacking round is kind of the catalyst to get it going. And then from then on out, it always looked likely that they would find it. Undream not able to answer back.
Yeah, I mean, it's just control. It's the way control works here in COD Mobile, right? You win an offensive round, and it feels like you should definitely be winning it. And, you know, they got so close in round number 1 that it felt like they were almost kind of owed it the second time around. And the life disparity, all right, you chuckled it in round number 1. What was it? I think it was like a 4 life disparity, I think was the difference between the two teams that Mythic had back in round number 1. But when it got to something ridiculous like a 6 or 7 life advantage in their offense, the second time around, it almost becomes impossible to choke it. And Undream definitely tried to stop it. They definitely tried to stop the bleeding, but it was just too little too late. And then, you know, look at the defense from Mythic as well, and that was just so much more convincing than Undream. They definitely had to fight for it in round number 2, but that final round from them was pretty much perfect. Totally bullied Undream into their spawn. And as soon as they got the advantage, they brought all the operators out and brought it to an insurmountable lead. Not great from Undream ultimately, but I think it is just that round number 3 that loses it for them. You lose an offense in control, and well, you're done.
It's especially the case when it comes to takeoff, right? Good job from the side of Mythic, putting that pressure on and making sure they made it count. They had an opportunity to do so in round number 1 as well, weren't able to quite solidify it, but in the end they will find an attacking round and ultimately find the map because of it. 3-1 is the scoreline in the raid control, and I believe we're heading over towards a Hacienda, so we're going to get a classic to potentially close this one out or send us to a round number 5. I'm not sure which way we go. It definitely feels like Undream are falling off a little bit on Mythic, have come back into this series after a slow start. It's feeling like it is their game to lose now, especially on Hacienda being their pick. They'll feel super confident heading into map number 4.
Yeah, I guess the one thing I will say for Undream is that they've looked really confident on Hacienda in the past. I mean, we literally just saw it earlier on versus Nexus, and they won that. It was a 250 to 182 victory. So they'll be feeling pretty confident that they could send this to a game number 5. They've shown proficiency on Hardpoint in the past. The one thing I will say is, you know, that first half of Hardpoint, as is always the case on Hacienda, was just kind of not that great. You know, they did let Nexus in, and that was Nexus, right? What are Mythic going to do against you here? A lot of questions, a lot of answers to be had here as we get in a Hacienda Hardpoint. This could be the final map in this best of 5 to decide who is going to make it to that grand final to play a rematch against NA Falloffs.
Mythic are the ones who come out the gates firing. It's felt like it as this series went on. They are just growing in confidence every single second that passes. 43 seconds remaining here over towards P1, P2 rotation will be coming in very, very shortly. But I think for Undream, you have to prove that your race is very much not ran. Mythic looking a level above right now. We'll have to find something and pull it out their pockets. Undream at this stage on Mythic. They're going to be difficult to beat. P2 going to be coming up in 20 seconds now. Both these two teams fighting tooth and nail over P1.
P1 just not a hard point you expect either team to get a wealth of time on. I'm more kind of interested in what that P2 rotation looks like with 10 seconds left on P1. Undream are going to kind of full send it over towards Nu. A lot to do. If you're Poetus, if you're Noisy, Shisu winning the gunfight, everybody from Undream having solid fortune in doing so, but do they recognize this spawn flip coming through? Because Mythic going to be flying up the driveway.
And they come. I think we'll hold this one down. 55 seconds of P2. In fairness to Undream, you know, when we talk about these money hills on maps in particular, and when they're finding kills like that, they're going to get some good time. They did it on P3 on Summit. They're doing it right now on P2 on Hacienda. Indra, though, has found a way through. He can find a couple of kills. The rest of the team now falling in. 39 seconds remaining on this hill. On Mythic will find a break.
On Mythic. Now in for the time. Undream trying to knock at the door once again. They've got split spawns, and that's going to enable Poetus to at the very least do some damage towards this hard point. Pildora will hold strong. Going to force an investment out of Mythic. Actually, a double investment in towards this time. That's not great from Badu. I think Salome actually takes himself out with the Sparrow as well. That is really, really bad operator investment from Mythic, and it's kind of a freebie sent in Undream's direction. They will take the scrap time because of that. And I got to say, I mean, for the amount of investment Mythic put into that, what was that, 2 operators and the Predator missile, they actually don't really get anything. That's not great for them.
Not ideal by any stretch of the imagination. They are the first ones here over towards P3. Pildora and Badu can combine for 3 kills themselves just to try and slow down the inevitable strong push that's going to come in from Undream. They have now 4 operators on the table. Oh, sorry, 3 operators on the table. Mythic have the 4, so they have been able to get them back. Can they do anything with them? Right now, still inside of the point. Indra inside of Tin now with the death machine. Will hold down one angle, but he needs to actually figure out where everybody else is coming from because the rest of the team are doing their jobs. Indra, this time around, will start to line them up. There's 2 kills going to go his way. Turns around at the wrong time. It's going to be the claw that comes in from behind. Zyrax can only find the 2. At the Badu finds 2 of his own on Mythic, just about in control. 15 seconds or so remaining here at P3. It's been a good hold from on Mythic.
Mythic, opportunity to really kind of blow this game out of the water, blow Undream out of the water now. You're up by 45 points. That's not something, even in the first set of rotations, you generally speaking see. And the investment in towards the rotation, also not that great ultimately for Poetus. He does a good job for the first kill, but the fact that you don't really see Undream off the back of losing the vast majority of the fences, Hardpoint, not really do anything on this rotation is not good whatsoever. We need to see them breaking towards this Hardpoint now. They cannot afford to lose this hill.
Oh, Pildora. Starting to pop off to the side of on Mythic. Finds a lot with the equalize. That was 3 or 4. Fell his way on Mythic, starting to stretch that lead now. 20 seconds gone here over towards P4, and some good time falling their way. Oh, he can somehow find 2 gunfights on the way through, though. The cleanup going to be there for on Mythic? No, they are not. Salami just through the smallest of gaps will find Zyrax. On Mythic just trying to find a way back in, to a point that they were controlling very, very well, and now it seems like they're going to be able to do the same thing. Fabuloso will fall. Gravity Vortex guns out on one side of things. You can see everything popping off from both these 2 teams as soon as it comes up, but it's ultimately on Mythic with a very, very healthy lead here, and the lead in the series as well. Undream needs to have a much better second rotation.
And it's just fundamentals. You can't not rotate like that. When you lose a hard point, right, it's just the reaction almost immediately, especially with the grace period that you get in this game. Like, it's not like regular hard point, right, where you can just kind of over-invest into towards scrap time, and, you know, you will definitely get punished even more for it. In COD Mobile, you have 8 seconds between each hill before that next hard point pops. And even with that, Undream just don't rotate properly there towards Rock, and that, I think, is definitely the thing that befalls them. You are now down at 80 points. This is not an insurmountable lead by any stretch of the imagination. We've seen comebacks from the past. We can definitely see Undream come back in towards this game, but you've got to start getting those fundamentals down because you will be, well, out of this game before you know it if you don't. 30 seconds left. Still worth fighting for. Undream looking to steal that time away.
Yeah, 25 seconds, yeah. It's a good time that potentially could go their way. The kills are going their way. Shisu now going to bring in the equalizer. Don't know how much benefit he's going to get out from it this side, but thinking about the P2 rotation, looking that way. 1/3 of the time remaining. It's ticking down very, very quickly. Has he found much out of this? He can find 1 the second there as well. And transitional gunfights working out for Undream. It's working out wonderfully for Shisu, and the timing he was able to put down there with the equalizer. Zyrax through the front door can find 1. Indra is the only one who can answer back. And Undream, just like that, especially if they can find this break and find some good time, will be well and truly back into this game.
Got to hold on to the time though. Fabuloso actually going to do a good job here at getting towards the hard point. It offers an opportunity here eventually to get in, but that two-piece is going to stall things ever so slightly. Undream now back spawns. On Mythic will read them, but will not be winning the gunfights here. Indra, a lot to do on this side door. Will pick up a gunfight. Salome also starting to be there now. On Mythic, in for this time. Still, the advantage, not that great, but you're looking over towards players now, potentially spawning out. Fabuloso on the other side, looking to do this at the same time. Not really that great in the grand scheme of things. Extra bullets in the body from Badu here. And On Mythic have read these spawns absolutely perfectly. The one player on the other side gets dealt with, and now you're starting to line these guys up, getting three pieces like that.
Time 19 for Salame has been so good so far throughout this entire series. He's been incredible. Everybody from On Mythic have done so well over the last two maps specifically and are doing sensational here in map number 4. It's nearly a 100-point lead for On Mythic. They're not going to be the first ones here over towards the fences. Undream are starting to set up camp. Missile finds absolutely nothing though. Zyrax can find a couple himself as well. So Undream are going to have a potential little bit of breathing space to pick up some time, but Dakota's going to, well, completely counteract what I'm saying because he's in and amongst the point, finds a kill before falling, but it's Undream in control.
Hardpoint contested.
Undream still looking to fight back. Hence, his hardpoint is generally speaking not a hill you expect to see any team get a wealth of time on. On Mythic did do so last time around though. Gunfight's now going in favor of Undream. Spawns locked in here, owing to the fact that Undream have players pushed back towards back tin, back garden. On Mythic looking to continue to hit this from that fences side. That's 3 kills now here for On Mythic, and now they can start to earn some time off the sill.
Shisu doing really well though. Trying to distract them away, just trying to farm them off it if he can, but 15 seconds to go. It feels like crucial time that Undream are now going to get an opportunity to get a hold of. One close back spawn, did you see that? Oh, Predator actually spins around on the Pildora. How on earth did he find that? But P4 now incoming.
Capture the
Zyrax from the top side. On Mythic are going to be the first ones here and in control of the hill, which is about to pop in 3 seconds. Kill trays are not going to work out for the side of Undream. It needs to be convincing, and it's convincing only in one direction. Shisu going to bring out the equalizers. Only finds one with it. Badu there with the War Machine is able to shut that one down. And the other side equalizes out again. Pildora and Co trying to hold something down over towards this P4 side and looking good so far. Getting aggressive, can't quite find any more, but it's the job done. On Mythic in full control.
Same thing again. Undream just not rotating correctly. Now they're having to deal with the utility from On Mythic. The Death Machine is short-lived. Flanking play from Badu, though, is going to weaken things up. He's picking these guys off the spawn now, and those back spawns are locked in. Undream going to be dealing with this. Badu going to bring the Predator missile down from up high as well. On Mythic just 27 seconds away from victory here. They won't be able to finish things regardless on this rock hard point, but it feels like they've done enough to basically guarantee it. Tom, we would need to see perfect hard point from Kieran out from Undream.
Yeah, that 100-point deficit has been there still since P2. Undream haven't been able to close that gap. And now On Mythic, only 25 seconds or so away. I'm curious if they're going to be able to get it done over towards P1, because the thing is, Undream are going to have to panic. They're going to have to invest. They're going to have to stop everything from On Mythic, everything that they throw at them, and they've done so well so far. Shisu and Fabuloso combining for around 8 in a row. They get 4 now for Fabuloso. Noisy finding a couple as well. Undream starting to get some time here over towards P1 with 41 seconds remaining, but it takes one good break for On Mythic, and this game is done.
And P1, again, I always talk about it, it's deceptive. It's very easy to actually get a wealth of time off this hard point. On Mythic, as you said, one good break and they'll be in for it. And they want to try and start by getting the top side control. It's not something Puedes is ready for. Kills now 3 from Pildora and Dakota. This could be it.
20 seconds away from On Mythic. They can't win it here over towards P1, so it's going to be a race over towards P2. It's going to be a well-side spawn here for the side of Undream. So potential for them to find a breakthrough when the hill pops in, well, around 15 seconds or so. Big gunfight win one on the other side of things by Pildora. He's all on his own over towards P2, and he's holding it down on his own over towards P2. The Hunter Killer drone is out, is going to help him against Puedes. He doesn't need it. His teammates are there to back him up inside of the point. Operator starting to ring on through. On Mythic are 10 seconds away.
It's one wave of gunfights. And they've got all the operators out as well. This feels like it is done. On Mythic get it done in the end. A dominant hardpoint will close out this series as On Mythic book a place in the grand final.
It's going to be the rematch coming in up against NA Fall-Offs, and a really good performance coming in against Undream, especially with losing the first map. Undream definitely felt like they had that little bit of onus behind them from that losers bracket game that he won just beforehand, but could not quite get the job done. Undream, really solid performance across the next 3 maps, and honestly relatively convincing. Okay, the Search and Destroy was 7-5, so relatively close, but after that we go back over towards the respawns. It's a 3-1 control. It's about 100 to 80 point game in the Hardpoint. And that's going to feel good heading into a grand final with that kind of win behind you against such a quality team like Undream.
And to be honest with you, I try not to be a negative Nelly. You know me. I try not to be so negative on players, but there are moments in that Hardpoint where Undream just frankly mess up. I think early on, particularly, I think the most egregious one of them all is it was a moment early on in the game, and it's where the lead started to be built for Mythic, where they lose about 40 or 50 seconds on the fence's Hardpoint. When that happens, your immediate reaction is trying to solidify a rotation towards the next Hardpoint, because if you don't do that, you're going to be, well, in, again, a position where you're not going to be able to come back from the game. And that is almost exactly what happens, because they don't rotate properly. On Mythic are going to be the first to be touched. I think only one player even got there before the kill went for it, and on Mythic just won the game from there on. I think it was like a 60 to 70 point advantage past that point, and Undream just never brought the lead back. They tried, and we saw great individual efforts from Shisu and even Noisy, but it wasn't enough ultimately. I feel so bad for Shisu, by the way. I mean, I'm not trying to poop on any of the rest of the players from Undream. They're still phenomenal players and way better at the game than I would be, but for Shisu to be the only one slaying out is tragic in that game. 51 for Shisu, that guy deserves like a foot massage after this series.
How about what was it? Was the cheesecake at the beginning of the season?
Oh, mate,
you about as well.
Man, I'm so disappointed.
Far back, you know.
I completely
forgot about the cheesecake. Boy.
We could have continued the lore and everything. You've let me down there.
He's just a food motivated boy. Okay, one track mind, cheesecake.
I mean, clearly not. I forgot about the cheesecake. Honestly, I got to this point and I could have bought cheesecake, and I could have been smashing out a cheesecake at one point during the season. I haven't been this disappointed in myself since my A-levels. This is crazy.
Well, hopefully you'll be able to recover from your own self-disappointment, because we still have a grand finals right around the corner now that on Mythic we're able to close out that series and move forward to the next and final stage of the competition. They will be facing off against NA Falloffs now. And don't forget that NA Falloffs do have that one map advantage. So on Mythic will have to work that much harder if they want to be able to claim the title over NA Falloffs. I think this is... Once again, we knew the potential outcome for this, but, you know, Undream put up a fight against On Mythic, and now On Mythic's warmed up, ready to go. We'll have to see what NA Falloffs can bring to the table here against them. Hopefully, they're ready, because we're just minutes away from being able to close out this entire challenge season already. We're going to give the boys a little bit of a break after that phenomenal cast and give our players a little bit of time to get themselves set up for our best of 7 grand finals. You know, that means they have to go through their picks and bans, get their teams set up and ready to go, and make sure that everybody has their phones charged, okay? It's grand finals, baby. When we return, we'll be crowning a champion for North America, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do.
that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we don't. Say that we don't. Let's to you. Say that we don't. Let's to you. Say that we don't. Know that you want me back. Know that you want me. Know that you want me.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are preparing to head into our grand finals here in North America for Call of Duty Mobile. This series will determine who is the best in the region, give them the title, the cash, all of it, after 4 weeks of our challenge season. This will be similar to what we saw in EU as well, Ton, where it was what we saw in the upper bracket, and the team that dropped down made their way back into grand finals, and we saw how that played out earlier.
Yeah, that's kind of what we really did expect coming into today. We thought Undream would get it done against Nexus. We thought on Mythic would get it done against Undream, and that is exactly how things have played out. Well, I mean, it wasn't necessarily as simple as you would have liked it. If you're on Dream, yeah, okay, you managed to get it pretty convincingly, but not without its trials and tribulations to get you. But yesterday, they had their matchup against NA Falloffs, and they weren't able to get the job done. They're going to have to be a step ahead in this series. They're going to go in with a disadvantage as well. They're going to be a map down before things have even started. They're going to have to step things up again from what they just did against Undream.
And what's crazy, Brody, too, and you guys talked about this earlier on in the show, is that this was incredibly close. I mean, this upper bracket matchup went the full 5. It ended in an OT. So, like, this was a close back and forth.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And just so you guys know of how close it was, right? Even the maps themselves were super duper close. We had, 24-point hardpoint to kick off the series. We then went to a search and destroy that was a 7-4 victory for on Mythic. We had to go to round 5 for the swing game in the series. Again, control, asterisk on that. They pretty much always go to round 5 if you're playing them properly. But then the back half of the series as well, NA Falloffs, they pushed us to that game 5. Then, of course, we got to Coastal and we had to go to overtime to decide the damn thing. And in the end, it was NA Falloffs. We got into overtime. They won a couple of rounds back to back and they were able to get it done in the end. It should be said, though, silly plays like this in the closing moments were the only reason we actually went to overtime, because I don't know how on Mythic held on for those final few rounds in Search and Destroy. It was a crazy, crazy series. And again, it kind of legitimized the idea that on Mythic are a threat to be taken seriously.
Absolutely. And this might be one of the most even head-to-heads that we've seen across all of the stats we've looked at for this weekend, because that's just truly how close these two have been here, Ton. I mean, like you mentioned, there is that now one map disadvantage that's in favor of NA Falloffs disadvantageously to on Mythic, but we're splitting hairs at this point.
Oh, 100%. There is really not too much between these two squads. I think what you would say, though, is that is on pure form and how they have been playing across the entire season. But for any Falloffs, you look at what they've got on paper, and that's not being shown here in the stats that we're seeing on our screens. What they have is the experience at this top level, the experience of grand finals, going up against an on-Mythic roster who, yes, okay, they've been around for a decent amount of time, but do they have that world champion kind of category in them at this moment in time? The answer would be no. That's what they're going up against. It's just whether or not that's going to come out from NA Falloffs. We have seen it in, I want to say, fits and starts over the season, but we haven't seen it on a more like consistent basis. NA Falloffs are going to have to bring that on a consistent basis, and well, if you're on Mythic, you're going to have to find another level if you want to find this grand final.
You know, I want to go back to one of the things that you said when you were looking at those highlights too, Brody, because when it came to that final S&D, and you were saying the only reason that it did go into OT was because of some of those plays that allowed on Mythic to hold on for a little bit longer than they would have liked. That, when you were talking about it yesterday, was because of the individualistic play that we were seeing out of NA Falloffs, right? They weren't as cohesive as we would have liked. So talk to me a little bit about how that could impact their games now.
This is the thing with NA Falloffs, right? And we've seen this throughout the entirety of the season, you know, even going back to open finals. NA Falloffs have just been this team where they, I think, have had these ups and downs where the ups are like phenomenal. NA Falloffs playing back to like old Luminosity style play, where we're looking at a team that was once considered one of the best teams, if not the best team in the entire world, albeit with a couple of different changes here. And then you see these moments where they play super individual and they kind of just do silly stuff and throw. And it's kind of that, I don't want to say inexperience, because that's not maybe the right terminology. I would go ahead and say it's just kind of like lack of game time in certain situations, where it's just like you're clearly, I think, not putting the effort in to solidify the gameplay. But what I would say is, I mean, if they're going to win these games anyway, I don't think it really particularly matters that much. And I think that's the attitude that NA Falloffs are taking in these situations, right? If you're going to win these games, even if you have to go to game 5 to do it, even if you have to kind of come back and from a lower bracket to do it, does it really matter in the grand scheme of things? I think it's like they've been saying, right? I mean, they are doing all of this while playing with very little scrim time. Like, if any at all, it's a wonder that NA Falloffs are as good as they are, to be honest.
It all just... it goes back to their experience, their raw talent, and, having been here so many times before. But we saw it happen throughout the day. Sometimes that snowball effect of being able to come off a win does help in these specific situations. And on Mythic now coming in after a win that they'll feel pretty good about after being able to kind of clean that up, with the exception of the one little hiccup. That could also work in their favor. And like I was saying, Ton, we saw this happen in EU, where the team that came out of the lower bracket was the one that ended up closing the whole thing.
We did see that, but we also had the team covering the lower bracket still be the favorites. I think everyone kind of was counting on them to be able to win on, obviously, Animus. We did expect them to go on to win the whole thing. Even when they dropped down, there was always the sense that could happen, and it did. I think the difference here is that, do we expect that of on Mythic this time? I would have them not necessarily as the favorites. I think on Mythic Falloffs are absolutely the favorites here. So it has its comparisons, but it shows that it can actually be done. So if you're on Mythic, it's just a 1 map difference. You get that one back straight away, and you think to yourself, right, okay, we're just playing first to 3 from this stage between each other. So yes, okay, that advantage is there for the side of NA Falloffs, but if they come in cold, then all of a sudden that advantage will disappear very, very quickly.
Definitely opportunities are on the table for both of these teams to have the win within grasp. It'll just depend on what we get when we get into the swing of things. So our players are just finishing up the veto process here. So chat, while we're waiting on them to get that wrapped up, let us know your thoughts. This is clearly a debate that can kind of go back and forth. Do you think it's going to be NA Falloffs that win out and are the best in the region? Will On Mythic sneak up on them and kind of be able to close this one out? Who are you supporting purely based off of fandom reasons? Doesn't even have to be because you think they're going to win, just because you might love the players, or and seeing how they've gone on this entire challenge season journey, because we want to hear your thoughts on this as well as we prepare to dive into our grand finals. And if you're joining us here for the first time, great timing. We are moments away from diving into all of our action and crowning a victor for Call of Duty Mobile here and the SPS in North America. NA Falloffs versus On Mythic. The last piece of the puzzle that we now need are these picks and bans, and then we'll be able to get a better lay of the land here, knowing what to expect out of these two. And don't forget, because there is that 1 map advantage, that means there's 6 maps up here that we'll be getting to. First to 4, best of 7. That's how all of that math works. So we're just hanging out here for a little bit while we get our guys ready to go. What are you expecting out of some of these picks? We saw for the series in EU, we saw kind of what we expected here, Brody, when it came to map picks. Comfort above all. So is that what you're expecting here for North America as well?
Yeah. I'm expecting these guys to play for themselves. I'm not expecting any particularly tactical bans here from either side, to be honest. And maybe, if anything, the bans are going to be based around, all right, what maps do we kind of not do well on in the last couple of times that we've kind of seen these guys go head to head. So, for NA Falloffs, for example, do they want to play a standoff search and destroy again? I know that they are kind of looking back towards this matchup and seeing, maybe you don't want to play standoff search and destroy. That didn't go so well, but I think the picks and bans for NA Falloffs and On Mythic, I think it's just going to be based on past series between these two guys. Honestly, at this point, I've said it a lot. I don't think we're going to see a lot of kind of teams trying to veto against one another.
Possibly not, but I think as well at the same time, though, I think NA Falloffs will look back to that standoff and sort of saying themselves they probably fumbled a little bit, right? It definitely felt like there was a couple of rounds that should have went their way that didn't, and just maybe a little bit of rustiness in those in-game moments. I mean, looking at how things did really go down, I suppose you could say the slums might not make it. That was pretty, I would say, egregiously over towards the side of NA Falloffs, but On Mythic may choose not to go for that one again. Coastal was very, very close. Again, the standoff was very, very close to Search and Destroys. It wouldn't surprise me if we have relatively similar. I suppose is takeoff just off the cards. I would say if you're on Mythic, you probably don't want to go there either, up against the prowess of NA fall-offs as far as the slaying ability is going. So maybe you want to keep away from that, but the same can be said for Crossfire, and you went on to win that one yesterday. They looked more convincing on the defensive side than anything. So yeah, let's see how it plays out, but I think you're probably right in the sense of that not too many surprises is what I would expect.
All right. Well, it looks like our players might need a little bit more time to get themselves ready before we dive into our grand finals. And we might have to do a little bit of check on something. So while we get everything in the background figured out and ready to go, we're going to toss it to a short break. And when we have the answers, we will be right back.
Shame
You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We have an update on the situation for what's going on. Now, up on your screen, you're going to see that it is currently 2 versus 2 with Mythic versus Undream. We are no longer going into our grand finals. We are back in our lower bracket final. So here's what happened. Mythic originally won. What we found out after the fact was that they ended up breaking a rule in that fourth map, and that resulted in them losing that map. So now the series is tied at 2-2, and we have one more map in S&D that we have to get through to determine the winner, who will then go into the grand final. So here is a refresh on our series, where we're at, and what we're going to be going to is that coastal S&D. And so don't do that anymore.
No.
Thank you.
No, okay. I
no,
thought something
they
else was
go.
happening there for a second. I was like, did something else just go wrong? Did like the players just decide they're going to reset
No
from
more.
map number 1?
don't do
What are
that.
we doing? Just don't do it. You know, just
Yeah, I mean, look, but the thing is, as well, I know we're going to be getting in the game in a second, but just to speak on it, so Mythic made the mistake, whatever the hell has happened, I'm not going to divulge too much into it, but at the same time, that then now puts them back into this. They thought we're in the grand finals. Can you reset your mindset to get back here? I don't know. It's hard to do.
We're going to see. We're going to see, because I think our players are ready to jump in. So I'm not even going to let you guys talk about it too much longer, because we're going back into our lower bracket final. Last map. It's all on the line. Let's go.
I honestly, when we were talking through what has happened there, I was just in sheer disbelief. I was in the grand final, never mind on Mythic, who are now having to step back into what will be a coastal search and destroy. So where are their heads at? Because I lost mine initially when we heard that. I was like, are you kidding me? How on earth are we going back to this series? So how are they feeling heading back into it? That's what I want to know.
My head would be like in a bin inside a bin. That's where I'd be right now.
Bins on fire, bins out the window, like right now. Like that's just
crazy. Oh, mate, I can't believe it. We've seen some wild things, like actually wild things in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Over our time casting this game, we've seen some crazy things. We've seen banned skins being used for a couple of forfeits that happened. Do you remember, was it Team Mayhem? It was like a couple of seasons ago where Team Mayhem got forfeited and ended up losing their spot in Masters because they used a banned skin. Incredible. We've seen some wild things. I think this might take the biscuit. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this.
I mean, we've seen roll breaks come through, but not to the stage where we are literally discussing the vetoes that are going to be coming through for a grand final, and then figuring out that that's going to happen, because obviously the call came late. We were just getting on with the show, and then obviously that was realized what had actually happened. Incredible turnaround of events, but now I mean, who do you lean towards? Undream have got to be feeling this is their second opportunity. If they, by the way, if Undream gets 7-0'd here, I am going honestly, this is your opportunity now. You cannot come in here and fumble this back. This is a opportunity that is being presented to you because of a mistake that's been made by the opposition. Can they make the most of it, or can Undream just secure, or sorry, a Mythic secure their spot in the grand final again?
Alrighty, let's see whether or not we are gonna see a 7-0 in this. There's no way. There's surely no way that doesn't happen. This is going to be a box standard search and destroy in which Undream will totally not make use of the opportunity in front of them. Off the start of this round, we're seeing aggression coming out from Undream here. They want to make their way in towards a site, and they've been offered a straight path down the mid street.
I mean, Shisu, if anyone, deserves this, doesn't he? After that performance in map number 4, was not able to get it over the line. Good aggression coming out from Undream to kick things off here on Coastal. And again, I just kind of want to reiterate what I've been saying. It is a very hard mental reset for the team who managed to get themselves through, especially when you've been bodied in this first round. Puedes will find one onto Salami, and then all of a sudden, Zyrax, can he find anything? Not going to work. Pildora and Badu can combine together, 3 versus 3.
More kills starting to come through here for Undream, and there's no re-entry to that site. And to be honest with you, I think Mythic maybe not got their heads in the game off the start of this one because they didn't have anybody watching down that A outer street. Like, nobody was watching it whatsoever. Undream just basically waltz straight into the site and get that rock down. That can't happen off the start. Disappointing start for Undream. Or for Mythic, excuse me. Undream now starting aggressive and towards this round as well. Time to overwhelm players in towards the site.
Big aggression coming through here, and once again, Undream just finding a lot of luck on Coastal so far. Pildora will find one back. Fabuloso will drop, but you need to get rid of Badu over towards the backside. Pildora is just getting anything he possibly can. The R9 in this position, not going to be able to find anything. Pildora has done so well. Now Puedes is left in a 1 versus 3. Pildora's pulled this one out of the fire.
And Pildora, they're going to be thanking their lucky stars that he's on their team. If they do end up winning this round, of course, Puedes has been phenomenal in search and destroy for Undream. So if you want anybody in a 1 versus 3, maybe it's probably Shisu, if I'm honest, but Puedes is pretty good. And doesn't win the opening snipe. That's unfortunate. Pildora is absolutely the MVP in that round, does everything for the roster. That's going to give Mythic their first defensive round win.
Defend the objectives.
This will be back and forth, you feel. But it does feel as if the rounds are being very much cautioned to the win, and Pildora is going to punish that this time around. To do with a good grenade on the Zyrax as well through the middle of the map, and they really have been punished. Noisy trying to get the nade out over towards this B side just to create a little bit of havoc, but it may well be a transfer back over towards this A side. They find nothing at B, but this is a hard retake now in a 3 versus 5 for the attacking squad of Undream.
Undream want to make progress through the middle of the map. Having a couple of players down is not maybe the best position to work from, though. You kind of need to put yourselves in a bad position to reobtain numbers. Fabuloso looking for some good timing through the middle of the map, and he might well find it if Pildora looks away at the wrong time. You've also being looked at by Badu here. That's the advantage by having numbers in this situation. Fabuloso finds that opening blood. Surely not a second. Nope, there's the trade from Badu. Undream now want to make a move through the middle of the map, and they wanted to capitalize on it, just not able to do so. 2 versus 4. Things haven't got any better for Undream here.
Shisu and Noisy. I mean, 2 really influential players here in the search and destroy for the side of Undream, and Noisy's going to get a free one down to Badu, and now all of a sudden you kind of wonder where the rest of Mythic are and if they're going to do anything about this. Maybe a good bit of time in here coming around, though, from Salame. Can he find the shots? Yes, he can. Noisy will get taken down, and Shisu left on his own in a 1 versus 3.
Bomb dropped.
Oh.
Nice work.
It's not going to happen. Yeah. First blood's good for Mythic in that round. Undream, just not really any chance, I think, to play as a roster and actually do anything in that situation. So Mythic, I think, looking pretty good now over the last couple of rounds on the defense here. Pildora has had a massive part of that. 6 kills to his name now. Undream Now off the offense, want to go strong. This time around, adaptation good. Salame for the first kill. Gets the hell out of dodge. That is a brilliant first blood for them. That is going to slow everything up here for Undream, because that's what they were kind of reliant on the round for. Maybe Zyrax can do something over by B. There's surely there's no way he gets a freebie here.
Doesn't find much. Mythic holding this defense well. Cortez may be the first one on the chopping block. Where is that nade come from? Zyrax Carnade comes through. And all of a sudden, Undream have a little bit more honest to do something here. Middle map is open. Salami doesn't hit his shot. Zyrax very much does, and the second as well. Had a little bit of help from the player behind him too, but A-Plant's going to be coming in. Undream get this out of nothing. Zyrax finding 3.
Yeah, that Zyrax 3 might well be the reason that Undream are able to win this round. You've now got the bomb down. You know where Mythic are going to be coming from, because, well, you just lost Puedas to those players. So all points of ingress are being watched here. Mythic have to play together. You have to play to a 2 versus 3. That is your only hope. Has to start with Dakota.
Badu, oh, he's found a really good shot on the Zyrax, but now in the 1 versus 2 with 18 seconds. It's just not really a doable situation now. Shisu will find the gunfight so tight between these two squads at the moment. He'll be able to get that breathing room. Big round from Undream, and big shout out to Zyrax, who found 3 through the middle of the map. Open things up. Undream put themselves in a position to continue this attacking side with not a bad return so far. 3-3 would be fine. No pressure coming over towards this B side yet. Not that I'm not on Mythic haven't been able to deal with it.
Yeah, this is Undream now trying to get a feel for what Mythic are like on the defense. I think they've kind of stopped throwing themselves at Mythic in a way, because that hasn't worked out all that much. This time, they're just trying to get a vibe for what Mythic are up to before making the move forward. Big first frag through the middle of the map here, potential. Take Pildora out of the play. That's going to force Mythic to get out of position. So Pildora has been the key to the defense so far for Mythic. Can he produce these gunfights?
Trying to hold it down. Cortez gonna head himself around the corner. Doesn't fall into the trap of Pildora. Pildora falls into the trap of Fabuloso.
Flash out.
Badu ready and waiting for a push to come through the middle of the map here. Has been flashed. Zyrax will not be able to find him. Badu will find him nonetheless. We'll start to get aggressive as well, as will Dakota. Dakota will get caught on the back line. Now a 4 versus 3 in favor of Undream. 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, you've now got numbers though. Undream. Be able to use that for good. You got to make sure you take Salame down though, and you do exactly that. Trading. Indra still control over the A side. Couple of players from the middle of the map. Noisy managing to catch Badu off guard. And now they're just going to rotate its way towards B. You've already spotted out Indra in the situation, so you know you can get this bomb down. If you reach it in time, what on earth are they doing? They just ran straight away from the site. That's so unfortunate. Not finding the final kill, and well, that's a round for Mythic.
Am I just delirious because it's 4 AM or?
Did they have the bomb?
I'm not 100% sure, because then it just reappeared.
It just pops. Yeah, it just popped on the minimap.
I honestly didn't know.
I need to watch that again. I'm watching that back again on the stream. I gotta know. I swear they had it.
Thought I was hallucinating, frankly.
Watch it again.
Let me
pause for a second. I'm gonna watch it again.
Okay. Pressure coming in over towards the B side. Badu has already been dealt with over towards his spawn, so the advantage is there for the side of Undream. Choosing not to go for the hit over towards this B side. They have sold the bait that Undream have, on Mythic, sorry, very much taken. They got one player getting aggressive in Indra. He will eventually back on down after finding very, very little information, but Pildora gets plenty of that, but the cross stack did come in over towards the A side. So he'll now back up. It's been such a slow search and destroy. Salami can't find that shot either. really, both teams have been offered opportunities. Still, Undream do have the advantage.
Okay, I have an answer. They had bomb and they had time to get that thing down. What the heck were they doing? I need to understand the logic behind that play, because that is genuinely one of the most awful plays I've ever seen. Anyway, in towards this round. Undream, 2 versus 3. Able to take down one player. 35 seconds on the clock here. They're aggressing for more as well. They're just going to use it to get the bomb down. That's the right call in the situation. Now Mythic need to retake.
This wouldn't be a bad attacking half for Undream if they can find this round to close it out. No push coming through yet from the side of Mythic, and if you're Undream, you're just not checking anything right now. You're letting them try and find the push. 22 seconds. They've got to do something very, very shortly on Mythic. Here they go. Into the site. Shisu will be dealt with. Have they executed correctly? Fabuloso is not going to find it. Dakota will be there for the pickup. And on Mythic will find themselves a 4th round. 4-2 now.
Nice work. Get ready for the next round.
Hey, Mythic just starting to feel themselves here in this search and destroy. Undream have got themselves into positions where they can be advantageous, but
Defend the objectives.
yeah, I mean, there's just so many moments in this S&E that have been totally weird. I guess it's par for the course for how today has been on the whole, but Mythic now looking to close this search and destroy out 3 rounds, and they will do it. Aggression early on in towards A. Undream, they are ready for it.
Big push coming in. Undream on their way. Shisu can find 3. He's done it all on his own over towards this side. Fantastic work. Fabuloso will find another. And Dakota now just trying to look for something. He's been left in 1 versus 2. Undream trying to answer back to what was an unfortunate couple of rounds that they lost. I mean, that one a few rounds ago is still living rent-free in my brain.
You got the bomb.
I'm still there. My brain is still in that plate. Mythic.
My brain's on Mars, frankly.
Mythic 1 versus 2. It would be phenomenal if Dakota's able to pull this off. At the very least, he's got bomb. Or so we think. He might not have bomb. I'm not entirely sure at this point, to be honest. Maybe he'll die and the bomb will pop up on another map. But he's behind players.
Zyrex will find the kill. They will answer back. Undream get one on the board, so
Defend the objective.
good start towards the defensive side for them as well. Mythic tried to get aggressive over towards the A side. Shisu shuts it down entirely. And all these rounds do seem to be going the distance, don't they, Brody? I mean, this one might not. Look at this push coming in over towards the B side. This is the first time we've really seen a whole lot of aggression on Coastal, and something to get excited about is Mythic will find the site. Complete control towards them now. Undream are here very, very quickly. They're trying to get the spray down to try and stop this bomb from going down, but that is what's going to happen just about in time, you would like to think. Yeah, doesn't even get butted up through the bookcases. Now, all of a sudden, has to be a 4 versus 5 retake for Undream. This is a difficult situation.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to get back into the site. You've got all these points of entry being watched by Mythic as well. Undream in trouble here. 3 versus 5. You got to go right now. Every single point of entry is being watched. Noisy picks up Salome, though. This becomes possible.
Noisy. He's done so well. Fabuloso now left. Can he hold on? Can he manage to find anything? Indra will be there to pick it up on Mythic. Find it. 5-3 up now. 2 rounds away from a grand final. Again.
Oh, man.
Defend the objectives.
Can we make sure? I mean, there's no operators in S&D at least, so we'll see. Anyway, Mythic. Slow in the defense. This is a strat coming out from Mythic. This is a strat and a half. Putting themselves back. Are they, like, expecting aggression from Undream? I mean, look. Sometimes the wildest of plays are the ones that work out. And if this one works out, I'm going to eat a cheesecake. Good.
Any excuse, eh? Dakota pushing forward. Shisu dealt with them all last time around. Is he going to be able to find anything this time? No, the pressure seems maybe just a little bit too much, and it is. He can find one, though. But this will find some bullets over towards the opposition as well, but can't quite find the one to finish it off. Slime Waiting for Puedes to go for the jump up, and on Mythic starting to run away with this one now. Their attacks are being fast and furious, and Undream have not been able to deal with them. Fabuloso tagged up down low. Zyrax on the flank though. Are they going to read this? They are. Pildora, he had a little look for a second. Oh, tagged up, gets away. Now they have to worry about two different angles, and it's allowed Fabuloso to find one himself. Now Zyrax can push through. He's got the R9 in hand. Backs on down. Fabuloso pushes in. It's just been so well coordinated by Undream, but it's fallen apart for on Mythic. Wonderful retake by Fabuloso and Zyrax. The bomb defuse will come through. 5-4.
Undream make that retake work despite being in a 2 versus 3. Able to retake the site. I just don't understand how that happens. You have man advantage. You've literally got the bomb down, and even still in that situation, Mythic cannot hold on to it. And just rounds like that, not helpful in this situation. You're still 5-4 up though. You still have the advantage. Undream now going to play this one slow for the most part, bar one player, Shisu, which is all the way out, gets a little bit of information, thinks, yeah, nah, I'm not going to bother anymore. I'm just going to back all the way up. And again, there's no real reason to get out aggressive here. So that's the right play call.
On Mythic, you're looking to just find any opening, but Undream seemingly don't want to offer one. The aggression has been working out for on Mythic. We're not seeing it this round. Oh, Nelly found a pick. Pildora pixels away. B at the moment is looking the more likely option, and it would give you an advantage in numbers, but the push is just awful. Trophy system destroyed though inside of the site, so that is going to tempt you into a push over towards B, but you can see Undream starting to stack a few more players towards the middle of the map who will be able to get here pretty quickly if this push does come. They're in. Pildora will find Noisy as well. They're not just in, they found an opening break. Fabuloso can find one, but Dakota is there to pick up the pieces. Shisu will be able to find one on his way in as well. Momentarily, though, the rest of on Mythic are in the middle of the map. The bomb is nowhere near, so they found the break into the site, but there's nobody else here with them. And why? It'd be okay if it was a bait and you could go over towards the A5, because now, Undream, but it's possibly too little too late. They will be able to get over there now.
They'll plant the bomb. They've got time. They've got time to plant this bomb. The problem for me, I think, is like the post-plant positioning, right? Undream now have the numbers. You're in a 3 versus 2. This should be a realistic retake coming through from Mythic here. And it's going to be a very long flank for Undream to retake control of the site. The positions have been chosen for Salami and Indra. To be honest with you, the one thing I don't want to see is either of these guys watching the same angle. They don't need to. Just keep it on different angles. But the call has been made. Undream hitting this around the side.
A lot of time. Preda's on his way. So then we'll find the first one. 2 versus 2. He was the sacrificial lamb. Zyrax trying to put the shots down. He can do. The next player around the corner. Shisu will find them. 5-5. Undream fired a couple of rounds in a row. They did have time to get the defuse in. Shisu will secure it.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up.
And if they lose that 3 versus 2, mate, I don't know. I would have been laughing, maniacally laughing. I think is the best way we can go about it at this point. 5-5. Smell an overtime kit for a place in the grand finals between Mythic and Undream. Undream playing passively once more. Mythic have done actually a pretty good job, I want to say, of actually like playing as a roster, playing for some of these early bloods, and they will get it once again with Pildora picking up Shisu. That's going to open up the map just a little bit. Puedes goes right out into the open, as does Noisy. That's so individual from Undream. I mean, this is basically giving the round away for free from Mythic.
Yeah, I've done. Fabuloso's got 14 kills to his name. He ain't find another one from that position. Badu will find it. And Zyrax, for all the good work that was done over these last 2 rounds, it's somewhat undone. Now on his way over, but I mean, 1 versus 5. I don't fancy his chances, Brody.
I do. 1v5, Zyrax. He's definitely capable of it. Yep. Oh, we'll just whiff a couple of shots, just whiff a second shot. All right, there we go. Finally, it's done. Another round on the board for Mythic, and to be honest with you, that is an Undream failure. Undream just pushing forward. I don't even know who it was. I think it was Puedas that went out into the open, and then almost immediately Noisy followed up. But it was like, it was so delayed that both of them, it was just individual chows out into absolute nothingness. Mythic will take that all day long. So now just one round away from doing what they already should have done. And that's a brilliant first nade here from Badoo. Everything towards this B site, I was going to say reliant on Puedas, but they have actually done a pretty good job, I think, of reacting fast here.
Indra still has the bomb way back though, so as the bait come through, are they going to start making their move over towards A? It still seems a bit disjointed from on Mythic, but the next kill is huge. Expecting a flank to come through here, but it's semi being watched by the squad. Push through the middle of the map. Zyrax, you have to be careful. Badoo is going to light anybody up that comes into his crosshair, but Zyrax will find one over the top. How on earth is that being able to happen? Badoo is just there. Can he find a gunfight here? Oh, he gets Zyrax very weak. Is the Charlie even going to come through from anybody? Badoo will have to back on down. Has a little bit of help from the rest of his team, but both these two teams just posturing in the middle of the map, and neither one of them really know what to do.
Mythic trying to push forward here towards A. They've got the bomb removed from the situation. Zyrax might have just called it, though. Looking for a third, running out for the melee kill. Runs out of bullets, and a drop shot from Noisy. Not good enough. This could be it. Shisu now left alive in a 1 versus 2, and the only positive in this situation is that you, technically speaking, are on the defense. Mythic need to make a move forward, and Indra is being conspicuously still right now. Finally, he's going to make a move forward towards that A site.
Shisu is going to call this wrong. With 20 seconds remaining, this bomb needs to go down pretty quickly. One last check. It ain't B. It very much is A. It has to be Shisu for the 1 versus 2 and retake. He has 11 kills to his name in this search and destroy. His teammates will be willing him on. Finds a way through the underground. Now has a little bit of control over towards this A street. USS 9 is a powerful weapon, and this is doable. They're back to back. Inside on his left-hand side. The gunfight, it's going to have to probably be a trade. Shisu is going to have to get everything right. It's going to have to all go his way. He can't even find the first Dakota. We'll find another. And on Mythic, again, will secure their spot in the grand finals. It took, well, apparently about 2 hours to get there. But they are there again and will again set up a date with NA Force.
Again? Are you sure? I haven't seen this one before, mate. And it's not something we've seen before. Did the video stay? I don't even know at this point. There's a lot of still questions we've got to ask here between Mythic in that grand finals and NA Force. With that said, though, look back towards the search and destroy, and it was just a really good one. I'll say I think going into that S&D that neither team necessarily expected that they'd have to play it. So it's kind of like, I don't think either team were necessarily ready for said search and destroy, and you can definitely tell that looking across the board. So many weird plays, be it, I don't even know, some weird chows on the defense where you don't really need to make them. We saw that a couple of times for Undream there. Even on Mythic, though, I think at times we're kind of just throwing rounds. In the end, though, it is going to be on Mythic that get it done. We do not see an overtime, and they are the ones that, well, again, make their way into the grand final.
Performance in the end from Undream. And get this one over the line, and we'll have to go back through their veto process of what they were going to be doing. I'm not too sure if they even got through any of that. I'm curious. We won't be able to jump in the grand finals in the next 5 minutes if they did. I'm not too sure how far they got along that road, but we'll find out very shortly. But irrelevant of that, they make it there again, just to solidify technically a 4-1 win up against the side of Undream, but 3-2 in the end. They'll get the job done in the S&D there, Lauren, again.
I mean, there was definitely a few moments there where on Mythic had to have been panicking that one fumble could have led to them potentially being knocked out early and not making it through to the grand finals. They had already tasted the victory. They thought they were there, and then to have it momentarily taken away, like you were talking about before you can go into that last map time, that's got to mess with your mental. And they just barely survive it and now have to go straight back into grand finals and pretend like nothing happened.
It's typical, to be honest with you. The fact that they are able to just go back into it and win the final map, because my brain would have been completely off guard heading into that. 100%.
I agree.
Yeah, that was definitely not easy, but we now can confirm that On Mythic did win this lower bracket final. Don't make that face, Brody.
You sure? I just want to make sure before we call it. Are we sure nothing went wrong in that map? We're going to see the grand finals now, right?
I'm as sure as I can ever be, you know? I just work here. So they are now moving forward to the grand finals. They will be facing off against NA Fall-Offs. And like you guys said, they will have to go back through the picks and bans again, get themselves set up again for the grand finals, and hopefully are able to get a little bit of a mental reset before we dive into that. So we're gonna start making all that happen, okay? It's time for a short break. Same thing as last time. Get yourself some water, get up, stretch your legs, grab a snack, prepare to settle in for our grand finals, because I promise this time when we return, we are crowning a champion of North America. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Talk me more about kind of how over the last year, especially with this most recent COD Mobile Championships being dominated by Eastern teams, talk me more about how that dynamic has shifted and maybe even separated further, kind of looking at how the Eastern teams have built an identity that has been very successful compared to what the West was running with. And maybe Tech, just kind of starting with you, since you have experience in playing in both regions.
After traveling to India, you kind of, you get into that mindset of like, you're playing everyone. I feel like India was like the very best place to play from, mainly because you could play China, you could play Europe. I mean, if you wanted to play NA, your middle ground is Europe. You play Philippines, you play Japan. I think being there was like, you're more involved into the competitive nature rather than NA. You have LATAM. And nobody likes playing Europe in NA, I'm gonna be honest. Not good practice. And it's like, what are you supposed to do in the West? Like that's the real question. You play 1 year for one event, because they maybe two, but over in the East, they have the Chinese league, CDM, CDSI, CDFI. They have their own little Asian league. It's like it's more involved for the players, and the West just has not caught up to that whatsoever.
So you're saying more along the lines of the amount of opportunity has helped develop the East, maybe more so than the play style differences that inherently have been kind of created?
Yeah, so I think a big thing with the West is like they just want to be involved in something, but there's nothing for them to be involved in. There's no incentive to like, oh, I want to play the game, like I want to be better, I want to compete versus these people. Like there's none of that in NA, and I've competed in NA for a long time. I can tell you nobody has that, for sure.
Bob, you want to follow up? I know because you had a little bit of a jump start with running your own opportunity, with Mobile Mayhem, trying to get that off the ground and try to create more opportunities. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's a number of different factors. I think the decrease in NA viewership following kind of their fall off, I would kind of say after 2022, that's contributed to the difficulty of running grassroots esports for COD Mobile, because at the end of the day, like viewership drives sponsors make tournaments possible. So if you don't have the funding to, number one, be able to provide prize pools, and number two, be able to actually hire staff, there's not really any way that you can run a successful league without funding directly from COD Mobile. So I think that, combined with the cost of living, especially in North America, makes it really, really difficult for anybody to really consider themselves a pro player, which is why we've seen pro players go to other regions. Number one, because there's more esports support. Like I think especially as far as mobile gaming, there's not a lot of mobile orgs, or at least orgs that take mobile seriously. We've seen them see it as an opportunity to try to get some viewership, and then it hasn't panned out because COD Mobile Esports hasn't been thriving to the point where they thought it was going to be, and so they dip after a year or 6 months or whatever it is. So I think having that established league like you have in CDM, or like, I know that this is something that's going to be happening year round. I know this is something that is going to drive viewership to my brand, and they're willing to invest into players to actually give them the funding that they need to be able to play at the level they want to. But if you're all self-funded, like the majority of NA, the majority of EU, the majority of LATAM, and you've only got a couple tournaments a year that are not going to be able to provide enough for you to really make a living off of it, unless you come in first place at the end of the World Championships, it's just really difficult to justify making it your full-time job. And that's why I think we've started to see, or we've really continued to see that gap grow between the East and the West, is because like Tectonic also said, like, you're a little bit limited in who you can play against, but ultimately the biggest factor is the funding and the backing, and none of the Western teams really have that right now.
Perfect segue to you, Hippo, as being, a coach who's on the back end, more of the kind of managerial logistical side, not just in the individual playing base that we often obviously assume that we kind of talk about with the esports space. What's your thoughts on that whole dynamic?
Yeah, because I fully agree with both Bobby and Tech here, because, I've worked with teams both in the East and the West, and the attitudes between them in terms of how willing they are in terms of to put in extra hours outside of the game and down the line. It's not just a matter of, I think there is a matter of willpower to a certain degree as well, but it's more so also, I think that the root of it is just a culture. Because in the East, if I ask like players from Blacklist when I used to work with them to, put in extra hours into the game, I mean, some of them do streaming, some of them do actually, are proactive about this, and they have a huge fan base, and there's multiple tournaments that are happening through Arena Masters that makes it so that they have a huge incentive. And as kind of Bobby pointed out, which I think is a massive point with regards to cost of living, for them being able to just, run into like just win or just even place at a Arena Masters is pretty much sufficient for them to, regardless of their salary, to be able to actually just, have a pretty decent living over in the Philippines, for example, comparative to in North America. If you took that amount of money, it wouldn't really mean much. You might not be even able to pay your rent, to be honest. And so just given that alone, I think it's very difficult to be able to grow teams in the West. Back when it was like 2022, 2020, like even up to maybe 2023, where the West was still thriving. I was able to nag players like Techie here to put in a little bit of extra work, but they still had to maintain their own living, which made it so that I couldn't get as much out of them as I wish I could in terms of whether it be extra hours or extra VODing or otherwise. But with the East now, regardless of what team in the East that you ask, it's very different. It's just, this is their job, this is their work. If you look at CDM, it's effectively a franchise, really. It's effectively a CDL to a certain degree, where they have these teams that are set. They're getting everything set for them in terms of housing, in terms of living, and otherwise their necessary expenses, and they're just getting paid to work and play COD Mobile and and study the game. And so it's and same with over in the Philippines or wherever else in Garena. It's pretty much they get paid a good amount, enough for them to justify doing this as their life. But over here, you have teams, and I think that there's a lot of players that have so much potential, actually, that are still in the West. I mean, if you just look at Latin America, you have Glories, you have the players from Free Agents that are, all phenomenally talented players and have a long history. But then you also have in NA, I mean, Undream actually, is a group of really talented players as well. But, they just all can't get the support. And also, most importantly, they can't actually interact with the other play styles that have been dominating, which if we're going to reel it back to the play style discussion, I think the part of the reason why the West can't actually keep up right now is because they're so restricted within each other. And they're all just imitations at best of the East. And, but there's, and Tech can attest to this, there's a difference between actually playing the original, compared to playing someone that's trying to copy it, That's fair. And so just from that alone, I think that makes it so that the kind of difference is only going to get bigger rather than smaller, as there's not much opportunity for Western teams to be able to actually interact with the Eastern teams, which is not just a matter of like server issues of not being able to, experience, playing against teams in Garena because of the fact that they're different, apps and down the line, but it's also ping, making it so that it's so difficult, when you have such large differences in ping and servers and down the line, like how can players feel like encouraged to actually play on that ping, but then B, simultaneously they feel like it's just, are they actually feeling like they're actually getting something out of it when the ping is so high, right? Like is what they're actually doing working, or is it the ping that's working, right? In terms of winning their gunfights or not, so.
the age-old question when it comes to online Call of Duty. Trust me, that's not exclusive to mobile. Exactly. Let's just take the conversation to its kind of climactic and ending point here, and just reround all this conversation into what's immediately coming up with Season 6, focusing. Let's just use the Western region in a whole, whether you want to talk EU, NA, or Latin America. What are your guys' general expectations, not maybe just for each individual region, but how those regions in the Western Hemisphere in total may stack up this year comparatively to years prior against what is now the reigning champion in Elevate, and of course the rest of the Chinese teams that were rounding out our playoffs from last year? Bobby, what are you thinking about the West and each of the regions?
I mean, for the West, I'm really looking at, I guess now it's not LATAM, it's South America, as they've moved Mexico into North America. But I feel like LATAM are the region that do stand a realistic chance of developing to the point where they could be able to compete against those Eastern regions. I think they do have a lot of talent there, and I think a lot of it is just having the funding. They do have more time that they can actually spend putting time into the game. Galorus obviously going to be the team that everybody's looking at. They've been the kings of the LATAM region for a long time. It just didn't really translate to the main stage last year. And going back to the server issue, I know that it's really hard for them because they don't even get good ping against North American teams. So they're very isolated relative to the rest of the world, but there's a lot of talent there. I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do in the upcoming season. And I think that's going to be probably the most well-rounded team, just because we have seen some of the talent dispersion from some of those NA and EU teams to go to other regions. LATAM is the one that's really stuck together, maybe because of language differences more than anything else, but I think that will serve them in the long run to be able to continue to grow and advance. And obviously, going back to the SKS and the Type 63 getting unbanned, the LATAM teams were the ones that were really dominating with that meta, so that could be a change that really favors them in the long run.
Tech, who are you looking at in the Western regions? Any teams you want to keep an eye on, whether it be EU, NA, or Latin America?
Yeah, I think Glorious is a favorite no matter what out of the West. Inside of North America, I think there's probably two teams that are, worth mentioning. It's Undream and then the Seminole roster. Curious on how the Seminole roster is going to go, because I know you can do like roster changes and all. So it is possible they roster change. Like our team didn't, get through. So Jez and Marshy is also up for grabs. I could see them going to Seminole if anything was to happen. That would be, most reasonable.
Yeah, because I think Vague's on that team, but he's retired and playing on iPad. So I would not be surprised if they ended up picking up Marshy or Jez in his place, just because I also don't think that he wants to put a ton of time in as far as scrims. I could be wrong on that one, but I would not be surprised if they made that roster swap.
Yeah. And Europe, I'm going to be honest, Europe is just Europe. I like some of the people there, but like team-wise, man, I'm not really going to pay attention to Europe.
Dang, not high in the Frenchies, huh?
I love Marvel.
Hippo, what are you thinking? Who you got your eye on in the Western Hemisphere?
I mean, it's the same thing as what Bobby and Tech said. It's mostly just Glories, Undream, maybe Sentinel. I think, though, free agents, I think, is also worth mentioning as another, up-and-coming Brazilian team. They've shown that they can fight against Glories, maybe not necessarily, fully win a series yet, but they can, still put pressure on them, which I think, speaks volumes in terms of their ability and talent as a roster, for sure. And, so I'm just really excited to see, whether they're able to kind of dig through the trenches of, being unfortunately put into the Western Hemisphere and in the ecosystem that they are in. But I don't think that it's impossible either. Just from the struggles that Glories had by themselves as is, they managed to get top 4 at the World Championship, which is nothing to scoff at by any means. So I think it'll be really cool to see them, keep pushing it, especially because now they've gone through 1 full year of being the same roster, but now they're pressing into year 2, and that difference is actually huge. Just 1 year versus 2 years of being together, actually.
100%. All right. Well, that's going to conclude our first episode of what we're calling the Call of Duty Mobile Roundtable. Spoiler alert, there is no table, and if we had one, it wouldn't be round. But that's Bobby, Tech, Hippo, I'm Shiv. Thanks for tuning in, and of course, enjoy Season 6. Bye-bye.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where it is time for us to get into our grand finals matchup here in North America. And it feels like it's been a little while, but we are ready to go to see who will be the best in the region after this series is done. You'll see it reflected here in the bracket, as well as NA Fall-Offs did come through the upper side of our bracket. They have that one map advantage over on Mythic. And that's all you need to know before we dive into it, all right? We have talked about these teams time and time again. We've gotten to watch their performances so many times, and the last piece of the puzzle we didn't get to before was the picks and bans process. Well, it's done. It's ready to go. We're going to pull it up, and we're going to start talking about it so we could see what they ended up choosing. We were wondering last time, and now we have all of our answers. So, Brony, I see your face. Talk to me.
He's muted.
I'm muted. Oh my god. You know what? To be fair, that's about the same amount of normal analysis I'll bring to the table. Anyway, yeah, I hadn't even started looking at this yet, to be fair. Just kind of looking across the board. There were a couple of maps that I was looking out for if Slums was going to make it into the rotation, and it doesn't. Crucially, that's a good thing for Mythic, that they're not going to have to play a Slums. Looking over towards the Search and Destroys, no Coastal. That's also pretty good for on Mythic. Tunisia, that makes it in for a potential game number 7. That's a solid pick from Mythic. So I think just like on first impressions, at least, this looks like a pretty good map set for on Mythic. The only thing is, I think you probably did want a takeoff if you could get it, because, well, NA Fall-Offs have shown themselves to be pretty proficient on raid control. That's going to be there for the back half of the series. Yeah, I mean, on the whole here, I'd be feeling pretty confident if I'm on Mythic back up these vetoes.
All right. I love it. Well, I want to hear your thoughts as well, Tom, but I'm actually being told that all of the players are loaded in and ready to go. So we are just going straight into the matchup. Grand Finals is about to kick off. Chat, now you can give me your calls again. Who's winning, all right? Is NA Fall-Offs, is it on Mythic? Because we are about to find out. Let's dive into Grand Finals.
Well, here we go. Eventually, I feel as if we built ourselves up for it about an hour ago. And here we are again. I think for both these two teams, and especially from the side of on Mythic now, they'll be happy with these maps. I kind of agree with you on that one as well. There is definitely potential for them to bring this one back. But a small reminder, of course, as you can see on the top of your screen, NA Fall-Offs do have that advantage coming into it. But on Mythic, now, I wonder, and again, I don't want to talk about the ruling or anything like that too much, but the fact that they had to go in and replay that 5th map, for me, that's a disadvantage now that they're kind of having to carry, because they've had to go through a particularly long series there. They're now having to come into this NA Fall-Offs, so have been sitting there for quite some time. They had to go back and reset themselves, not once but twice. They had to reset themselves back into that losers bracket final, and then now all of a sudden you have to then reset to go into the grand final. So for me, where are they at mentally in this series? I feel as if it could be something that they're maybe a little bit hindered by, I would wonder, but I'm sure we'll find out very, very shortly.
Yeah, for sure. I totally agree. I think that on Mythic will be frustrated that they did have to replay that in the first instance, right? It's just a kind of an extra hurdle to an already pretty difficult situation, because now you have to do something that very few teams would ever be able to do. You've got to come back versus a roster that beat you in a game 5. It was overtime in that final search and destroy. There's an opportunity to revenge here for on Mythic in this grand finals ton, and they've got to start strong here on Arsenal.
Let's see if they can do it. They really have been through the ringer today, but eventually we will get ourselves into a grand final. SBS Season 6 here for COD Mobile and the NA region, and it's NA Fall-Offs taking on Mythic. And what should be an absolute banger. As mentioned, NA Fall-Offs will have that advantage after coming through for the winners bracket side of things, and they will start to get some time early doors here. Envy and Co really do need to be at the races, but I mean, you just see the talent on offer from the get-go. They clear house over towards P1, some decent time on offer, so then we'll find a kill though. That may just be an opening for on Mythic to get themselves inside the point.
Solid start here. Renee full-offs on the whole, though. Winning the vast majority of these gunfights. Mythic with the push through both sides of the hard point, and, well, you're trying to find your way through. It's a nice double from Envy. I don't necessarily think that's going to be enough to maintain control of the hard point, and it won't. So, Mythic, look over towards this time. We'll be able to get that scrap, but we look over towards what is going to be a P2 rotation here. NA full-offs, currently the ones in control of those rotations, currently the ones in control of the spawn. They don't have anybody towards the back of those spawns just yet. I think they're kind of much more preoccupied with actually just stacking players in towards the hill.
And Binko find a good couple of kills over towards P2. They do give up the scrap time to Mythic of P1, but it is going to allow them to find plenty of good resource over towards this backside, over towards P2. A little bit of a split going to come through. That should be dealt with, and is. Salam now is taken off the map, and the spawns over towards the backside, actually working out for the side of Mythic. They're able to find a couple of kills. Jez will answer back with 2 of his own, though. 40 seconds to go here inside of the point, and Mythic found a break almost immediately. Good start from them here in this hard point. They're going to take the lead.
Mythic, that is the break that any full-offs really didn't want to give away now, because they can fight this one with those back spawns in tow. Any full-offs looking to try and play this a little bit scrappy, but it's not looking too good, is it? As Mythic, they wipe out any full-offs in this situation. Last 15 will be going Mythic's way. And you do kind of always want to convert a P2 rotation into a, not necessarily a full 60, the majority hold, and the fact that that doesn't happen for NA full-offs is somewhat disappointing. Moving towards the next hard point here, and NA full-offs the first to touch.
Operators are going to start coming into use over towards P3 as they so often do. Raballo and Co aren't going to be able to set up here, and these first couple of points are going to go their way. Keep an eye on the operator starting to come in. Hunter Killer Drone's going to be now out here from the side of Mythic, trying to find something where they can't get anything, but Pildora can. But here we go. It was the War Machine called in and immediately dealt with. Shane called in. The Tempest doesn't find anything either as well, so not necessarily working out for the NA fall-offs. They were trying to deal with it, but they have been able to. On the other side of things, they are finding kills just with the default guns here at this stage. Envy finding stuff with the USS-9, and NA Falloffs finding some good time, some decent investment coming in from both teams, but NA Falloffs momentarily were still in control. Mythic finding a way through.
I think that ultimately this is the big issue for Mythic, even though if they are going to win the gunfight series, that they kind of had to do it in such a scrappy fashion, knowing the fact that they didn't really have any back spawn control, really any look towards this hard point that wasn't just hit the front of the damn thing. They're still a bit of time away from NA fall-off slow, so that's not really the end of the world. Things basically even Stevens here, just a slight advantage for Mythic as we go into the next hard point, the hard point of this set. NA fall-offs want to get control early on towards this one. Big survival from Envy, but he's got a lot more work to do.
There's a little bit of backup on its way. Over to his right-hand side, Washi will find it. Annihilator is out. Starting to tick across the map. They'll be ripping across P4 if they can, well, find the shots. Washi will get his head taken off, though. Shane and Jez, though, combining well. Equalizers are out. Now this is a difficult push for Mythic to try and find. You just need to hold the window there if you're Envy, but you get taken down, and Jez has to try and make the move in one direction, but they're waiting for him. They will find the kill. And then Fall still in control of this site, and a bit of a split spawn actually coming through here, so that might actually benefit them as they find their way back through. Pildora can find 2 with the equalizer. Very, very weak. Is backed on down, but the team are there to back him up on Mythic. Looking like they're going to find the break back through. Equalizers out from Pildora, still putting the pain down if he can, and he will on Mythic, doing a really good job here. 10 seconds to lead, 10 seconds to play for.
Yeah, that's really actually important set of gunfights there, not just obviously to clear out some space to carve a path, not just inside the old hard point, but towards new. But also, I think, bring that Predator missile down, get some information as to what LA fall-offs are looking like towards that scrap time to make sure that you do actually obtain it. Mythic now 24 points to the good, but you're starting to lose the gunfight over by New. This has not gone well whatsoever. Badu needs to go huge inside New. Now having some help from players coming off the spawn as well. Mythic looking to hold. Shane comes out of the Tempest though, and that makes things awkward.
Wasn't able to find much with it last time out. Doesn't find much there. Dakota and Cole coming into this one nice and hot. Or she can find 2 inside of the point, but Mythic starting to get a little bit of a lead now. Salama can find something in the point as well. It just feels like NA fall-offs were a little 1-by-1, but the claw is out from Envy. That's going to cause a lot of havoc. Jez, Envy still combining well together. Shane is inevitably going to fall. Goldora's done such a good job, just pretty much on his own to find 3. How on earth has that happened? Dakota there to find the follow-up, and Mythic still somehow very much within touching distance at this point to get themselves inside. NA fall-offs, that was a chance.
NA fall-offs a chance missed now. On Mythic, looking for the last 10 seconds. They might actually not get it. I think all in all, right, yeah, even though you do miss that chance, this is not a terrible position for NA Force to be in. A reminder that, you know, we come into these grand finals and the team from the upper bracket side always kind of feels slightly disadvantaged owing to the fact that they haven't come off of a massive victory. NA Falloff's hanging well right now with On Mythic, but P1 could always be a hard point where you convert for a lot of time. Badoo finding 4 kills like that is going to give On Mythic a chance to touch first over on this hard point, and you can really watch every single point of ingress to great success here.
I mean, looking over towards it, I mean, we've been through one rotation of hills. Envy's nearly touching 30 kills. Jez has 9. Envy is doing his job. He's trying his damnedest to get them over the line on this one, but Pildora is not too far behind on 24-2. Good job from the side of On Mythic to batter them away, considering Envy is going God mode when he can.
This is a lot of time to give away. For NA Falloffs here, definitely going to try and get this one through as opposed to maybe rotating straight through towards P2. Gunfights being won, and yeah, that's the correct decision in the end. At 15 seconds, might well have split the difference here between a reachable game for NA Falloffs and one that could well damage them later on during this game. But they will get that time. Now On Mythic here will be in control of the rotation. Last time around, On Mythic had a fight for this one and garner the spawns. This time, they're the first team to touch, but nobody up top, and NA Falloffs will be able to reach the hill.
And they find a way through, though. They're inside of the hill, and now they need to defend from these very close spawns from the side of On Mythic. Badoo can find 2, though, over towards the top plat side, and he's going to find a 3rd. Badoo just doing it all on his own. Dakota is there to pick up the pieces. Really good hold from On Mythic. Badoo finding 3 just out of nothing. And all of a sudden, this push from NA Falloffs, which is feeling like it was going to be pretty strong, they don't get a lot from it. On Mythic looking the more likely team to take map number 1 at this moment in time after just 2 hills of the second rotation. Envy and Jez, though, combining well just to make this a little bit more difficult. 25 seconds to play with here. Pildora going to get shut down after finding 2 with the equalizer. Spawn still towards the back for the side of On Mythic, but NA Falloffs once again inside of the point.
NA Falloffs just being really frustrating at the moment. I don't really know if they want to invest too much into this one. You can already see them starting to splinter off. If they can get some scrap time off the back of these gunfights, that would be nice. If you can't, it's not the end of the world. Now, last time around on this rotation, On Mythic did a good job of fighting through the front of this hill to steal time away from NA Falloffs. They didn't really get much of anything for themselves. They did take time away from NA Falloffs. I wonder if things will be different here because you look at utility on both sides of the board. NA Falloff have got 4 operators ready to go, but split spawns, that's not going to help. It's a good read from NA Falloffs, and now one of those operators is coming out to play.
Yeah, they do make sure the operators really do count. When it comes down to this hill, this just feels like the moments where it really can influence the game. Jez now equalizes route, finds 2. Does get taken down by Dakota, who's not going to be able to find much else because Shane finds the pickup. Good hold from NA Falloffs so far. Got a flank to deal with too, and now everybody else coming in from the flank as well. NA Falloffs finding some really good time. 25 seconds remaining on this hill. They've held the 35 before it as well.
Yeah, this is exactly the hard point NA Falloffs needed to get back into this game. You are now neck and neck and about to take the lead away from On Mythic, just firing off the last of your operators in towards this hard point to gather the last 10 seconds of time. It would have been nice if Envy could have guaranteed that time. Will not happen. Now off the back of that Predator missile, you know there's not much in the way of defense towards this hard point as well. So NA Falloffs knocking at the door here, taking the lead away from On Mythic. But just as NA Falloff are rich of operators going to the last hard point, now On Mythic are going into this.
NA Falloffs need to find a good hold here. They don't want to let anything slip. Dakota, though, has been so good here with the claw. Firing the shots away. The gunfights have, well, backed down NA Falloffs. Operators coming out from their side of things as well, though, on Mythic. Are they going to be able to do anything here with their side? Badoo trying to find the shots coming through and is going to be able to find plenty here with the War Machine. So really good job with 35 seconds remaining. On Mythic can't quite win it here, but they would be within spitting distance if they can hold down the rest of the time.
On Mythic taking a lot of time away. A little moment here in this game as NA Falloffs have to fight this one from that back positioning. This is so tough because not only are you trying to fight for scrap time on Old and not really having much success of it, but you're having to fight through scrap time on Old because you're so far away from the rotation towards Newt. A damaging moment of this game. You could not really afford to lose that hard point. Now NA Falloffs in a position where they have to try and break towards the next hill, otherwise this game's done.
On Mythic with a perfect transition over towards P5. Envy really has slowed down. He had 30 kills after the first rotation. He's only had 4 on this one. He slowed down massively. On Mythic, inside of the point, you've got to combine well. You've got to combine perfectly, and they have just about done that. Salam can only find 1. Raballo will find the breakthrough. NA Falloffs need to get in the point, and they need to get some time. Kills all going their way. So this is an opportunity. With this 43 seconds, if they can hold it down, they're within touching distance of the on-Mythic total at this moment in time. Washi holding the window here with the Annihilator. Finds absolutely nothing, though. And now Pildora with the equalizers out. They're going to push forward, and everybody should start dropping on Mythic inside of the point, just trying to secure this one. They are 4 seconds away from tying up this grand finals. I don't think Falloffs will get there. They will not on Mythic. A series on our hands almost immediately. They find map number 1 and tie up the series here in the grand finals.
Just the smallest of differences in that game, right? I mean, it was pretty much neck and neck all the way throughout. I think it was towards the back half of the game, I felt like maybe we're going to see a chance for NA Falloffs to get back into it. They were down by 40 points or so. I think that was owing to a solid hold from Mythic towards the end of P1 rotation, but I think by the end of that, by the midpoint of that game, excuse me, NA Falloffs have managed to come back through, and it went down, I think, to the wire right towards the closing moment of the game. I think the moment where Mythic really did manage to win it was when we saw them break towards P4 in that final set of rotations. Stealing that time away from NA Falloffs is just so detrimental. Ultimately, you can't really afford to lose a hill like that, because when you're already down in a game, the way that the spawns work on P4 is that you spawn so close to it, you spawn up the ramp, but you have to kind of fight through the hill or spend a lot of time going through the middle of the map or even towards the other side of the map to rotate towards new. And I think, you know, there was an elongated period of time there where NA Falloffs didn't feel comfortable enough giving up time to Mythic to hit rotation properly, and I think they kind of ended up half-assing both of those things and end up losing the game for it as well. Final couple of hills were important for Mythic, and they will take game number 1 in this best of 7.
Incredible work from Mythic, immediately putting themselves on the board. But again, for NA Falloffs, I mean, Envy just had a crazy start, and I think that was the only thing that was keeping NA Falloffs relatively close, because when he started to fall off, I mean, realistically, NA Falloffs still weren't far away. But it was a strange old game as far as the staying side of things. It feels like NA Falloffs are a team who've been sitting waiting to play a game for quite some time, and that might be a result of that coming into map number 1 a little bit slow on the slaying front, and they get dealt with by Mythic, who have, well, played plenty of Call of Duty already. They've nearly played 2 series basically worth of time along that side of things anyway. But standoff's going to be coming up in a second. This was a map that Mythic won yesterday, so be confident heading into it. But as you guys can see on your screens, it's an NA Falloff pick, so they're obviously feeling confident they can get something done. There was definitely a couple of rounds that they felt like they fumbled in that series yesterday. Looking for the revenge here on map number 2 if they can get it.
Yeah, and for me, I think this is going to come down to early sniper presence, right? I think the thing that NA Falloffs have done such a good job of is having sniper presence in search and destroy. I would argue that they were maybe a little bit too reliant on it yesterday, right? I think, you know, we saw multiple situations where they were hoping that Washi could keep an eye on the cross and kind of just hoping that he's going to do everything for the squad. I don't think you can see that once again here for NA Falloffs. We need to see actual good team play from them. And we'll start things on the offense. And almost immediately having to deal with aggression off the start of these rounds. Purdue in an advanced position here. That is a problem, even more of a problem, losing Envy in this round.
The enemy has the bomb.
Purdue very aggressive here with the KRM. You've seen both these two teams fighting around control quite often, didn't you? Purdue. Is he going to get caught? Yes, he is. Jez has just walked through the middle of the map, and Buddy will be asking, how has that happened? Has nobody got eyes on anything over towards Courtyard? Well, the answer, no, they don't. She's looking to try and find an angle. 4 versus 4.
Nice first blood coming through from Washi on the initial trade. Now the idea is to overwhelm Dakota, potentially on towards the A site. Still potential for a B plant as well. The options are open, but I think Washi just gives itself a little bit too much away. Now Dakota can go huge on A.
Gotta hold it down. Has to go huge. Salame has been tagged up as well. NA Falloffs are going to start making this push through. And they have been back down. Falloffs will get control of the side, but it's nice from Mythic to realize that this pressure is going to be too much to deal with. They back up, and they find a gunfight from the outside as well. Shane caught off guard. Bomb will go down. So Raballo and Jez have the opportunity here, but it's a 2 versus 3 they have to hold. Make it a 1 versus 3 for Jez. Raballo gets caught, and this is now very, very difficult. Goes for the Chal. Will find one. Pressure coming in from behind. These are 1-by-1 gunfights, by the way. And this is giving Jez an opportunity. Charles coming in, the bait and switch. Nicely done from on Mythic. They'll find the first round. Diffuse coming through. NA Olofs stretch it all the way, but on Mythic will get on the board first.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised in a way that on Mythic were playing, I guess, not as aggressively as they were in that situation, right? I think there was a moment there where they were maybe thinking, hey, maybe Jez is wrapped back around through the middle of the map, but in the end, managed to play certain and will win the 2 versus 1 situation. Fair play. And that round on its head. So now on Mythic starting strong in this S&D with that first blood. And Olofs once again hoping to get towards A. Difference this time on the defense here from on Mythic. They don't send Badu in towards bottom brown. That's going to give a little bit more map control and a little bit more control over this round on the whole for NA Olofs, but still going to do a lot of work if you want to get a bomb over towards either of these two sides. Now even more difficult as you lose Jez in the round.
Eliminated.
Washi will fall as well. Advantage over towards on Mythic once again. And if Olofs are coming into this final just a little cold and they need to warm up very, very quickly. The snipers are just not getting things going at this moment in time, but when Envy is alive with a Tundra in hand, there is always potential for NA Olofs to bring this round back to a good enough place where they can win it. Just hard when you're on the attack though, you don't have these numbers. Well, what do you do?
It's just so difficult. Mythic can just effectively play trades in this situation. Wow, at the very least takes the trophy system out around that back alley. Jump over is pretty aggressive here from Salome. Not something Raballo will initially see. We'll finally spot out Salome in the situation, but again, the presence here, all of these pre-aims is so palpable from Mythic. Salome just runs right out to the open. Lucky survived that engagement. Raballo actually gets a freebie there. That's not a good play from Salome.
And those are the kind of moments that can bring you back into it. Raballo will find another. And now a 2 versus 3. Oh, Badu is just going to cause so much havoc here. Indra found the gunfight on the other side. On Mythic, 2 to the good. Nicely done from on Mythic. So far, so good. Here in this search and destroy on standoff. They were able to find the win yesterday. And it was actually a really good start for NA Olofs yesterday, if I remember correctly. And then on Mythic just switched it on, and they seem switched on from the get-go this time. NA Olofs attacking over towards A very, very aggressively. On Mythic are here, not tagged up, pushing into the site. You'll get gunned. Raballo will fall. Jez is there to answer back. 4 versus 4. The pressure coming in. Washi can't find it. Dakota will find another. Surely he finds nothing else. How on earth are these still surviving? But Jez can pick them up. 1 versus 4 is now potentially on the cards for Jez. Now in a 1v2. Can't find the first shot. Will get away. Just a sliver of health. I mean, he will do so well. But here we go. This is the 1 versus 4. If he can manage to find it. Badu has fallen. Islami is just panicking a little bit.
I need to felt after the first couple of the kills that they play together, but they still don't. They still give them individual chows. And now Jez will just look to play towards the site itself. You know, Salome is going to have a sniper rifle in his hand. Got to take that hunter killer drone out of the air. Now no choice but to go straight inside because you do end up missing. There we go. Hunter killer drone down. Salome now looking for the initial. It's not going to happen. Jez for a 1 versus 4. And he has offered so many situations there that he just frankly should not have. That is way too individual.
I mean, it's incredible in the end, though. He has to pull it off. But as you mentioned, it feels like on Mythic felt like the round was over and done and dusted with. I mean, okay, the big exchange kind of happened, and Jez is the one who comes out with 2 kills towards 2 very weak players as the trades went down, but he's still going to then find the 1 versus 2 after. It is a technical 1 versus 4, but he still did have to do a lot of work after those initial kills do fall his way. That's a little bit of a lifeline for NA Olofs, who are in danger of falling by the wayside in this grand final. On Mythic, we're running away with this search and destroy. The 2-1 feels like a very different scoreline to 3-0. NA Olofs now just trying to read the map as best they can. B is maybe the one that's looking more likely, but MB will find a pick here. They may find another one on the backside, not going to be happening. Raballo taken down by Badu. Dakota waiting inside of the site over towards A with a shotgun as well. It's a 4 versus 4. Jez. Oh, God, there's no way.
Yeah, winning the gunfights. I think you can start to feel a little bit more confidence in the way that NA Full Loss are playing these fights now. On Mythic, 2 versus 4. The last remaining players are split up in this situation as well. If you lose Salome, it's done, but nice team play. A little bait and switch. Badoo's going to get the better of Washi. But still, getting into the site's going to be difficult. Jezov is off a freebie. That's a couple of kills now that probably shouldn't go any Full Loss way. Suddenly, on Mythic are back in this game.
Doing the flank. 26 seconds and counting, down to 21 now. Envy, big gunfight win up against Salame though, and all of a sudden, yeah, Badu can find Shin. 16 seconds can put the pressure on. Sniper player over towards Envy. He's gonna have to back on down and does the right thing. Badu's waiting for the push to come through. Envy knows he's not on it. Badu will go for the chase. Don't think he's got time, and he does not. And they fall off, so get themselves a round 2 apiece now. Good patient play from Envy.
Solid play from Envy, I think, in the end there, but NA Full Loss almost give that one away for free. What was that, a 4 versus 2? Ends up going down to a 2 versus 2, and then, of course, the 1 versus 1 in the end. Envy is able to effectively win. So NA Full Offs here, again, starting to see kind of glimpses of that veteran team play that you love to see from the roster. Jez now starting to get aggressive here towards the back line. NA Full Offs not messing around anymore, but they won't win the first blood, as a matter of fact. Salami takes down Raballo. And for NA Full Offs, who maybe wanted to have a somewhat venomous start here on Standoff Search and Destroy, they will be slowed all the way up to a snail's pace.
Wanted to get aggressive and it's shut down immediately.
We got the bomb.
Slow and Steady is going to be winning the race here for one of these two teams because nobody is offering anything up. Indra only takes a couple of bullets and gets himself out. It's fine play. Just trying to find something, but right now nothing being offered up. On the side of On Mythic, they are sitting very tight on their defenses here.
They're just not moving. Just not giving anything away for free. Then if Full Loss move forward, they're going to have to earn it. Jez, tip of the spear here. Needs to find some value. And, well, you get shut down through the middle of the map. Jez is still alive, but you've now lost Envy. I gotta imagine somebody's seen Jez. If not, will be sooner or later. No, he's actually managed to filter through here. Could manage to catch these players off guard. Surely not. Trigger discipline. Good for the first. Yeah, a little bit delayed, but he gets both of those gunfights, and now NA Full Loss are back in this round.
Jez having a crack in Search and Destroy. As he so often really does. I think yesterday as well we've seen plenty from him, but Badu can find Shane, and Jez will have to find another big clutch. Not going to find it. Salami will find him through the smoke. 3-2 now to On Mythic. A bit of a lead. Still on the defensive side for one more round, and it will be then their turn to attack. Jez is having a cracking time over on the NA Full Offs roster, but I'm sure he would probably like a little bit of help. He has more kills than his teammates combined. Pushing forward now seems to be the tip of the spear, but everybody else now making their way over towards this A side. Dakota has already been able to find one, does so well to find a second. It's shut down by Washi. Jez will find one onto Indra as well. Bomb may well go down here for the side of NA Fall Off, so it'll have to be a 3v3 hold, but Badu just pops himself around the corner. Washi is free. Envy can only find one to answer, and it's another round for On Mythic.
And that, I think it's all down to Indra. As a matter of fact, actually, it sounds really weird to say, but the fact that Indra actually dies in that situation, he knows he's going to die. He plays his life for long enough that he can get Badu in a position where they can pick up a couple of kills and completely blow the round wide open. NA Fall Off's just no control whatsoever. The retakes, the team play right now from On Mythic is brilliantly well played. Now, as we switch sides, they go into it 4-2. See if On Mythic can have a decisive offense, because I don't really feel like we ever really saw that from NA Fall Offs on their offensive efforts.
Didn't see much aggression, did we? Never any taking of a side, getting the bomb down and going from there. It felt like they were very much looking to try and find something before they tried to get it over the dotted line. Just holding here. You will get caught though. There's plenty of players here from the side of On Mythic over towards this side who are, I mean, On the Mythic just very much taking their time here. A
lot of passiveness, I think, for both teams on the offense so far. On Mythic just kind of get a vibe for what is going on for NA Falloffs, but NA Falloffs aren't giving anything away. Chain towards the back alley. If he can be shut down, Mythic will make their way towards one of these two sides. Washi now going to have to back away. Gets a spot out on towards a player across the middle of the map. Would be nice if we could take Salome out of the play. That will make things easier for Jez, but none of these kills are coming through just yet.
And the team's been able to make too much of a move yet. It's playing like a very nervous search and destroy. Playing like a grand finals one. Eldora bringing some shots out, not able to find a great deal on Mythic. Playing this one slowly, but Washi will eventually, with what, 28 seconds left to go, find a kill in this round.
Watch out! Flash!
Dakota trying to find something going now, but they've waited too long. It's taken far too long for them to even get anything going on this map. Badu left all on his own. It's a perfect round from NA Falloffs, but on Mythic, you only have a certain amount of time, buds.
Yeah. You know, it's kind of funny because we're sitting here saying that, you know, NA Falloffs are playing slow and they're not really doing much on their offenses. And I know it's only one round from Mythic so far, so I don't think there's anything particularly conclusive to talk about just yet. But Mythic weren't even really doing anything in the late round. How about this for aggression? Now it's going to be a 5 here over towards A. Envy, good luck with this one, pal.
If you can find anything, it will be massive.
The bomb has been planted.
1-for-1 trade in the middle of the map as the bomb will go down. Envy in a bit of trouble, maybe not. Badu gets taken down in just the positioning of Envy. Not expecting him to be there. Nades coming in, Dakota butted up, and the rest of NA Falloffs now trying to position themselves where they can try and find a bit of a flank here. Shots from Pildora, solid on the Washi though. Great work. Dakota and Cole just continue to hold. If you're NA Falloffs, you need to get moving now. Envy can find one, Rabalo will find another, but it's all about Rabalo. Can he find it? No, he cannot. Shane and himself now falling to Dakota on Mythic, 2 rounds away from going 2-1 up in this grand final.
And that's the aggression we wanted to see. We haven't seen that from either of these two teams so far in this search and destroy. NA Falloffs are weak on the defense. Envy had so much to do, and there's only so much you can ask somebody. And they're in a 1 versus 5 on site. Envy produces nothing. So on Mythic now, good for the trades on the initial. Reinforcements made here from NA Falloffs on the defense, but Washi gets cut down. On Mythic once again doing the right things in this situation. They've now removed NA Falloffs fully from the site.
Oh, they found the angles as well. On Mythic have come roaring into this grand finals. This would now be 6-3 if they can find it. Advantages with them in numbers. The bomb is down. It's just so hard for NA Falloffs to get back into this. Jez may well have 12 kills. He'll need to make it 17 if he wants to find this round. He's found 2. He's done incredibly well. Jez has found 3. How on earth is this happening? Now in a 1 versus 2. This will be a 1 versus 5 from Jez if he can pull it up, but he only has 14 seconds. He's got to go, and he's got to go now. They are back to back. Jez is going to pull off a minor miracle to find this one. Not going to happen. A valiant effort, but on Mythic will find it. It's a 6-3 lead here in map number 2.
And even despite the adaptation there's from NA Falloffs, it's not enough.
Defend the objective.
Mythic doing so well on their offenses right now. Only got to win 1 more. They win their 2nd map in this best of 7. It's aggression once again. This time NA Falloffs have completely removed themselves from the site here, done. Back to all the way up for a potential look at mid-map control, but they're not even getting that.
Envy can answer back. Is there maybe going to be something on the cards here for NA Falloffs? A 3 versus 3, but that bomb is down. They are somewhat surrounding them. Pildora just trying to stay alive. He's got Rabalo right in front of him. He can find this gunfight would be massive, but him and Washi combine well. Now Dakota left all on his own, not able to find anything. It's a wonderful retake from Falloffs. 3 versus 4 from them. 6-4, still life in them yet, yeah. On standoff.
Well played for the retake from NA Falloffs. I was a little bit concerned there. I think initial, right, because, you know, Mythic basically get a full site control for themselves. It turns out I think it was because they were trying to play more together. So NA Falloffs will be happy for that round.
Watch out!
Jess of 15 kills, by the way. Still phenomenal performance in this search and destroy. Now once again, looking for the first few bloods. It's the same strategy from NA Falloffs. Not full commitment towards his side. Jess trying to find something before getting the hell out of Dodge. Can't do so. Losing Jez now, that's difficult because the bomb is now down.
It's finding themselves just so easy to get onto this A site and get it down or on Mythic. Badu on the flank. This is an angle that they kind of haven't really played. Washi will find Salame though, but Badu is slowly making his way into a position where he can cause absolute havoc. He knows everybody else is pushing through because he can't see them, so everybody has to be ready for on Mythic, and they are. Envy's the only one here on Mythic. 2 maps in a row and find a 2-1 lead here in this grand final. And that was pretty comfortable there on the Search and Destroy, honestly, Brody. Fantastic work, especially on the attacking rounds. It just got inside of A every single time, and there was nothing that NA Fall-Offs could really do about it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking just like looking at the differences on the offense there between the two teams, I think NA Fall-Offs were a lot more measured in the way they were playing offenses. They were looking for a kind of an advantage early on in the round before making the move, and I think it just took them till late rounds, if they ever did it at all, for getting said advantage. Then we go over towards Mythic on their offenses, and I think the key differentiating factor is just that Mythic, beyond really the first round, that was a pretty slow round for Mythic. They just full sent it. They were just like, look, you know, worst comes to worst, we get traded out here and we make NA Fall-Offs feel uncomfortable. It was 3 rounds back to back that Mythic are not just going to get A fast, but they win the initial trades. And I think there was a gamble made from NA Fall-Offs for the last couple of rounds there, which was basically to give up site control, to kind of play together as a team. It worked the first time they did it, but second and the third, it did not work out. It's actually, I think, kind of what might end up losing them the Search and Destroy, because it's all well and good trying to play for a retake, but if you can't get that retake started, then it's all going to fall apart at the seams. Shout out to Jez though. I have no idea what his final KD was at the end of that Search and Destroy. I think it might actually just be straight up 15 kills, but still, like, to do that, still lose, that's gotta suck, man.
It's a tough one. Jez was able to find clutches, nearly find a 1 versus 5. But on Mythic, just doing so well across the board. Everybody pitching in when necessary, and as mentioned, now they have a lead in this grand finals. NA Fall-Offs, only map that they have is the advantage that they had after winning that winners bracket final. That feels like a long time ago now, because now all of a sudden, just staring down the barrel of a Crossfire, which was an on-Mythic pick and an on-Mythic map win in their series yesterday, as far as I can remember. And then Hacienda going to be coming up after that as well, which, okay, it's their side of things, but it's not necessarily clean cut. This is difficult now, because if I was to look at these maps and sort of say how things are going to go, I would presume that Mythic are going to be able to find this control, but there was opportunities for NA Fall-Offs yesterday. Hacienda, it's Fall-Offs pick. You would like to think they may be able to get that one over the line. The raid could go to Fall-Offs as well. We could be heading to a map number 7 here quite feasibly, Brody, couldn't we?
Yeah, we could do. I believe this is what we've seen Crossfire control twice between the two teams. We saw it once back in Challenge Season. That was a very clean 3-0 for Mythic outside of the round number 1, in which we saw NA Fall-Offs choke quite considerably on their offense, and then they got spawn trapped in the last couple of rounds. And then we saw it again yesterday, and that went all the way to a round 5 on Mythic, once again able to clutch up. So we've been seeing improvements for NA Fall-Offs on this map, and I mean, it has to be said, there's going to be a point at which NA Fall-Offs do manage to get into this series sooner rather than later, beyond just the advantage they get coming from the winners bracket site. We'll see, though. On Mythic, I've always said here on Crossfire that you want to have a solid start, and it feels like they're doing that almost immediately here. They've got a player in towards A, and Indra actually converts for a gunfight too, so more than that, this capture is starting to come through in a serious capacity.
A now really ticking in, you're right. Indra just securing it here for the boys of on Mythic, and still getting some aggression coming out from the rest of his teammates just to try and keep Fall-Offs at bay. It's about the push over towards B that they really have to concentrate on, and that's what they're doing. Badu has found himself in a good position here. Shane can find 2 though. That's going to ease some of that pressure. But Badu has company. Over towards this B side. He can find 1, can't find the second on the Washi. Hildora is ready and waiting for one player to find across with. Finds the pick and will continue just to put pressure on over towards this B side. If he can control this area, it makes it so difficult for NA Fall-Offs just to control the map.
And Pildora going to get cut down. That's a big shutdown from NA Fall-Offs. Mythic now going to have to fight effectively back from square one. You're a couple of lives down in this control. Can't get anything done through Butchers either, as Jez will double up. Now you're starting to consider the prospect of a potential spawn trap raining down upon you. You're already down 4 kills. Now make it 5 kills. NA fall-offs starting to push up the map ton. We've seen what this spawn trap can do once you're in it. Mythic just frankly do not want to be in this position. Gotta find a way out sooner rather than later.
I mean, they did a really good job to kick things off and are starting to slowly find a way through. The smokes are going to give them plenty of cover. Salami can't find that kill though. He could have found that. Ashamed. Does that maybe give them an opening? But progress over towards B now. Pildora will stop the time. Raballo and Co want to have a look at this, but Pildora, shots coming in from a couple of different angles, kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. Envy will find a couple himself as well. 12 versus 5. They get a 12 versus 4, 12 versus 3. This round is done. And they fall off, so will hold their first defense over towards Crossfire, but that is very much expected, even though Envy hopping off towards the end. Good job from him.
Yeah, solid gameplay, I think, from NA fall-offs, right? It's so easy to kind of lose control of A. I think Mythic had actually got a kind of game plan there in the moment as well. They had Pildora, who was kind of situated towards B, hoping that they could pop off and create a path for the Mythic side for translate from A towards B. But when Pildora came down, I don't think they necessarily had a plan B. They might not need one in this one, though. You win pretty much every single gunfight. Now you're on Mythic, you can start to put the spawn trap through.
Oh, no, they're going to do just that. Salami with some great shots with the Sparrow just to put that pressure on. They're not quite at the point where they're watching them spawn, but you're in a good position nonetheless. Envy is waiting for any players to try and make this push through. Is it going to matter? Oh, the Type 63 in this position. It's a bad gunfight from Envy. She's the only one who can answer back. This round might well be done already. Washi is going to find a second pick, though. That will ease some more pressure. And if Orfs may well be able to get out.
You need to really now, to be honest with you. There is a free path. Look at player number 1, Raballo. Oh, I was going to say free, but Badu's going to catch him. They do have to expend resources to take that player down. So an opportunity now with 30 seconds to the clock. It's finally going to stop. Badu doesn't want any part in that, though. Does not want to let them through. Kills now coming through from Mythic once again. The life differential still kind of dawning upon them. 5 life diff. And NA fall-off just cannot get players to any of these points right now. Ton. The Mythic map control has been exemplary. Finally, a couple of kills come through. Maybe this is the opportunity with 15 on the board.
And Jess does get taken down. Raballo's going to call out the War Machine. You need to make sure they do get a hold of A here. A defense. Oh my god, Pildora. A defensive round number 5 if we do get that. It's definitely something that has to be considered from NA fall-offs. They're fully committing over towards this A side just to make sure they can get something. Big pressure coming in here from Envy. Actually, on Mythic, maybe smelling a little bit of trouble, but Badu, Dakota, shut it down. They backed up. They may well just give A. On Mythic still have that life advantage, but it's not a massive one.
A's gone. No reason to go too heavy on it. It would have been nice if you could have held on towards A, but you've got a life advantage. Just hold on to it for the moment. Mythic will be fighting back for map control. You lose a couple of kills here. And now I think that's going to cause Mythic to turtle up just ever so slightly here. Get yourselves situated in towards B. Get a double up on that door to make sure that NA fall-offs cannot push through. Shane's going to bring the Predator missile down. And this is information for NA fall-offs. Now they know where everybody on the defense is located and they can act on that info.
How on earth have they found themselves in this position, considering what the start looked like? On Mythic had them basically in that spawn trap, and LA fall-offs have fought their way out. Jez is going to find 2 7v7. Jez is going to find a third. Was she now combining as well as the 7 versus 5 on Mythic? Have crumbled here on the defensive side. NA fall-offs, they found an attacking round yesterday. Weren't able to close out the map, but it's looking like they may be able to find one here. Indra is able to answer back a 5 versus 4. They're in the point over towards B. And on Mythic, have to go for the retake.
Got numbers. Spectacular chance to find your way in towards the best of 7. Yeah, you're stacking on towards a point right now. Pildora's bought this Annihilator out, but you got to get on towards a point to have some actual effectiveness with it. Finds the first kill, surely not the second. Runs out of bullets, and Jez will take him down. Still players on the point, by the way. Ton second take now going to be through.
And that's working out wonderfully for NA fall-offs, especially if they can win this round. Shane's going to find Salami, and all of a sudden, Hindra. What can you do from here? You need to get on the point. You need to stop this from happening. They know where he's coming from. NA fall-offs to the good here in the control, and now in a commanding position.
It's just the fact you get players in through broken. You can't let that happen if you're on Mythic. I think, you know, NA fall-offs just doing such a good job to make those transitions work. Now we go in towards this round. We look at the utility on board. It's not just a couple of operators. There's also some streaks in the back pocket for Shane and Jez. Needs to be a solid start from Mythic, and that is exactly what you want. If only, not necessarily to try and get some map control, if only not to try and get some A control, but to try and draw some of that out. But the problem, as you said, is the fact that Badoo is in spawn. The problem is that Dakota now in spawn as well. NA fall-offs here, dealing with all of the players coming off of spawn.
Trying their best to keep that pressure on. Still plenty of progress actually made over towards this A side. We're just farming a couple of players who were coming in off the respawn. It wasn't a full spawn trap, and then yeah, there you go. On Mythic, get a hold of A. Don't even know what words just came out of my mouth. Dakota. Trying to find a push through here, but so far so good for NA fall-offs on this defensive side. It's looking more and more likely they're going to find their first defensive round.
Nice kills coming through from Badoo. I kind of wanted to follow up there. No way does Envy able to dial up. No, he doesn't. Indra now through. Operators are there for both Badoo and Indra. Honestly, I wouldn't hate both of these operators coming into play, right? I mean, you might as well just bring something out if you want to try and capture the point, but Indra's not willing to. Now Badoo is going to get the war machine out.
Can he find anything with it? They need this attacking round. Washi inside of the point. Sorry, it's NA fall-offs on the attacking round. Honestly, I am twisted as much as these guys are at this stage on Mythic. They're the ones who need... I'll get there in the end, Brody, honestly. I need to lock in.
It's all right, mate. It's fine. It is 5 AM for us right now. These players have been going at it for a really long time as well. Rabalo now on the other side with the war machine. Looking for the kills. Not going to find anything. That's 3 kills coming through from on Mythic. Dakota goes huge. That's going to give them an opportunity to hit this point.
Switch my brain back on. We're in. Chain with the Tempest trying to get them off. This is going to be so damaging if we can find a couple, because they are all just clutched up together. Just finds the one with it, though. He does get taken down by Indra. 9 versus 8. These rounds have been so close. Rabala trying to find something, but Salami's found a way through. Over towards the balcony. He's just lit them all up. Envy. He's the only one who can answer back. And now a 6 versus 6 one brings the claw out as well. Can he do much more damage than that? He's not able to find a great deal more else. A 5v4 in favor of NA fall-offs. And this is now all going to transpire. The kill trade starting to come through. NA fall-offs now 3 versus 3. Salami. They need to find this round.
Mythic can definitely force the issue here. NA fall-offs trying to play passively. It's not going to work out. Dakota cuts down both of those players. Now Rabalo has to pull off a 1 versus 3. He's trying to split the difference between all the players that Dakota calls it. On Mythic will survive in this control. I thought that offensive round for NA fall-offs was going to be it in this one. On Mythic were like, nah. You thought absolutely not. NA fall-offs fumble that round. On Mythic will be very happy. You talk about kind of utility that NA fall-offs had. I kind of talked about the fact that going into that round, 3 streaks, obviously 2 of them probably hunting killer drones and a couple of operators. All that is off the board now for NA fall-offs, so they got to go and do this with their gunnies.
Friendly hunter killer drone deployed.
Can they find another attacking round, or is this going to come down to round number 5? As far as grand finals goes, you can expect where it is going to head. NA fall-offs with a good start here. Trying to get something going over towards this A side. If they can lengthen the time pretty quickly, they'd be happy with that. 1 minute and 15 will be extended to that 2 minutes and 15. Not going to happen this time, though. NA fall-offs will be forced away. That's a good gunfight. Wins coming in from on Mythic. They can put them in the spawn trap.
They can do it. Got operators to use as well. On Mythic, they want to get these players into a spawn trap. They want a convincing round of a victory. And reminder that A hasn't gone just yet. So if these kills continue to come through from Mythic, this is a round for on Mythic. I think this might guarantee them a defense round number 5 if my maths is correct. So on Mythic, this is really important for them. 45 seconds for NA fall-offs to get the hell out of the spawn and get some progress on A, but it is not looking good right now. You are 5 lives down and every bit of utility is sent your way.
Seems to be the way to get out of these spawn traps is having a proficient sniper. NA fall-offs have got more than one. Badoo on the point just trying to defend it. Everybody else on their way over. Washi's been really the tip of the spear to get them out. He's dealt with almost immediately. Envy is able to find something, so they might well get a touch over towards A. That's what they're working on. Just getting a hold of this. Is this going to guarantee them defense? I'm not too sure, but Salami will be able to find 2. Washi is once again there to answer the question. You can't make any more mistakes if you're NA fall off in this round. So much so that the equalizer is being brought in. Is that going to be secure? Not quite. Washi eventually will get it underneath their belts. 12 versus 2. And I'm curious how that affects which way that round number 5 is going to go, because Shane, doesn't really matter what he can do here in a 1 versus 12. We're heading to a round number 5.
I think they're even on ticks, I want to say. Not entirely sure if that's accurate, though, because obviously it is 5 a.m. for us, but I think they're even on ticks. Shane, though, does want to bring it home. 1 tick on towards B. This would be miraculous in the 1v12. Somebody stop him. Somebody stop him. All right, he jumped off the point. I think before that tick actually just about went through. So go to round 5 here. 2 has the defense. It is going to be NA fall-offs on the defense. Maybe he did finally get that tick through.
However, it's transpired. This is where we are. Shane and Co have the opportunity to finally get themselves a map properly in this grand finals. Washi Jez starting well. That will pin on Mythic back, but we have seen on Mythic find an attacking round, as have NA fall-offs, so it is more than doable.
How about this for a solid start? Indra going to bring the death machine into play. Wants to try and do some serious damage here, create some space for on Mythic, and it's the right play call. You're down by lies. I think you kind of need to bring operators out like this to stay alive in this round, because NA fall-offs, they've got operators of their own. They want to bully on Mythic into the spawn.
Trying to do so. Rapala, War Machine is out. Washi, Annihilator is out. They're trying to force them back. Indra just doing what he can. Rapala, he's having a little look. Washi will eventually get taken down. Look at the aggression from a Mythic, though. They have actually found a route over towards this B side. Badu, he'll find a way through. He needs the rest of his team to be able to find some kills here, because right now, that's what they're struggling to do. Badu all the way into the spawn. Needs to find some value from this positioning as soon as he possibly can.
This feels like a foregone conclusion at this point, Hunt. 20v12. Obviously, stranger things than that, but still. On Mythic, their last chance is to throw some kind of crazy strategy at B. Shane going to bring the Tempest into play here to try and do something. Does he get cut down? On Mythic actually have a lot of presence here suddenly. Jez needs to go play hero here and stop this point.
Be able to do so. Time wasn't extended. Lives no longer available for the side of on Mythic, and it feels like NA fall-offs are eventually going to get themselves on the board. It's been a long time coming, though. We've went through 2 maps already. And this will tie it up 2-2. And what a grand final this has been so far. 14 versus 1 Dakota. However good you have been, you're not pulling that one off. NA fall-offs will find the map. And one that, I mean, we didn't necessarily put in their camp, did we? We really thought that that one was looking more like an on-Mythic win, but it's NA fall-offs who find it. And now, it's the advantage lying with them as we head into their hardpoint and, of course, their control.
Yeah, just a really back and forth control. And, you know, I almost felt like on Mythic, if they do have that defense, obviously, I mean, it is something for them. But NA fall-offs do something they were not able to do in the past, which is, you know, talking about getting around 5, getting actually a victory. You know, we've seen them play Crossfire Control twice versus on Mythic, and finally, 3rd time's the charm. They are able to force a round number 5 defense, crucially, actually win said defense. Solid operator usage, I think, coming out from all the players as well. Very rarely do you see a wasted operator on the side of NA fall-offs, and individually you look at the likes of Shane and Jez that were constantly being nuisances, constantly slaying out round after round after round. On Mythic there, just unable to pull it off. And you know, do start to ask questions, right? I mean, if they do push for one more tick on towards B at any given point in that, things would look very, very different right now. But 2-2, we go.
It's kind of beckoning us to that map number 7, isn't it? We're not too far away from it. NA fall-offs can tie things up here, and they do. 2 apiece now. We're going to be heading into another hard point, and this time the hottest from them at all on Arsenal. Of course, it was the pick 4 on Mythic, so you've got to take that into consideration. We're now heading over towards NA fall-offs pick, which will be a Hacienda. You've got to be feeling positive for them on this one, surely, right, Brody?
I don't know, dude. At this point, I don't know what to expect. I mean, yeah, sorry, mate. You've got me sweating. It's hard. It is difficult, right? I mean, what is it? We've got a Hacienda coming up. We've seen this before. Obviously, you know, we saw this as the first map in that upper bracket final. That was a 250-226 victory for NA fall-offs. And I think just, you know, just generally speaking, coming into the series, my kind of overarching expectations is that any fall-offs should be better off on the hard point. Now they've got a foothold in this series, I think that's never been more true. It's also worth saying, by the way, something that's kind of flown under the radar. Prior to that map that we just saw, Mythic hadn't lost a single control the entirety of this season. That is the first control loss that we see Mythic take the entirety of this season. What a time to lose it as well, because you've now given a foothold towards NA fall-offs in towards this one. And I do go back to the fact that for whatever reason, Hardpoint seems to be where NA fall-offs have been strongest this season. It also happens to be, I believe, where Mythic have been weakest. So just by virtue of that, surely you kind of imagine that this is going to be an NA fall-off victory, but we shall see. And now they're in this best of 7, and I think we saw kind of earlier on today with Exclusive almost making a comeback against Animus, what that can mean.
Big positive map there for the side of NA fall-offs. It does well and truly put them into this series. That's the end of Hardpoint. We go. It feels like the billionth time over this season, right? We feel many ways about Hacienda. We get to see it so often. Very much blessed with the map set here in COD Mobile. And blessed with the ability to find those kills or any fall-offs. Plenty of them fall their way. 30 seconds or so to go here over towards P1. NA fall-offs getting some good time.
These are always mixy hard points to pick things off on Hacienda Hardpoint. More preoccupied to see kind of which team can take things away with a solid hold over by P2. NA fall-offs, they kind of actually do want to get a lot of time. The way that they're playing this right now is very much as a team. They're keeping an eye on each other's backs. Raballo having a solid start to this game with 5 kills already. And that's going to be a little bit of P1 time. Not dominant by any stretch of the imagination, but winning the vast majority of the gunfights their ton is going to give them early control over P2.
Got a bit of a pinch to worry about. One player over towards the ramp side is going to be that guy trying to put the pressure on from the other side, but everybody else from the pushover through water is dealt with one by one a little bit there from Mythic, and NA fall-offs have some potential for some very, very good time here. Washi with a sniper out. Envy finding 4 though. Oh my word, out of nothing. Predator MSL comes in and just slams the door shut. NA fall-offs looking for some very good time here over towards P2.
Well, they're going to get broken. Indra and Salami come through for a couple of kills. So just as you say for a moment there, the NA fall-offs might be able to get some time. They're now going to have to fight back in for the last 25 seconds. Split spawns do come through though from NA fall-offs. Opportunity now to break through, but it's not that well timed. Washi produces a double. Surely not number 3 from Washi. That is absolutely insane. NA fall-offs off the back of that will now get that time, but that is all down to Washi. Has to be said, by the way, just going to casually mention this. Envy continues to have a solid series. He's got 16 kills for the first 2 hardpoints.
How on earth? An 8 kill average per hill is absolutely absurd. If Envy can keep this up, NA fall-offs are likely to take the lead here in this series. Eldora, Indra combining well though over towards the side of P3. NA fall-offs now spawning over only one side towards the well and not finding gunfights. Olaf's trying to find a way back through. Mythic yet to let them, but there you go. A few gunfights go their way. They will find the break and some good time alongside of it. 30 seconds left to go here over towards P3.
Mythic trying to hold on towards this time. Not a lot of smokes, actually. I don't know, but did these guys do like a ban and protect before the game or something and smokes were off the board? Because I've not seen a lot of smokes from either of these two teams. Certainly would have helped opportunity to get in towards this hard point for either squads, but Mythic not able to do so. Indra will find a couple of kills, and in the end, NA fall-offs have the final say. I'm genuinely confused. Why aren't we seeing smokes?
Potentially G.
Oh boy, don't. We're not doing that in COD Mobile.
Operators out on 2 different sides of things. Purify through the middle of the map, not able to find a real good deal. Eldora, some really good shots coming through though, so Mythic doing a sensational job so far, but Raballo Shane combining well and just finding absolutely everything. NA fall-offs with the lead, and now starting to find a little bit more. Feels like the gear that they needed to be in to beat on Mythic has somewhat been found now. First 2 maps wasn't necessarily too great from them, but Jez is going to find 3, doesn't find the 4th. Equalizers come out from Pildora. He's trying to hold this down all on his own.
Hardpoint contested.
This is the operator you want I don't even think he really needs to do it on his own. He's got a lot of help from his teammates. Pildora's still alive, by the way. Finally loses those equalizers. Does enough, though. Washing out, moving forward, flanking play that they don't necessarily expect, but it's not good enough. He only finds one, so the rest of the squad here from NA Fall-Offs now looking to try and get in towards time. There's those smokes back on the hard point here for both of these rosters. Is it good enough for NA Fall-Offs to get in towards the time? Does not look like it. So we hit the end of the first set, and I would actually say this is slightly lower scoring than I would normally expect. I think owing to the fact that neither team really able to get a foothold on that last hard point. NA Fall-Offs, though, do just about have an advantage.
Just about. If only a little one. On Mythic getting some really good time over towards P1 here. 42 seconds remaining on this hill, and they are getting pretty much farmed at the respawn here. Jez, Rabalo, and Shadno can combine well. And now some good time for the side of NA Fall-Offs to try and get a hold of if they can. Goldora answers back with one against Rabalo. Salami finds one into Jez as well. It just feels like this kill feed is scrappy and never really feels like there's a huge flurry that goes in one direction. It's a very, very even match.
Yeah, but I think, you know, to be fair, credit to both teams at the moment, because it does feel like they're doing a good job at making each other feel uneasy, right? I think that's kind of so obvious, the way in which both teams are kind of playing around the minimap. NA Fall-Offs kind of bunched up in towards P1 to try and do their best for P1 control. That does actually work out, because they get the better look of P1. Now they've got a 25 or so point advantage over on Mythic. Now move in towards New. Opportunity here for them to get control. Rabalo over the top, getting kills with War Machine.
Managed to find one. Oh, you would have expected a little bit more, but Dakota can just find 3 in the blink of an eye. USS 9 defeats War Machine, apparently. Shane can find 2. Adu now bringing in his War Machine to try and keep them at bay. Just needs the information. There's 2, there's 3. Washi's the only one who can answer back. Great job from the side of on Mythic. 35 seconds remaining on this hill, and this will put them in a nice little lead if they can hold on to the rest of it.
It's just been such a solid hard point from Mythic, despite all the operators that NA Fall-Offs was sent in their direction. Salame gets caught off guard. Rabalo wants to try and find his way through. Oh, it would have been nice if he could have found that one. That could have been some time for NA Fall-Offs. And I was going to say, despite everything that NA Fall-Offs have kind of sent towards that hard point, Mythic still come out on top. I mean, it should be said that they have also kind of invested into that. I think we at the very least saw a Sparrow and a Death Machine there from Mythic. But still, they look better for it. We went from, what was it, a 30-point advantage to NA Fall-Offs to now a 15-point lead from Mythic. So swinging back in favor here of the challengers from the lower bracket. Look over towards New and NA Fall-Offs here. The veterans touch first once again.
This really is anybody's game. Raid coming up on Control next. Who's going to have the advantage going into that one? Could be a huge, huge game. As mentioned, on Mythic had only lost one singular game of Control all season long. Oh, it hadn't lost any. Sorry, they have only lost one game of Control all season long, and that was literally just 5 minutes ago. The very first one. They'll still feel and remain confident heading into any sort of Control that they can get the job done. So if they can find the map here and put themselves on match point and championship point, heading over towards a raid Control, that's going to be a nice place to be. Contestation coming through from both these two teams over towards P3 for the majority, but then there you go. Both dead momentarily, and NA Fall-Offs will get some really good time, and on the have to back off to over towards P4.
Capture the
Mythic still maintaining that 20-point or so advantage, now going in towards his next hill. There's always a mixy one. There is an opportunity here, and teams do this very often. It's for you to get away with gunfights, perfectly read the spawns, and kind of get the opposite team that are trying to challenge in towards the hard point, in towards a blender. Indra, though, not allowing that. Open things up with the first kill, gets a second with the melee. How enough has that happened versus Rabalo? Fortunately enough, Shane and Jez are there for the trade, but that gives Mythic an in towards the skill. Pildora now wants to exploit that.
Oh, he can only find one. NA Fall-Offs starting to find a way back into this game. Salami can find a couple though with the Sparrow, and will find a third with his gun. Shane is able to answer back with one with the Tempest. A lot of aggression coming out from NA Fall-Offs here. Feels one-dimensional, but it seems to be working. Rabalo going to bring in the War Machine, and they have to find something with this. Around 20 seconds left of time. You really prefer to get a hold of it heading into a third rotation.
This lead just, it's so tentative. You know it can collapse at any given time here, and yet still it's been so solid over the last few hard points, where Mythic just continues to have this 10 to 20 point advantage over NA Fall-Offs. Third and final set now. P1. NA Forlost, I think, have looked slightly better on this hard point over the last couple of sets. Big reason for that has been the SMG control. Jez now going to bring the equalizers into play as well. They know that they want time off the back of this hill, and that's a good start coming through. It's a yellow kill feed here for the moment. A couple of trades starting to come through from Mythic, and now those smokes going to make things even more difficult. For all the kills that have come through here for NA Forlost, nobody actually jumping in towards the time, and that's not that great.
Things are really coming down to the wire now. On Mythic, though, every single second they get. 20-point lead now for them. P2 coming up in a second, but still 25 seconds to play for here. Badu trying to get a little bit of control over towards the top side just to make it easier for his teammates to push inside the point. They may well have done that. Indra and Co combining well. Envy and Jez able to answer back though, and still some time for NA Forlost is going to go their way. 13 seconds to go here on this hill. NA Forlost going to get that time, or maybe all of it. Maybe just some of it. But the rotation over towards P2 is theirs. They have a split spawn. They have spawned out. Well, she's going to get dealt with over towards that side as well, but the pitch is set up. They push in from water. And now it's down to Rabala to try and lock it down on his own. The reinforcements are very close.
NA Forlost's just not finding that much value right now out of their operators. Need to go big in towards this hard point. Smoke is good enough. There wasn't enough pre-fire from NA Forlost there through the smoke, but on Mythic now knocking at the door. Indra comes through for a couple of kills with the Death Machine. Indra wipes out 3. Now the follow-up with the Badu coming out from the War Machine as well. On Mythic, a chance to accentuate their advantage in this game. They know where NA Forlost are spawning as well.
Can they put themselves in the driving seat here? Been in the lead for quite some time. Jez is just going to walk on through and find 2 free kills. That's really disrupted the defense of On Mythic, if only momentarily. Salami will find Envy. Can he find another good shots with a pistol again? Type 19 is now out for Salami. Can he find anything else? No, he can't. Big gunfights coming through from the side of NA Forlost, but it's about a 40-point lead. 10 seconds to go here over towards P2, and you can see there's only one team already headed over towards P3, and that is On Mythic. They may well forego around 5 seconds or so, but in the end, the rotation may well be more paramount. It's a good lead.
Oh, nice.
Well, it's 40 or 50-point lead at this moment in time, and they need to hold on to it if you're On Mythic.
Good read of the spawns here from On Mythic. Know exactly where NA Forlost is going to kick this hill from. Operators kind of coming out. It's 3 for NA Forlost. They know how important getting control of this hill is, and all of them being used to great effect as well. NA Forlost looking for all of this time. Now those operators are out of the play, and it's going to enable On Mythic a chance towards this hill once again. We know it's Mixy. They're going to throw themselves at it.
Looking for the operators. Who's going to have anything on the table? It's only going to be Poldora, but I say it's only going to be Poldora. There, the equalizers, and here they come. Finds 1, finds 2, and now starts to get aggressive. On Mythic can still win it here. He needs to stay on the point for the points to head over towards his team, but he's trying to put the pressure on the people coming in off the respawn. 2 have got by down the right-hand side. Is that going to be enough of a congestion to stop this from happening? It looks that way. It's going to be about heading over towards P4, which is where both these 2 teams are going to be sprinting towards.
There we go. On Mythic just needs 8 seconds. This is a hard point though, where you can get a 460 if you manipulate the spawns correctly. Got to win the first few wave of gunfights though, and really I think you just need a kind of a team wipe to get this one going. Poldora stacks up a 3 though, and that might be it.
That may well be it. On Mythic could be taking the lead in this series for the very first time. 3 seconds to go. Don't know if they're going to get the touch. They are through the middle door. Washi going to try and slow it down. Not going to happen on Mythic. Find themselves now in the lead in this grand final. It's a 3-2 lead. They are 1 round away from being crowned champions up against NA Forlost.
Man, just phenomenal hardpoint between those 2 teams. Absolutely crazy. And, you know, it was a tentative advantage, right? It wasn't like On Mythic walking away with it throughout the entirety of that game. I would say for like, I want to say it was like 4 or 5 hardpoints pretty much straight that On Mythic had this 20-point advantage that no matter what NA Forlost did, no matter how many operators they threw at any given hardpoint, they just could not rub away at that lead. Never went away, and it held, I think, all the way pretty much through to the penultimate hardpoint. It was that garage hill, that garage final hold coming through from On Mythic, where they finally actually pull away from NA Forlost. The worst possible time for NA Forlost to not be able to hold strong. So 1 last little effort there as well on the penultimate hardpoint from NA Forlost. I think it's 3 operators towards Spencer's to try and get some modicum of control, and even that just was not enough. So I mean, really fair play to one Mythic right now. I mean, just the way that they're playing the team, just continuing to hold hard point after hard point after hard point, and brace for the storm. It's not easy to take down any fall-offs when they are that mechanically talented, yet still they're able to do it. I want to say as well, like on the whole, they might actually have gotten out slayed for the win there. They absolutely did. Holy moly, that's bad.
And I think for any fall-off stat, is a hard thing to see. 47 and 29 from MB, 49 and 29 from, I think it was Washi over towards the top side. But you find those kills, you find those moments, but you don't find the time, and that is what's important. They now find themselves behind here in this grand final due to NA fall-offs, and they need to find back-to-back maps, but they'll have to find it after this very quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Well, here we go. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, and well, into what is the final 2 maps potentially of this entire season for Call of Duty Mobile Challengers here in NA. This is how things have played out. It's been a hell of a turnaround for Mythic. Of course, things came into it with NA fall-offs having that advantage. That advantage disappeared very, very quickly. They found 3 maps. They only need 1 more. NA fall-offs need to find the final 2 if they want to be champions here, Brody.
I honestly think the wild thing about this entire series, right, is that you go back to that crossfire control and one segment of progression goes on Mythic's way, and we're looking at a round 5 defense from Mythics. And to be frank about it, we're probably not looking at a map 5 right now. This series would be done in technically 5, but obviously for the winners map advantage in as well. But it doesn't matter. We are going to be seeing a raid control now, and this is something I believe that we didn't see from these guys in the challenge final matchup at the very least. Obviously we didn't see it in the challenge season matchup either, because both of those controls were crossfire. So just purely speaking from a head-to-head perspective, these teams haven't played each other on raid control in this season. Any fall-offs though, the good news for them is this has been a solid map for them thus far. They are good on raid control, but I'll go back to what we were saying before. Ultimately, I know that on Mythic have just lost their first control here in the grand final, so they can lose them. No, they can lose them, but at the same time, they were flawless going into this match for a reason in control. I would go as far to say they are easily the best control team here in North America in this season of the SPS.
Let's see if they can convert that into an actual map win, and it would be a championship win if they can manage to get a hold of it. We should be loading in momentarily to raid. I mean, look, I'm staring at this Tunisia map number 7 as well and thinking we might as well at this stage, Brody. We've went all this way in this grand final. Are we going to go the distance? Well, let's find out. And if all of us are going to have to find the control on raid, if that's where we want to go. There's potential for it to happen, but on Mythic have battled so well against everything through the losers side of things, through a replay of a map that it happened only because of a mistake that they made. Now coming into this grand finals with a disadvantage as far as maps. Now all of a sudden they are 1 map away from being crowned champions here in North America. Incredible series so far. I don't know who I'm putting my money on in this one, but it is very much a fundamental control map. On Mythic are a very good control team, but as are NA fall-offs. Let's see how this one transpires.
Yeah, on Mythic looking to upset the former champions here in this control claw series right here, right now. Solid start from Pildora. Snipes is something we've seen a lot more of in Respawn, especially early on in these control rounds. Offers you a lot of pressure. Already seen that from Washi on the other side as well. So NA fall-offs here. Not exactly the phenomenal start they wanted on their offense. It gets worse as well. That's a 3 wave of gunfires. Now make it 4. Salome finds his. And the response from LA fall-offs, I think, is pretty predictable here. You know that the vast majority of the pressure is over towards B, but Mythic have translated incredibly well here to potentially stop this ACAP.
Yep, straight through the middle of the map to try and shut this one down. Shane and Co. Oh, in a little bit of trouble. Washi's able to find 1. Washi can find 2. That's going to ease so much pressure. Now everybody else is actually going to spawn over towards that bedroom side because of the push that actually came through from Pildora. Gets aggressive over towards the spawn, and now all of a sudden any fall-offs spawning very, very close towards their main objective, and that is going to be A. Kills being traded across the board, but the lives are still very much in the favor of on Mythic, but not quite what it once was.
Be advised.
Second tick going to be through on 8. I think you start to think about whether or not you actually want to go for this one at this point. I think they're kind of splitting themselves up, being like, all right, cool. There's no real reason to go for it at this point. Just give that one away to NA fall-off. Set yourselves up for the B capture, but Jez is already doing a bit of damage here. Does go down. Jez even finding those couple of kills is going to give NA fall-offs a chance off the respawn to get in towards B. Mythic need to go big, and they will do exactly that. Pildora's Predator missile is forced out in towards the game. Mythic maintain their life and map advantage now, but they're still under threat.
Good kills coming through, and actually, to be honest, Pildora was getting very aggressive over towards the bedroom side to try and stop something happening over towards A, and it was spawning them a little bit closer towards B. Mythic looking very good for the defensive hold here now. Problem is though with their positioning, if they do get wiped, NA Force can get onto this point pretty quickly. Kills starting to fall their way as well. Pildora's the only one who can answer back momentarily. Badu is going to be able to find something as well. Shane will drop Washi now, looking for a pick from up top. Not going to be able to find anything right now. One player on the flank, though. It's going to be Jez. Yeah, he's going to try and find some kills off the respawn. Don't think he's going to have much luck in a 12 versus 4 as well. It's a tough look.
Yeah, you can play for that respawn, though. With a minute on the clock, like, yeah, all right. Not having their lives is probably the biggest issue here for Jez, but you could definitely have played that one. Jez actually finds 2 kills. Yeah, definitely. Oh, in this situation, you take Jez down. 8 versus 3, though, is not going to matter too much. If they stack the point, they're going to get 2 players on. Shane is very far removed from this situation, so you need to do this in basically a 2 versus 3 here for the moment.
Barlow. Oh, he called in the War Machine. He gets taken down. He's killed himself after Shane finds another kill. There was some potential there. Shane can keep going, though. Now in a 1 versus 4. Momentarily, just a 1v1 on the site. Pildora will find it.
And
Mythic will find the round, but not without their trials and tribulations.
That's so unfortunate for Barlow to bring his streak out, or bring his operator out, excuse me, and then almost immediately take himself out of the play. Gotta imagine if he, fires that in anywhere, but basically at his own feet. There's a chance that NA Fordos managed to clutch that round, but no, Mythic do start strong. They did give up A, though, so for NA Fall-Offs, it's not the end of the world. That what would be giving this early B control up to Mythic. Already now starting to see some investment potentially from NA Fall-Offs, trying to get Rebel out of position at EMP. Is frustrating for him to deal with. Mythic through stack through. This might be done pretty early on.
Really good push from Mythic over towards the B side. You could see that NA Fall-Offs stacking towards the middle of the map, but very easy gunfights for their way. Indra clean the house if he can. Washi not in a position to do anything but find a kill from the outside. He's the only one who can do for NA Fall-Offs for quite some time. Can find 2 on the transition over towards A, though. And Mythic not going to find it that easy, of course. Predator missile coming in from Pildora. And force everybody inside. We'll find one onto Washi anyway. And that is now an opportunity for Mythic for a little bit of map presence to find something. Envy is over towards top bedroom side. He's going to be a problem they will have to deal with. But everything being thrown in, well, quite literally into the kitchen and into the sink. Koda Salame combining well, and a good opportunity to jump on A here for the side of Mythic.
Yeah, taking kitchen control is so important, I think, for any offensive team wanting to get control of A. Secondary importance to that is also taking players out from bedroom side, because now you've seen those slow spawns starting to come through from Mythic. Still feels like Dakota is the biggest player in this entire play. If he can get some kills behind enemy lines and opens up space for the roster, it'll be big for Mythic.
Indra now in a really good position to do something about this. 2 players are forcing their way through. Oh, he was a millimeter away from dying. Singular bullet. Strong gust of wind would have taken him down. And now all of a sudden NA Fall-Offs can find a multitude of kills, and Mythic will have to fight their way through the map once again. As far as operators available, there is 2 for the side of Mythic and only 1 for the side of NA Fall-Offs. Mythic could choose to go for this.
I think I'd take their time. It's the right decision. Raballo is ready. In wait. If you take Raballo down, this will split the defense, so it's a big kill. I'm also curious to see if Mythic actually want to invest either of the operators they've got ready to go here. They'll probably get another one before the round is up as well. There goes Shane. Already starting to puncture holes in the defense around the back line here. Dakota doubles up now, Tunt. Mythic, they're on their way. They're finding all the kills.
They're finding the kills in important places as well. You need to continue to do so. If you're NA Fall-Offs, you've got to find them with your backs up against the wall. Operators available on both sides. Nobody's called them in yet. 2 still for the side of Mythic and only 1 for Envy. But here you go. Pildora gonna call in the Annihilator. He will find 1. Shane next on the chopping block. Doesn't turn around in time. There's 2 gone. 3 lives now remaining for NA Fall-Offs. They have fallen off a cliff. Is Mythic. Have ran through them here in the control so far. It's about to be 2-0. And they are going to be 1 round away from being champions here in North America.
Envy trying to pull off a 1 versus 7. That's not going to happen. Mythic around the backline there just played that so damn well. NA Fall-Offs focused solely on keeping control of the pool site. And Mythic manipulate that to their advantage. They get all of the kills around the flank. Win the trades for site control. So Mythic now 2-0 up. Surely we don't see a reverse sweep. The ultimate comeback and forcing us into a Game 7.
I think if you're an Mythic fan, you're cursing Brody if he's cursed them just like that. The dude did bring out the War Machine to kick things off. Didn't find a great deal with it. Does get taken down. Mushy and Co. trying to get something going over towards this B side. It has been pretty much a free capture. Rabala will find a kill on the Salami, and now all of a sudden, and they fall off with a little bit of life here in the control. Can't quite find that kill over towards the kitchen side. There's the fight coming in over towards B. It's too little too late to stop anything from happening as Rabala will find the snap. Brilliant start for the side of Falloffs. Mythic, I've not been here whatsoever in round number 3 so far.
If I'm on Mythic, I'm just looking to stabilize. I'm kind of surprised that we even really see a death machine out from Indra in this moment. It doesn't really do anything. It's just will double up, and yeah, not a fan of that death machine whatsoever. On Mythic, going to give this round away. It feels like NA Falloffs might well have just done this fully by lives. Jez going to bring that Predator missile down to ensure that this is far from over just yet. This is done. 22 versus 7 with over 2 minutes on the clock. It would take a bloody miracle for Mythic to win this now. They just don't have the map control. They don't have the kills at this point. Any operators that you have, just save them for the next round. And I'll go back ahead and say that that death machine from Indra is a terrible play call.
Why did he call it in?
Just, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense because I think, you know, when you're in a situation like this and you kind of know you've lost map control, already down by a wealth of flies. I think it was down by like 6 or 7 by that point as well. Like a death machine isn't going to save you, especially in the position that he was in. NA Falloffs now will have one operator to the good as well going in towards this round. I feel like the start of this round is going to dictate how the rest of this control goes. On Mythic need to have a solid start.
Just trying to find something down the side, cannot find it. Rabala with the war machine, it's fully locked and loaded, as is Washi's Annihilator. Finds one, finds two, just so accurate with it. He's just not the man you want. Aiming downsides against you. Jez can find a kill on the way in here as well. Envy will find something else and finds two. How on earth has this happened? On Mythic now being forced back into their spawn. NA Falloffs. They needed to find something in the previous round. They found it. They found a little bit more in the next as well. The defensive hold so far, so good. Getting aggressive here, NA Falloffs on their defensive side. Trying to force on Mythic back. Just don't want to let them with any room to maybe get something going. They're trying to, but it feels like on Mythic are swinging at them and just missing right now.
Yeah, Salome just brought out his Sparrow there momentarily. I was going to say I wanted to see a concentrated effort from Mythic with their operators, but individual at the moment, it really does feel like Mythic are really starting to panic here. 30 seconds on the clock, only one tick through. Mythic losing their footing in this game. And they fall off a 7 life advantage. Surely this cannot go any other way now. Shane going to bring the Tempest out to try and hold on. And he has some freebie kills as well. Washi providing support through open stairs. Badu will trade for a couple of kills here. So we'll finally see a stoppage to the clock. But with 10 seconds left in a 5 versus 14, it's just too little. It's too late. We're going to a round 5 hit.
Oh, it beckons. And if any of Falloffs can close it out like they have done in the final these last two rounds, so does the map number 7. And if Falloffs will be on the defensive side. Operators available for Mythic. Felt like a lot of them did hold them after that opening break didn't really work. There wasn't a huge amount of investment. Badu this time though will bring in the war machine. It's do or die in the control for NA Falloffs on Mythic. They do have that map advantage. They will be heading into a map number 7 if they do lose this one. Jess is able to bring in the Predator missile to find the 2. Washi and Co still alive and kicking around this side, but more on Mythic, you're making some progress over towards B.
Jess with the equalizers though. To play this thing wide open. Finds the first kill. Dakota gets shut down as well. It is a full yellow kill feed. And I love this from NA Falloffs because they're not fully committing in towards the B kit. They had players over by A, but one of those players does get shut down. Envy sent back towards the respawn screen. So on Mythic now, 2 ticks already capped in towards B. Turn their attention in for a potential A capture here. NA Falloffs still an opportunity really to fall out of this game, but Indra falls. Envy with a double kill. And now things will stabilize once more for Mythic. You've just got to have one concentrated push on one of these zones. And I just think a lot of this is so much more splintered than it needs to be right now.
It feels very rushed. It feels like they want to get it over the line just a little bit quicker than it's going to actually happen. 7 life deficit is not something that they can't come back from. And they have eventually cleared their lines. Oh, the death machine is out. It's actually going to find a couple of kills there. Envy's shot from up top was not quite as crispy as you would have liked it to be. Indra can find 2. Now a moment potentially for Mythic to get things going here. Shane can find something. Dakota has done well here inside of B, and that is captured. Slammy just trying to add further fuel to the fire here. Finding nothing but the Sparrow, but pushing over towards A is now going to be the objective. 9 versus 15, and if all-offs, it's still your round to lose. 2 operators available for them as well. What can Mythic find?
I think you don't want to bring that last operator out until you've got maybe a couple more to work with, right, and hit them all at the same time. You have to make sure you're using it well. Shane going to bring his out. Keeping an eagle eye on that flanking play. A minute left to evade. 5 life advantage. I was going to say that could be everything, but Shane goes down. Washi now going to have to bring out his Annihilator. It feels like NA fall-offs are using their operators out of desperation, and 8 versus 13 now on Mythic are slowly but surely ticking away here at the lives. NA fall-offs are setting themselves up for a spawn trap, but what do we all say about these? You've got to make sure you get the kills first.
Envy is pushed over towards that side. His operator is up and available. Washi will find one. The only thing he can find, so there is going to be players coming in off the respawn. They're going to be dealt with by Jez and Envy, but everybody else on the side of NA Fallout, so we've got to hold this down with 5 players remaining. No more spawns remaining, so these spawn traps don't really matter very, very much at all. They're jumping inside of the point, and they are finding the kills over on the other side. Badu is now going to call in the War Machine. A lot going on in the side of the spawn. You're just trying to survive, but still getting progress over towards it. You've stopped this time.
Just triple stack it. Just get on the point right now. They're just not doing it. They're playing for positioning instead of stacking on towards the point. It's too slow. 15 seconds left, and now you got to find the kills.
Not going to be able to. It's a 7 versus 2. NA fall-offs were 2-0 down. They were staring down the barrel of a loss here in this grand finals, and they may still well be doing so. 2 versus 5. You got to get onto the point here. If you're on Mythic, you have to do it now. 3 seconds, make it 2. Are we heading to that map number 7? Not quite yet. 0.0 seconds on the point, and once again Badu gets onto it. Now a 1 versus 3, not going to find it. Any fall-off, send us there. Map number 7 we go. How?
Yeah, I gotta be honest, man. How many times they should have just stacked the point? Just they literally had a choice. I mean, they did everything right? I mean, again, it's that classic situation of a team on the defense has chosen actively to go for a spawn trap, and they recognized what they'd done as well, right? I mean, you had a player coming off the spawn, you lost a player, they're like, all right, cool, there's a couple of players putting a spawn trap together here. We have players weak on the offense, on the defense, I should say, excuse me. You have numbers to work with. They literally get the kills and just don't jump in the point. You could have won the championship right there, right then, by sending all 3 players into the point, because I can pretty much guarantee you right now that they don't lose that if they do it. Like, I mean, maybe there's a chance, potentially, but choosing to play for map control when that's not what you need in the moment is just not the right call at all. And just, yeah, I mean, you can't be doing that in the grand final of the very top level of North American Call of Duty Mobile. Plays like that, not good enough. That is the only reason you lose that control.
Whatever happens, there is only one more map to go between these two teams, and it's going to be a Tunisia search and destroy. I mean, look, it's been a long day for these guys. It's even late over in North America at this stage as well. For some of these players, it's really cracking on into the early hours of Monday morning. It's very much, I can hear birds tweeting, bro. Like, we're getting to that stage. It has been a very, very long night for these players as well. But Tunisia Search and Destroy is what's going to finish off the Snapdragon Pro Series Transfer Season 6 here for the North American region. And I have no idea which way this one's going. But if I was to put my money on anyone right now, it would be NA Fall-Offs. That was a hell of a comeback in that control. If you are on Mythic, you have had 2 of your game modes you are most proficient at fall the other way, and both of those would have won you the championship. I'm in disbelief that they've lost that previous match. They were 2-0 up and cruising. They're absolutely cruising, and maybe, just maybe, they got very, very nervous, and the Tunisia Search and Destroy now meets them. I have no idea which way this one goes. No idea.
Neither do I. Honestly, straight up, neither do I. I can look at some stats here to kind of getting an idea of which way we think this is going to go. Just looking to see it. I mean, this is the map, right? This is the search and destroy that we saw between these two teams back in challenge season. It was a 10-8 victory there to Mythic, and this was that map where, to be frank about it, I mean, we were just kind of sitting here in disbelief at how NA Falloffs kind of were messing up in the ways that they were. I don't think they're going to do the same things again here. I think the one thing that has stayed pretty consistently true about NA Falloffs throughout the entirety of this season so far is that when they need to step up to the plate, they have done exactly that. This is the North American Snapdragon Pro Series here on the line. One map of search and destroy. Decide who walks away with that $7,000 grand prize. All of it comes down to just this one map. No Mythic. Gotta try and clutch up here. You cannot mess up here.
Defend the objectives.
No mistakes. No bad plays. It has to be perfect all the way through for both of these two teams. You've got to dash their nerves aside for a mere 15 to 20 minutes, depending how many times overtime we go to. Here we go, the final map of the season. Welcome you to Tunisia once again. Big attack coming in here from the side of Mythic. A bomb will likely go down over towards B. Trophy systems not necessarily down to stop any offensive grenades coming in, or defensive nades I should say. There's a 5 versus 4 in the favor of NA Falloffs, but this B-side control is there, and there are the gunfights that you were expecting. Mythic start to find the way to pick them apart, and now is it a 3 versus 2 for Mythic to try and close out here in round number 1.
You've already got the numbers in your favor here if you're Mythic. NA Falloffs, though, still presence in the site. That's the biggest issue here for Mythic in this situation. Raballo and Shane playing around this. I'm not even entirely sure with the way in which Mythic have dipped out of this site that NA Falloffs are sure what's going on. You can see Raballo kind of checking urgently from the middle of the map. Maybe Mythic are changing tacts a little bit. With 40 seconds on the clock, this is going to be a double blind, potentially.
Yep.
Are we thinking about hitting this through? Mythic, yep, straight back towards B, but one player hasn't blinked, and that is going to be Shane towards the back of the map.
Yep. You've seen players pushing on through as well. If we could find anything here, that would be massive. Indra will fall. Now Shane with the Odin in his hands is a dangerous proposition to try and deal with. 17 seconds, they're going to hunt him down. One player is in there. Pandora with the prize fighters out will find the shot. One player towards the middle of the map, though, who can upset this party is Raballo. Do they know where he is? No, they do not. He finds the gunfight, but Pandora doesn't miss. It's such a long first round that Mythic will find.
Yeah, they definitely double-guessed themselves there at the start of that round, but in the end, NA Falloffs do not have back site presence enough. You lose Envy, you lose Washi, and you kind of do have to start relying a little bit more on the Odins. Keep site control. Doesn't happen. So that's a strong start for Mythic here on the search and destroy. Pretty decisive start of that. So now what do they do here on the offense? Do we see a different look from them? It is going to be seemingly an A hit instead of a B hit. NA Falloffs have got a pretty bog standard approach here on the defense. Player down low. Jez keeping an eye on any potential push out from Winery side, but Mythic are definitely taking their time with this one, Ton.
I wouldn't expect them to. I mean, we're in a map number 7 of a grand finals here. It's not just about the prize money, it's about the pride as well. For Mythic, this will be a massive, massive achievement. Envy holding his angles, and for all that Mythic are taking this slow, NA Falloffs are offering nothing up to them either. What had been slow is now going to burst into life. Badu through the middle of the map is going to probably get caught out here, but just managed to survive for a moment longer than he probably should have. Is that going to offer anything up towards the side of Mythic? Not quite. They can't hit their shot. Salam not going to be able to find anything, and after all of that, he needs to find a 1 versus 3. Finds one more, cannot find it. Washi finds another kill.
Ready for the next round.
Comes in through the middle of the map with the pistol. That has already found 1 or 2 more. And then Falloffs will get their first round on the board.
Defend the objective.
Just solid team play there on the defense from NA Falloffs. They will answer back from what happened in round number 1. And kind of slow start here from Mythic. They do have a read now for what the defense actually looks like over by A. They should, of course, know. They've played these guys on Tunisia search and destroy before. So utility going over the top here from Mythic. Not actually a lot of it actually landing. You get information as to where the players are not, and that's the crucial thing. I think the fact that Jez isn't playing the exact same position, he's playing a little bit further forward towards the site itself, means now they know down to that utility where Jez, or at least where Jez is not playing. Here we go though, initial hit from Mythic. Now Dakota goes down for the count. That's going to make things awkward here.
What's the play for Mythic? You can see already Indra is back in the spawn, just ready to make a move in any which way that he can. And I think it may well be over towards B after that kill goes through onto Salame by Jez over towards A. Badu's got very, very aggressive here, and he's going to catch Shane completely off guard. That's B control, and that's B going to be going down. And they follow need to get here pretty quickly, but as do everybody else. Badu got aggressive. But the bomb does indeed go down. Does it? Am I tripping? Now it's going down. I thought he put it down. I'm locked in, I swear.
Bomb has been planted.
Bomb now down.
I'm now down.
Was looking pretty good here for NA fall-offs. On the retake. Mythic will have to split the forces to keep an eye on both sides. The reaction has to be fast. The comm from Pildora has to be fast. As soon as he sees his playoffs, Indra needs to help him out.
Gonna be a big hit over towards the backside. Smoke will come out. Robalo now onto the site. And he will cause issue. As will the rest of NA fall-offs. Jez will find Pildora. This should be just written in the stars which way this one's going to run through. An absolute run through on Mythic, to be honest with you. A really nice retake from the side of NA fall-offs. Yes, okay, they did have the advantage. Well, they get aggressive. They find the gunfights and they find the lead here in map number 7 of this grand finals.
I mean, ultimately, that is just a pretty standard retake from them. It is easy to mess up, I think, at times. Maybe you get overzealous and a bit of bad timing, but nope, fundamentally solid. 3v2. Mythic had a little bit too much to do there about the numbers. Aggression now on this round from Mythic. NA fall-offs trying to get up in their face here. It's a bit of a different position from Wossi on towards the site, and honestly, I'm not sure I'm necessarily a fan of it. NA fall-offs now trying to install players towards the point. It's all going all right, though. Robalo in a position where perhaps he can catch a player off guard, will do so, but is that actually enough to get back in towards the round?
Gets taken down. Jez now left in a 1 versus 4. This is just not happening. They're not going to offer anything up here, and Mythic are going to be rewarded for their aggression. You may well find one, but yeah, he's not going to be given the opportunity. You see all those arrows start to move as soon as he crosses, and Mythic will find themselves another round. 2 apiece. No idea where this one's going. No idea at all.
Yeah.
I think if I'm anybody at this moment in time and happier, it's Mythic with 2 attacking rounds.
Yeah, I will say in that round, I think NA fall-offs just playing things a little bit too wacky. There's no real reason to have Washi be playing up close and personal there. He's generally speaking a player at the back of the site with that sniper rifle. Don't do anything too crazy. I know you can try to change things up just a little bit, but there's no real reason to do that in that round, and things are a lot more standard this time around. First map blood going the way of Envy. Mythic will now be significantly slower here in the play and get some kind of modicum of A control. The defense hasn't really changed that much, though, for NA fall-offs. I think the only difference in this situation is Robalo is playing slightly edged towards A. NA fall-offs have numbers to reinforce this A site.
Shin holding the angles. Momentarily does give it up, and you can see on the minimap, Salame putting himself in a position, or Pildora bringing the shots out up against Robalo. He isn't able to make a count. Robalo now very, very cautious about trying to do anything about an angle here. Everybody backing up from the side of Mythic. Minus the side of Salame, who's now going to still be in and around Winery. Will cause issue over towards that side. He can be looking to try and just find picks as they exit. If Mythic can find a way through. Well, she is going to be here to try and stop them doing that, though. If her B plan goes down, it could be disastrous for the 4 players over towards A for NA fall-offs. Well, she will find one, though. Pildora gets taken down. And now they can start to kick into gear. Need to get over here for Salame pretty quickly.
Love this reaction from Mythic. The only way you can actually win this round now is by getting yourself that bomb down on towards B. They want more kills, though. They're actually going to find them. Dakota goes for second helpings. Will not get that kill on towards Jez, or on towards second player, excuse me, but will now get the bomb down. bring this down to a 2 versus 2. This has been miraculous conversion from the 3 versus 5. Indra now trying to escape, though. They know where he is, and I think Indra should be dead to rights here. Worth saying they do still have to challenge, though.
1 versus 2. This is doable from Indra. Taking their time as he just jumped on the bomb. Yes, he has Shane with the cover. Yeah, there you go. Nicely done from NA Falloffs, who now find themselves in the lead. One more round of attack from on Mythic. 3 would be fantastic. 4-2 still not too bad. NA Falloffs really are the ones who could do with this round as well.
Yeah, incredibly smart little play there. You're in a 2v1. Just use the audio cue to draw Indra out of the petition and have the other player take him down. Fundamentals from NA Falloffs. Aggression from on Mythic this time around. Washi isn't in an unfavorable spot, and he will open up things with that first blood. A small adjustment like that can win rounds. Yeah, you get traded up, but you haven't given on Mythic full sight control just yet. You've still got Washi in a position to do something.
There's over towards this side as the bomb will go down. It is a 4 versus 4, irrelevant of that, but this shot is going to make a difference. Washi is gunned by Pildora. This needs to go your way if you're a baller. It doesn't. NA Falloffs looking to fall by the wayside here on this defensive side. On Mythic may well be carrying a very, very decent advantage into their defensive rounds, unless Jez can pull this off. Now a 1 versus 2 makes it that from a 1 versus 4, but 20 seconds on the clock. It's going to be so difficult. One player is going to come from double doors. You need to search for Pildora. It is just not going to happen for Jez in this scenario. He can find one more. Hold on a second. Pildora is there for the trade. 3-3 now. And the Falloffs do not get as much as they probably would have liked on the defensive side, but we are all tied up after 6.
The enemy has the bomb.
On Mythic, I think, just when they do want to full send it, right, when they do want to hit the go button, they can in the most stylish of fashion. Saw it there in that round. I was kind of curious to see whether NA Falloffs would kind of barrel themselves with aggression straight in towards their first offensive effort, but I think they're kind of spending it trying to gather information, see what the defense actually looks like for Mythic before making the move forward. Utility won't land on towards site. That initial bit of util coming out there is effectively just to try and make sure that nobody is looking to catch them off guard on that initial cut in towards A. So you're clearing out information piece by piece here for NA Falloffs. Jez now looking to be the first player. Tip of the spear here for NA Falloffs.
Oh, Pildora finds the shot, finds the opening for on Mythic, and that will make things very, very difficult for NA Falloffs because on Mythic ain't going to move. They do actually here, uncharacteristically aggressive for on Mythic. He's the one who will find these positions, and NA Falloffs do not want to mess with the HS at that kind of range. Pildora getting aggressive himself as well, but this is a lovely setup from the side of on Mythic over towards this side of the map. Pildora now in a little bit of trouble. Could do with getting out the smoke as well. Placed, but Badu, how did Pildora find a kill there? Through the smoke, just sprayed it. And Lady Luck may well be on Mythic's side.
Just small plays like that can definitely make the difference. I love the adaptation out of this as well. NA Falloffs might have found her way back into it, but Indra just doesn't let that happen. That is absolutely insane from Indra to close that round out. And yeah, I mean, Pildora is the one I think that sets that round off, but Mythic shuts NA Falloffs out. They do try their best to adapt, but Mythic is so damn fast right now. Very, very well played. Big strong start on the defense, but I was saying that NA Falloffs, I think we're just trying to use that round for a little bit of information. Now they're going to act on it. It's going to be a very fast hit towards B. Adjustment is made, though. Look at where Salome is.
Just getting aggressive. Push will come through. They've got to try and find something here. NA Falloffs and on Mythic have just backed out of the side. They don't want to have to mess with them if they don't have to. They go for a retake. They're trying to pick them apart because when you're inside of B and everybody else is staring at you from the outside, it's not a good place to be in. Salome now here to give a little bit of backup. Envy and Washi, though, have made this a 3 versus 3. I'm going down, and this should be free. Salame can find it. Can he get out as well? Yes, he can. Takes a shot to the back, but it's not enough to do anything. Badu now on the flank as well. Good position for on Mythic to be in here on this defensive side.
Yeah, they've gotten boxed in. The only real exit point for this, I was going to say, is through the middle of the map. Badu Now looking to put the hammer down onto the last remaining players. Yeah, you don't finish Shane off. He's down to 50% HP. He is not long for this world. And I just don't think that was a site clearance that NA Falloffs wanted, right? You have a player, I think it was Salome, right, that managed to get the bomb planter off. Reaction as well from Mythic to send a player on the flank too. NA Falloffs just trapped in towards the position they put themselves in. 2 rounds on the bounce now from Mythic here on the defense. This has been a phenomenal start, and I think that was a cataclysmic round to lose it for NA Falloffs as well, because it was a more aggressive one than round number 1. That was your opportunity to really set the pace for the remainder of this search and destroy, and it goes wrong. Now NA Falloffs will be left double guessing themselves. What kind of strategy do you pull out of the playbook now?
And on Mythic, just getting a little braver as time goes on. Look at the positioning here from Badu. Can immediately flank. But not just that, he's giving his team so much information, because if he's seeing nothing there and they're seeing nothing in mid, it has to be a B push. Indra seeing nothing. Players over towards the backside. Well, they're starting to see players now because they're being gunned. Indra and Salami, you just need to win your ones there. And all of a sudden, you're in a much better spot than this. Now it is definitely going to be locked in. Pildora, ridiculous gunfight against Washi. It gives them some hope. 3 versus 4 now in favor of NA Falloffs.
Best chance on if you happen in the situation is by hitting this at the same time already. I think they've gone just a little bit early here in the situation. Padu and Pildora, gotta find some frags. They do that. Gunfights now on both sides. Now 2 versus 2.
How have they found this? How have they found this way in? It's a crumble from NA Falloffs. Raballo can find one, needs to find the 1 versus 3. Badu is there to pick it up. How on earth are Mythic allowed to do that and put themselves on championship point?
Just the trades are not fast enough for NA Falloffs in that situation. You can lose playoffs perfectly fine, but you cannot not trade them. You have to make sure the trades are there. Just the fact that they're not is so detrimental. NA Falloffs, that's now 3 rounds in a row. The defense from Mythic has been pretty much perfect. NA Falloffs, you are just 1 round away from falling short of the championship for Mythic, pulling off something absolutely sensational. By the way, a team that we didn't even necessarily have on the cards to qualify, got a chance last season, did not manage to make it through in the end. Now, on the precipice of a championship.
Washi and the boys of NA Falloffs will have to pull on every single bit of experience that they have yet. They need to find 3 rounds in a row. All of this will have been for very, very little. Dakota can find the first blood for the side of Mythic. And now for NA Falloffs. You don't have your sniper player. You do still have Envy up and kicking. He's going to have to find something. You're going to have to find something to help you along the way. Shane is called up for the sniper. It is still a 4 versus 5 in the favor of Mythic, and NA Falloffs are just going to back up. It just doesn't feel right now.
It's just the fact you don't have a man advantage in this situation. Trying to force your way through. Maybe not the brightest of ideas. They've made a lot of noise though. Smoke and Mirror's play has activated. Now it's the immediate transfer in towards B. Just 1 player here to deal with. Salame could win this all for Mythic. He finds even 1 frag.
Info with the utility. Knows it's coming. Salame can find 1 kill onto Raballo. He finds a second onto Jez. And is that not just solidifying this moment for Mythic? From nothing to everything here in the North American region. They are your SPS champions here in North America for Call of Duty Mobile. What a performance in this grand final. They do it in 7. A 7-3 scoreline in the final map. The job is done. Mythic are your champions.
Phenomenal final search and destroy from Mythic. I think, things were neck and neck when they were on the offense, right? They managed to steal away those 3 rounds, but everything then from those final 4 rounds was pretty much perfect. They never once let NA Falloffs into the conversation. Mythic, I mean, it has to be said, what a phenomenal story for this roster. I kind of touched upon it there in that final round. This is a roster that last season did manage to qualify. I think it was just like Cherry, Cioso, so 3 of the 5 players were on that roster. and then they didn't end up playing in the season, had to back out for reasons unknown. They get a chance this season. They do manage to qualify. They take down some big names in open finals. They make a statement for themselves by beating out ARP and NA Falloffs in their challenge season group. You expect that to kind of be the end of the story. You expect maybe, all right, cool, come playoffs, they're not going to do diddly squat. But no, absolutely not the case. They might well have been put into the lower bracket from the upper bracket finals by NA Falloffs, but Undream and NA Falloffs on the path to victory for On Mythic, as we have a new kid on the block, and they are something to be scared of.
An incredible performance across the board. They get it done in a 4-3 scoreline. Coming into this from the loser side, kind of, well, an exact repeat of what we've seen in Europe. Went all the way to map number 7, and it was the team that came through the loser bracket that got the job done. Showing that both regions both very, very competitive, and is ultimately being a, well, long day, but a hell of a day as well. Two very, very worthy champions, Lauren.
That was a series. Right. That, I mean, on Mythic, we were wondering, would the weird lower bracket final situation kind of throw off their mental? They had to play from behind with NA Falloffs having the one map advantage. And I mean, they just came out the gate swinging right from that initial hardpoint. So massive congratulations to On Mythic for now being literally the best in the region officially for this challenge season. I mean, that's gotta feel good, Brody. They've got the title. They proved why they deserve to be here. They got the cash in their pockets. What a day.
Yeah, I think it is it's the proving point, right? It's the fact that, you know, you come out here as total unknowns, and nobody has a clue what you're capable of. And how many times have we seen them be like, all right, cool, you guys should know who we are by now. You guys should know what we're capable of. And, you know, I mentioned it, you know, the fact that they're able to do that in open finals, in challenge season, then in challenge finals, every single step of the journey, they were constantly proving absolutely everybody wrong. I'm excited to see what the future, this On Mythic roster looks like. We are kind of in a transitionary period with North America, where we're seeing a lot of the talent kind of cycle in and out of the region. On Mythic, I think, are a solid future for North America. Looking forward to see what they can do.
Well, it was an absolute banger of a weekend, a banger of a challenge season, really. It was a really fun last 5 weeks, if I do say so myself. But if you guys want to keep up with everything we've got going on throughout the rest of the year, even though this season's done, we still have so much more action for Call of Duty Mobile coming up on the calendar. Follow us on social media, X, Insta, and Facebook. That way you can stay up to date on everything that's coming up and around the corner. Or you can join our Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. That way you can join our community, talk all things Call of Duty Mobile, and of course continue to get all of your updates. But that is it. It was a long, grueling day, like Tun said. They made it through to the end. Congratulations one more time to On Mythic on their win and being the champions here in North America. That was a weekend, to say the least. Really, really good job on behalf of all of our teams, honestly, that made it this far to the stage in the competition, because it was definitely an enjoyable season. They put on a show for everyone for the last 5 weeks, and we are very grateful for them. But it's time for us to say goodbye. Good night for our EU casters as well. So huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL for helping us make this whole season possible. And chat, you guys are awesome. Thank you for sticking with us the entire time. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, and everyone behind the scenes at ESL, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you all next season.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.